me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we ain't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone, man. Cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me.
going. Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Good morning, Summoners. This is a Saturday, and it's an incredibly good Saturday because we have some WildRift action here at the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals Group Stage for the region of MSPB. My name is Husky, and I'm here joined by Aaron, also known as Pondo. We have two exciting best of threes today.
It's really exciting to be here. I've watched some of the matches. I've seen it in action. We've seen some really close plays, some really great teams. And we've seen some really good fights among all the regions. The way that the Philippines have been putting in some really good fights. We've been seeing some really good plays coming from all the regions. But, you know, in the end, we're only going to have a few teams going to end up to the next qualifiers. I'm excited to see who they are. And, like, you know, more exciting matches ahead. Yeah,
coming up is the Open Finals playoffs, which will be happening, in fact, tomorrow, right? But today, we have to still find out who the remaining two teams are to join both Nigma Galaxy and RRQ in that top 4. But before we dive into all the teams and all the details, we gotta walk you through how things work right here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We start with the Open qualifiers, where teams do their best to win their qualifiers matches to qualify for the Open Finals group stage, which is where we're at right now. And then from here onwards, the top 4 teams qualify for the Open Finals playoffs. And afterwards, the top 2 teams from the Open Final playoffs goes into the Challenge group stage, where they will be joined by 6 teams from the separate 3 regions, Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam, where they will play a round-robin format. And of course, the top 4 from the Challenge group stage proceeds to the Challenge playoffs, which would be an offline event in Thailand, where we find out which team is the best team in Southeast Asia.
It's going to be a really close head-to-head match. You've seen some really top-tier teams. You've seen some really interesting strategies that come out on a per region basis. Like you didn't think there would be so much differences in between the meta from different regions, but we're seeing like more aggressive playstyles coming out from the Philippines. We're seeing some more more by-the-book plays coming out from like interesting regions such as Malaysia, such as like the way that Singapore is a bit more of a loose card, but like it's interesting to see how all these matches work out, and I can't wait to see how they all contend against each other later in like the challenge groups, and how these regions are going to go head to head with their like differing ideologies, differing like play styles, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, all of these competition does come with some stakes, and for the Open Finals, we do have these prize pool at hand. But don't worry, this is just a small piece of the pie. Teams are looking for the challenge group, challenge stage. But that aside, the team that finishes first in the Open Finals playoffs, again, tomorrow, will walk away with $800. And of course, it boils all the way down to $500 for 6th to 8th place. Where so 2 teams, both Sem9 and Phantom 6 from the MY region, have already been knocked out, but they still walk away with $500 in terms of prize pool. But this is where the big piece of the cake is, the challenge stage. Winner walks away with $14,625.
Ooh, my eyes are watering just looking at some of these prize pools here. This is going to be a lot at stake for some of these teams. They're going to have to play their best, but I'm sure that they'll earn it in the end, because this is something that's eye-watering here. But like, if they put their mind to it, this is something you can strive for. This is something they're going to be playing for, and like, I can't wait to see how they're going to put their best here up to bat, and to see whether they have what it takes to be able to earn this prize pool, 14,000. 10,000, all these respectively in the challenge playoffs.
Yep. And for those who are watching this live stream, if you are interested in the other regions, again, Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam, don't worry, they will also be playing their matches concurrently to ours. If you are interested in that, you can check that out on a different live stream. I believe they start an hour later than ours, so do keep track of that. But this will be the brackets for our region, MSBP. So just to give you guys a quick recap, we finished week number 1 with Nigma, Galaxy, and RRQ going into that top 4, so they will not be playing today. And we also have Sem9 and Phantom 6 eliminated from the competition, so those 2 teams will also not be seen today. But the 4 other teams that we get to witness, SGP against Fennel in our first best of 3, and Grind Sky Esports versus Team Underground to close out the day. Winner goes to top 4.
This will definitely be a really interesting one to watch. Like, you know, like we said, Philippines they have a more interesting meta, but they have more consistency. Whereas we've seen SGP, they kind of play a bit more loose and fast by the rules. They have something a bit more liquid, but like they have higher highs. So I can't wait to see how they match up against Fennel and if things are going to boil out better for them in the end.
Absolutely, and for this would be our schedule for today. We only have 2 best of 3s, but it's a very high stakes series. Again, for the first one, we have SGP up against Fennel, and afterwards we close out the day with Grind Sky Esports versus Team Underground. And the only team that is not from the Philippines is SGP. They carry the torch and bear the flag of both the MYSG region. They've come a long way. They overcame Sem9 in the first round of our group stage last week, just like how they did at the Southeast Asian Games. You can say the same for Fennel, where they repeated history by knocking Sem9 out of a tournament, just like how they did at WCSCs. All that culminated to this one best of 3 to find out whether SGP can make it or whether Fennel will carry the pride of the PH region.
I'm sure you're familiar with SGP from a few other tournaments that we played before, right? They do have a bit of a story coming in here. So, like, what do you remember about SGP and like some of their former players?
I mean, for SGP, it's a combination between 2 teams in WCS MYSG. We are looking at RSG and Team Watermelon, right? So we have a couple of role swaps, like CWJ, if I'm not mistaken, went from mid to support, with Vendetta, who went to jungle to mid. No Raven, SSK, and Jinkai stay in their respective roles. But this was the roster that they fielded for the Southeast Asian Games, and they actually got the bronze medal. And here are your boys from SGP, JK, SSK, Vendetta, Raven, and WJ.
I remember seeing Vendetta like in some previous games. He was a absolute beast on what we call jungle, but like they're saying that the playing field has really like upped its game. He's really moved to a spot where he feels it can be more useful, but he's still been kind of strong. So what do you think? What do you think about his recent performance as of mid lane as compared to jungle?
I think Vendetta in the middle lane is actually a pretty aggressive mid laner that we've seen so far from SGP. I think he's been actively playing that Yasuo. Obviously went back in the jungle. Vendetta is also a very efficient jungler, but he is a player that requires a lot more resources, right? Putting him in the mid lane with the support from SSK does make his life a bit easier. I'm loving what I see from SGP, but I'm also loving what I see from Fennel, because this was the roster that went on to WCSC finals and was able to qualify into the group stage alongside Cerberus Esports from Vietnam. They were the one who took out one team from the Masters region. We have Calm, we have Doming, we have Arise, Danny, and Arisen. It has not changed since a couple of months ago, and they are here again to prove their worth.
Yeah, from what I've seen in the matches, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. They have so much staying power. They have a lot of aggressive plays, and the way that I've seen Doming pull up some really cool strategic jungle plays. The way that he pops around, the way that he gets his timings down. So SGP is definitely going to be up against something fierce with the way that Fennel goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's look at their head-to-head. For these 2 teams, I think there's a lot of numbers that we can kind of go through. We're looking at both Raven and Danny, so the Dragon laner from the side of Fennel definitely does have a slightly higher KDA, but if we look at Raven instead, we look at that damage per minute, is very indicative of how SGP loves to play, right? Very high octane play style. They really love those early fights. It's all about getting the ball rolling and finishing the game before the enemy comes online. So interesting fact about Fennel is that compared to the other 2 PH teams that are playing today, Underground and Grind Sky, Fennel is relatively a slower team. So up against SGP, we're looking at a bit of a polarizing tempo for both teams.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been saying that Fennel does have the better, like what we call like the better team dynamic. We're seeing like a stronger overall like performance from Fennel, and a lot of people are betting on Fennel today. You know, I've seen a lot of predictions. There's a little bit of people here going at Fennel, and they think that Fennel is going to be the upper hand here. But I think SGP, they have a more unpredictable play style. They have a bit of a higher highs. When they're playing well, they play really well. So yeah, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for that and see where that goes.
And I'm looking forward to see how far SGP can push the medal, right? Because when we look at the picks that these players bring into the game, SGP, especially for Raven, he always has this fallback plan, right? When everything goes bad, when he really needs a safe pick, he always falls back onto the Ezreal. That's something that we've seen from WCS NYSG, where that Ezreal always comes out when they need kind of an insurance, a lane that can play safe and disengage from enemy ganks. But with that being said, I think Danny would do just fine. You know, he does play those mage bottom laners as well, Karma being one of it. But if you guys have your own predictions, do drop it in the Twitch chat below. We want to know what you think. I know a lot of people say that Fennel will make it. I personally feel the same as well, just based off of recent performance. And from the interview that we had with Fennel, they also feel that they can beat SGP. But maybe someone thinks otherwise. And I want to see your prediction.
Well, you know, I actually went with SGP for this one, so going to be a bit more of an interesting dynamic here. But I think that when you're looking at kind of the higher highs, I feel like when the team has a bit more of an unpredictable spike with the way that they go and the way that the sort of like the stats turn out, I feel like sometimes they can pull something really special out from beneath. It's just that, you know, it's unpredictable. That's why I think it's good. That's why I think SGP is going to be my pick for this one, because they have higher highs sometimes.
Yeah, and that's something that I can definitely agree with you. I think SGP does have those X factor picks, right? Ezreal being, you know, just you know, the tip of the iceberg. But this would be the predictions, you know, of all our peers. You know, you have SGP. In fact, you're the only one who's standing on that SGP island. Everyone else thinks that Fennel will win. I intend to have Fennel win this because I want to keep my streak. I've only gotten one wrong, and that was the one between Fennel and NGX, but I think a lot of us got that wrong. That aside, this is all for fun and games. I do like the fact that we are focusing on how when SGP are at their best, they can beat Fennel. But for me, I think that what Fennel has is that control of that mid to late game. They might be a slower team, but they have always shown us that they can control the tempo, they can slow things down. And one of the reasons that led to them beating Sem9 last week was their vision control. A very crucial element in the WildRift, and Fennel has got that nailed down.
Yeah. So in the end, I think it boils down to which has the stronger foothold here. Because if Fennel manages to play what they usually do and maintain a consistent, strong, like rocky stature throughout, then SGP is not going to be able to overthrow that. They might feel the pressure. They might eventually succumb. But if SGP can throw them off rhythm even once, they throw like a really unexpected gank, maybe a really unexpected play, maybe they can get that facade tumbling down. It's just something that we have to see in the best of three that is going to happen later on today with SGP versus Fennel.
Yeah, and that is kind of where we can also draw a parallel between Fennel series against Sem9 in the elimination best of 3 last week, where what Sem9 struggled with is to get those early plays rolling. That's something that SGP is incredibly good at. But at the same time, you know, getting that play, you know, to work out is going to be a challenge for SDP, simply because of how much control Fennel has over each game phase. Again, their vision has been a crucial element of them winning that series against Sem9. I want to see what happens in that first 5 minutes. And again, the junglers for these two teams, both Domain and SSK, play a huge role in dictating how this game goes. Yeah,
like you said, it's going to be the first 5 minutes. We're going to be seeing how the pace is decided by that early game matchup, because like this is going to be the game. This is going to be the game where whoever sets the pace could potentially get on top of this one. If they set the pace early, they can dictate the pace of that match. Maybe one good team fight might turn it around, but I'm thinking that whoever throws a wrench in the works first is going to be able to get the initiative. They're going to be able to get the advantage throughout like most of the match here.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's where the emphasis on the junglers will kind of be the focal point, right? We're talking about both junglers who are huge Lee Sin players. Like Domain loves his Lee Sin. SSK just recently hit rank 1 on Lee Sin in the region last Sunday. I think like they finished their match against NGX, and SSK just went on and got top 1 Lee Sin. So that would be a huge point of contention, right? I expect that Lee Sin to get removed in that first phase. But that's where when we open up the jungle pool, we see a lot of that diversity from SGP. You know, SSK, he loves that Echo pick. He has picked it once against Sem9. They won that game. He picks AP Gragas in the jungle, something that we don't really see as much. He also falls back to the Vi. Whereas for Domain, it's more traditional junglers. The Xin Zhao comes to mind.
He's got the Lee Sin, he's got the Xin Zhao, and like you said, SSK is very flexible. They're very flexible in their picks. They pick a lot. They have diverse champion pool, you know. And SSK is no slouch when it comes to that. But Doming has been an absolute terror on the Lee Sin in the jungle. I watch those matches. I've seen the plays that he makes, and anyone is rightfully fearful of the sort of things that he can put out, the sort of like plays that he makes, the sort of Lee Sin ganks that he does. And sometimes it boils down to the timing. You can be rank 1 in like the entire region, but like if you, I don't know, if you don't have the same amount of teamwork, same amount of communication, it doesn't boil down to as good as what it should be in the end.
You're shooting SGP in the foot.
No, I have to be realistic about this. I love SGP.
That was the team you voted for.
That's the team I voted for, but that's why I have to be realistic about it as well, because Doming was scary. You've seen his jungle plays, you know how it is. Yeah. And like, I think you and I know that I do them no favors. If I hype them up, I'm saying SGP is amazing. Look at the stuff that they've done. Look at the plays that they've made. But then in the end, like my prediction kind of like goes wrong, and it's just like, see, what did I tell you, Aaron? This is.
Just gotta have a bit more faith, you know. Gotta huff on that hopium a bit. But I do agree. I think that you know, we are gonna be circling around this jungle topic for quite a while. But one more thing I feel like is worth touching on is that Baron lane pick, right? As we hop into the draft, I think the Baron lane would also be a huge point of contention to look at, because both Com and JK play a very different style from what we've seen so far. JK going for a lot of those tanks, top laners, the Shen comes to mind, whereas for Com, you give him a Camille, you give him a Fiora, you give him a Riven, and he's gonna go to town. But for the bans, I think it's gonna be the same.
Jace has been, like you said before, Jace has been 100% ban rate. It's like ridiculous, like the amount of times that teams seem to be scared of this pick. So why exactly do you think Jace is such like a highly contested pick?
Just a strong flex, I think. You know, like Jace can go jungle, but most teams play him in that solo lane. Can go mid, can go top, Hullbreaker buyer. But I think at the same time, Jace just has really strong pokes, right? It benefits you when you contest objectives, and he's not necessarily the easiest champion to man fight. The agency that Jace has for the team and in the lane just makes him a terror to deal with. But I think that Jace was actually picked once. I don't remember who picked it. I think it's Underground Grind Sky. But it was picked once and he won. But the rest of the bans, the same, you know, we get the Yuumi ban, we get the Camille ban. I think when we go down the road, I'm just looking for the Lee Sin ban.
Yeah. The Lee Sin would be a targeted ban, but I feel like whichever team manages to pick it up first here, which would be the team that goes first. So if it's not banned, it's going to be detrimental. So that's going to be...
SGP opting for a no ban. This is interesting, right? Because now you're forcing Fennel. Who do you ban now? And actually we just got an update. We're gonna redo the draft, but I still think that the bans are gonna be the same overall. We're looking for the Kassadin ban as well. That is a champion that, if led true, is just going to tear up the Rift. But fun fact, Kassadin actually had one loss, and it was in the hands of SGP. I think it was against Nigma Galaxy, I believe. Yeah, SGP picked Kassadin and they lost that game.
Yeah, the Kassadin, you know, for me personally, I would ban Kassadin first as opposed to Jace, because I feel like Kassadin has been a lot scarier than Jace. I do know that Jace is probably way stronger in the hands of someone who's way more qualified, such as, you know, competitive teams. But like for me, Kassadin is a sort of terror that's been burned into my mind in the deepest recesses of it. You're gonna be chilling in your bot lane, or chilling whichever lane you are, when suddenly you hear the, you know, distinctive sound, and it appears out of nowhere at top of you. Half your health is gone and you're trying to get away, but he just dashes again and it gets you. It's terrifying.
Yeah. What is he called again? Is it Terror of the Void? No, wait.
Void Walker.
Void Walker. Yeah, Terror of the Void is Shogun. It's not even it's not even in WildRift just yet.
That's a throwback. That's a really long throwback. Yeah.
But we have a lot more champions on the way. I know Sion is coming out. Samira is next. I think that's an interesting. So the Daredevil, that would be fun.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna mix about that. Samira is ridiculously fun. I enjoy playing her a lot. I just like it's when you're playing against her though, I feel feel bad for her, like, you know, has to take all those dashes.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, most champions are fun if you are not playing against it.
Yeah.
For example, if you're playing Yasuo, it's fun. If you go 0-10, yeah, it's still fun. If you're playing Teemo, it's fun. But if you're playing against a Teemo, then it's not fun. I'll tell you what's not fun. Baron Lane Vayne. I think people who play Baron Lane Vayne should not get to play Baron Lane at all. I think, yeah. But the good thing, or the silver lining, is that if you play Baron Lane Vayne, you are basically a gank magnet. And people, So I'm not worried about that. I haven't seen any in my games yet, so I'm very thankful for it. But I've seen top Jays, well, not top Jays, top Jin, Baron Lane Jin, and I can tell you that it is an utterly bad pick. We won the game.
Definitely not as strong as the Vayne one, yeah.
Yeah, we won the game, but definitely not because of him. We almost lost the game, and that's entirely on him.
Yeah, I have a confession to make. I actually picked Vayne top recently.
You're disgusting.
I'm
Please tell me it's not in rank.
Look, it was unranked, okay?
Right,
because someone picks someone got the ADC pick,
Right.
and he was like, I'm not good at ADC. Can someone switch with me? Like, you want to switch with me top lane? I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll do it. But you know, typing on mobile is ridiculously slow. So I was pressing like the text like really slow. I was like, yeah, sure. But then he already picked like Ezreal. I was like, oh damn. And
you already picked Vayne.
I already picked Vayne. I was just like,
right.
you know who's gonna be fun? They have it banned. I love playing Vayne. I'm getting bored of playing like, you know, the usual ADCs. I'm gonna try Vayne. I picked Vayne, and then after that is oh, I already locked in the Ezreal. I'm like, well.
Yeah, okay, I'll let it slide.
I am so sorry. I typed it in the chat. I was like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to pick Vayne. And then he was using Yasuo, so it was just even worse.
Wait, what happened from Ezreal to Yasuo?
I mean, no, sorry. The enemy was using Yasuo. I typed in the chat. I was like, I'm so sorry. And then he's just like, why are you sorry for? I'm sorry for picking Vayne against Yasuo. And I proceeded to go like 5-0 against her because he was Yasuo.
All right,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, we can let that go. Just this time though. I've been keeping track of your games. Watch out.
It's my sins. I put it on my sins list. I have to make up for it eventually.
Right.
I gotta make up for it.
Yeah, pick something normal. You know, like Camille or something.
Camille, Fiora. I like those picks.
Yeah.
Like.
so Camille has been a huge contention. Almost banned for most games. And when she's open, teams generally pick it. But the interesting thing about Camille so far is that she has lost more games than she has won.
Yeah. Like I think it was around 49%. You give or take.
Give or take, yeah. I'm not good with numbers, but I know it's definitely below 50.
Yeah, I feel like she's not something that you want the enemy team to pick because she provides a lot. Like, she provides true damage. She can fly over the map. Her Hextech Ultimatum is good for locking down targets that you need. But like, I feel like even if you do pick her, it's not the sort of like magic bullet. It doesn't guarantee anything. Yeah,
it's not a Kassadin.
It's not the Kassadin. But even the Kassadin doesn't guarantee it, as you know, with SGP versus Ningba Galaxy, like you said. But like, it's definitely going to be a lot more impactful, like picking the Kassadin versus the Camille. But you know, the Camille's surprisingly low win rate, but I feel it's because she keeps getting banned that we don't really see her enough to get a good indicator of it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, at the same time, as we are still, if you guys are still wondering why we are here, we're still waiting for updates. Just now we have a bit of a remake in the ban, but rest assured, it's going to be ready pretty soon. I see the camera zooming out, and I assume that it's going to be ready. It'll be
Gonna happening soon.
Yeah, it'll be happening soon. But I think, you know, if you guys have been following so far, I think there's not much need to keep harping on the bans because they are mostly the same. Though there is this one pick in the jungle that I think we haven't been paying too much attention to even since last week, which is the Olaf. As Olaf hasn't been really banned too much, but it also hasn't been really picked a lot.
Yeah, I feel he did get a few nerfs, I believe. Yeah, but like we saw Azora Vecchi from Sem 9 on him, and he was really effective. In fact, this is one of the old guard picks because I casted for Azora Vecchi back then, 2014. He didn't play Olaf. He never got the chance to because he was ADC main back then. But Olaf was the big pick. Like, it was the big jungle pick then. It was like pretty much consistently always pick for a lot of like OG League of Legends. So like, I feel like it's something that harkens back. It's something that Azora Vecchi is like, it's close to his heart. He's played so much Olaf, thousands of hours on Olaf, and like it's you know, it's a comfort pick, and it's really strong too. It's even with the nerfs, you have the Ragnarok, you have like the immune to CC, and like you have him chopping up like your backline for days, and he can do that all with impunity if you have a good strong line. So like, yeah, like you said, he's a strong pick. It's just that you haven't seen him because of the way that these team comps have been like structured.
Yeah, definitely a shame, I think,
Yeah.
for Sunlight that we didn't get to see that. Of course, we don't get to see more of them anymore, as they are not in here. But you know, with the team at hand for SGP and Fennel, I think the Olaf could be a good fallback plan, right? If we don't get the Lee Sin, which I think is a big possibility that we're not going to get the Lee Sin, that's where we will see the Olaf become an option. You'll see the Xin Zhao become an option. But overall, I feel like, you know, if we talk about the teams, the players individually, SSK just has a lot more diversity for the picks in terms of the picks that he's willing to go to. But that is also kind of to support that mid lane, where we look at Arise against Vendetta. And truth be told, I think that so far Vendetta has been struggling a bit. He has fallen back to the Yasuo pick 2 times in a row, and it hasn't really worked out well for him. He has got the chance to play Kassadin, I think, for 2 games, and he lost 1 of it. But overall, if we compare it to Arise, he does have the tendency to go for those assassins, and I think that's going to be the big difference maker.
Yeah, I've seen him on the Zed. Yeah, you see them a lot on the assassins. In the end, though, it kind of boils down to the way that it's sort of structured. It is kind of bruiser heavy right now. Like, if I'm not wrong about it, because like
Kind of.
it kind of
Depends.
Yeah, but even the bruisers don't really build a lot of bruiser items nowadays. I've seen a lot of Blade of the Ruined King. I've seen a lot of like, I don't even see like a lot of Black Cleavers. I don't see a lot of the other item, the 3.4 one. Like
What, Trinity Force? Sunderer?
yeah, no, the Sunderer. Yeah, the Sunderer. There's not a lot of Sunderer because like Trinity Force doesn't really fall that much under that. But like Sunderer was like the top pick for bruisers once upon a time. But now see a lot of Blade of the Ruined King. You see a lot of like maybe even Bloodthirsters. But like I have not seen a lot of like first pick Sunderers. But that's because it's more expensive.
Wait.
I don't see a lot of like.
Hold on. Gotta stop you right there. Who builds Bloodthirster?
No, sorry, I don't. Maybe not the Bloodthirster.
You mean Death Dance?
The Death Dance, yeah,
I was
that's
like,
the one.
if
They're
you build-
both red. They're both swords. Okay,
No,
so
one is orange. One looks like a.
Is
One
it
looks like an
orange?
inverted. Yeah. Well, Death Dance is orange, 100%.
oh, okay, yeah. The screen's small, you know, so you gotta forgive me on that. It's like it's small. Maybe
No.
not my tab.
If you build Bloodthirster on like a Fura or Riven, that's a report right there. There's so many better items compared to a Bloodthirster. Though I think that the Sunderer is actually a prior pick, but you know we still have some numbers to look at just to refresh your mind. This time we touched on the supports, right? We actually haven't really touched much on the supports. So this is WJ and Arisen, our support head-to-head. And this is where it gets very interesting. Primarily in the champion pool itself. WJ came from the mid lane, now put in the support role to, you know, to kind of give that assistance to Raven. And you realize that he only plays enchanters.
Yeah, that seems to be. You can already see the clear difference here, and then it kind of makes sense in like the way the damage taken, the disparity, the almost 3k in advance, 4k in advance here, because the enchanters plus versus the tanky supports on Arisen, the Galio and the Rakan.
Yeah, and at the same time, well, to be very fair, enchanted supports probably don't have enough health to take that much damage. But that kind of can be a point of attack for Fennel, right? Where you just look at the enchanted support pool for SGP and you start axing them out one by one, and that was what Enigma Galaxy has done. That was what 7-9 did against WJ primarily, where we kind of go down the list of enchanted supports. We start with the Karma, we go to the Lulu, Nami, and he does. And so far we only see the Soraka and the Janna, but to varying degrees of success, right? He has won and lost on the Soraka. The Janna pick absolutely failed because Enigma Galaxy ran over SGP. So I'm wondering if there would be a change coming into this best of 3. Because I think if you just hone in on that enchanted support pool, there's actually not much that you can fall back on.
Yeah, what do you think about the Janna and the Soraka pick? Because like we had this conversation about it, like the Gargoyle Stoneplate is the must pick nowadays. The 500 gold gives you so much and so much utility on like a tanky support. But like, what do you think about the enchanter supports here, the Soraka and Janna?
I think Janna is a pick that is just not desired, right? One of the lowest health pool in the game, and there's just better enchanted supports, right? When we look at the Karma Nami, they do the exact same job but better.
Yeah.
Soraka, which I think last week, me and Contra, we kind of touched a bit on how the Equinox is like a combo breaker, but without the Equinox, Soraka's effectiveness kind of drops tremendously, in fact.
Yeah.
So that is why a lot of teams are not even looking at these two enchanted supports. I mean, to be fair, Rakan, Thresh, these are so much better, right? You get to start fights, you get to dictate how things go. We'll see if SGP makes that adjustment, though. The bans, again, I think will still be the same. And this time, the draft is going to go exactly as planned. No Jace. I'm expecting no Yuumi, no Kassadin, the Lee Sin, a point of contention, the Camille as well.
Okay, it should be interesting to see where they decide to go with it. Do you think the Lee Sin ban is gonna come out? Do you think that they might want to hold on to it, or they're just gonna ban it so it's off the table? None of these junglers need to fight over it. What do you think?
I have a feeling it might be banned because when I think when both Sam9 and NGX play against SGP, the Lee Sin ban came out. So yeah.
Yeah.
But we have a lot more priority, right? I think the Senna was one that we didn't get to talk much about. The Senna +1, a huge favorite for the PH regions in general. They all love their Senna plus Nasus. We have seen Senna plus Galio, Senna Gragas. Sam9 used to run Senna plus Set, though that one has a lower success rate, but in general, this is just an incredibly good pick. Lee Sin is now open because Fennel bans Lucian, SGP bans Kassadin. Let's see if Fennel goes for that for Domain.
Okay. This is going to be a lot more interesting. The Lee Sin pick is open, like you said. I'm surprised by the Senna picks. Like a lot of people on Reddit have been complaining about Senna because like they feel like Senna's been gutted. Like, you know, her scaling has been like absolutely. The scaling is a lot less good, yeah, and especially in the later halves. I think they nearly halved like the scaling on like the pickups. But like in pro play, she's still seeing so much utility. She's still so strong, and like you said, the +1 thing, it still works out really, really well.
There we go. There's the Lee Sin.
There you go.
Top 1 Lee Sin in the region.
A 90% win rate. That's insane.
For most Lee Sin picks, yeah. For all of the Lee Sin picks, I think the only Lee Sin pick that lost, I think it was Phantom 6. Game 3 against, was it Underground? I think it was Underground or Grind Sky. One of the teams. I think it was Grind Sky. I could be wrong, but they lost that one. The Jax comes out for, this most likely is going to be a JK pick, and of course Rakan for Arisen. I just want to give a quick props, man. The production's awesome job, because last week we didn't have all these numbers, all these statistics. They've included that. I'm not really sure if we get the countdown bar under the picks and the pick thing. The countdown, I don't think it was there last week, but now it's there. So wonderful job. I love these. I love the
yeah,
people.
evolving with the times. Our production team is absolutely on the money. They're so good.
It's so
Let's
good.
get that bread, yeah.
They're giving us our numbers, right? Like I remember telling them that we gotta look at the supports, and poof, we get the support hit to hit. That's chef's kiss.
Oh, gonna be seeing a Lux. It's a 100% win rate. So in the mid lane, you think, or is this a swap?
Nah, it's gonna be a Raven Lux, I think.
Okay.
Well, in fact, Lux has only been picked once by Nigma Galaxy, and they won that, so 100% win rate. It's a very inflated number, but we'll see if SGP gets to keep that. The Riven, right, for Fennel, and this is another pick in the jungle that is very, very favored, but it can still be flexed into the top lane for Calm, so it's still kind of an open bulk. The interesting part for Fennel right now is that they banned the Shen. And Shen is a JK pick, but the fact that they are banning the Shen indicates that, is this just going to go elsewhere? I highly doubt so, though. That's the thing.
Well, maybe it's a bit more targeted. Maybe they don't want to get too much like immunity there on the Jax or the Lee Sin, because there's going to be a lot of initiation. You're going to be seeing a lot of Lee Sin jumps in, a lot of Jax, and like getting the Stand United would be like a get out of jail free card. It's just like, I go in, I'm about to die, and you should be punished rightfully for going in so deep. But then the Shen just needs to press the Stand United button. The shields come out, Gargoyle Stone Plate, plus their ridiculous amount of HP that comes from all sources, and they get out of jail scot free. It's still so much damage as well. So like,
I actually tried playing Shen, and I cannot get used to the Stand United overlay, right? Because like I have to look at it for a while. Like, who am I targeting? Oh wait, he's dead. I guess I'm not using it.
It's like, it's really cool what they've done. I appreciate it. Like, I don't think any other mobile game puts this much thought into like their targeting system.
I honestly love it. Just that you gotta get used to it.
Yeah, you gotta get used to it.
And that's the thing that I'm not used to. It's the same thing when there's when WildRift first got released and I was playing Twisted Fate. And it's like, oh my god, the sensitivity is so much. I keep using Destiny into like a fight, but I don't want to be there. But that's beside the point, right? These kind of things, they do take a bit of time. But this is where we see the Kha'Zix come out, and we get most likely the Danny. Well, to be fair, this Corki can go mid as well. We've seen Danny play that Karma bot alongside the Rakan, so a couple of flex on Fennel's side. But for SGP, we see that Gragas. This, I think, is... I feel like WJ would go for the Gragas support. But, if anything, we would probably see a Gragas top. We just have to find out. So it's a Gragas mid instead, yeah. So this kind of makes more sense. So Gragas mid, Lux support, get the Raven Zaya, everything kind of falling into plan. SGP still falling back to a sort of an enchanter kind of support.
Yeah.
Don't we? I'm not gonna lie, that kind of looks cool.
It was really cool. I thought it was glitching out. It's just like, ooh, you know, the transition to the next scene. But, you know, okay, so we're looking at Gragas mid. We're looking at the Lee Sin jungle. We're looking at the Lux in the Dragon lane.
Lux support.
Lux support, right.
Yeah.
So Lux in the support lane, and then Zaya in the Dragon lane.
Yeah.
And
Jax Baron.
Jax Baron, yeah. So pretty standard, pretty typical where you expect them all to be. Maybe with Gragas, because have you seen a lot of Gragas mids?
Gragas mid, no. I think this is the first Gragas mid
Yeah,
of the tournament. One interesting thing is that Jinkai is now not, well, JK, also known as Jinkai, not really playing the tanks top anymore, right? Well, seeing him on the Jax, which has been kind of a popular pick for the PH region. We've seen Chami play it, and you know, to great success as well. I think it was Nigma Galaxy, and one of the games was against SGP themselves. So that Jax pick has a lot of value coming into this tournament, and I'm excited to see how SGP is going to pull it off, because again, we're looking at the top one Lee Sin, and if there's any time to show his chops, this is it for SSK.
I feel we're pulling out the top one Lee Sin a lot, and I feel it's gonna be like really, it's gonna hurt a lot for
Yeah, well,
SSK if it doesn't turn out winning it with the Lee Sin. But like I have faith. I have
okay,
hope.
well, just to make you feel better, Coffee is top one Vayne, and he has never won a Vayne game competitively.
Well, to be fair, they target ban him all the time.
Yeah, well, when he gets to pick Vayne, he still loses. So, yeah, all things considered, you don't have to feel too bad for SSK. I'm just saying.
Okay, fair enough. We're just stating facts.
Yeah,
we're not
it's
putting pressure. We're just gonna say, but we're gonna be heading into the game soon. Fennel versus SGP. You've heard it here first, and it's gonna be an exciting game of WildRift.
Can't wait for this to kick off, especially for SGP. I think this is a huge moment for the SG squad. Obviously for them, you know, like we keep harping on the fact that, oh, they're carrying the flags of MYSG, but it's honestly just SG. And I do not mind that, right? I think they deserve to be here. They've shown great performances since you know, Southeast Asian Games, and they have continued to prove that. But obviously the struggle against the PH region is still kind of a factor when we talk about the teams, the regions participating in this tournament itself. But we'll see how this is going to pan out. We see this very standard start from SSK on that Lee Sin. You go to Tempest level 1, you clear the Raptors in the red buff. And there is incentive to cheat that timing to get a level 2 gank off before the Scuttle. We'll see if SGP pulls that off.
So when you start with the Raptors, like they start off with the E first, right? The Tempest.
Yeah. Of course.
And then they quick clear onto red, and then maybe they sort of pop towards Krugs or towards a gank if they feel like it's pushed up.
Yeah, I think that could be that could kind of be the plan for SGP. We see the ignite from Jinkai from JK, so Calm forced to get the honey fruit. Scribe's Boom is actually gonna see SSK, so no ganks from top lane for sure, and he's just clearing the Krugs. Good news for Calm, he still has that barrier, so there is this layer of defense for Fennel.
Yeah, definitely thought that he might be somewhere close by, using the Squire's Boom to try and catch him a bit early, so to try and prevent that early game gank. Gonna be seeing moving down here instead of going for the Scuttle, decides to go down towards his blue side. Interesting there, maybe to try and fight things out with Kha'Zix, but Kha'Zix already got that Scuttle over there, and there's gonna be more skirmishes like alongside the Baron side and the Dragon side.
Very volatile laning phase, but this is kind of what we want to see from JK. You know, he has been that player back in WCS MYSG where, you know, the tank, sure, you can go for it, but he generally just wants to beat you in lane and kind of just clobber you. Interesting for SGP, they actually adopted something similar from Nigma Galaxy, where they start with 5 control ward trinkets. That's something that Nigma Galaxy brought last week, and SGP learned from it. An attempted gang in the mid lane, Arise, let's take the electrocute to the face, but of course, no follow-up from SGP.
Arise there with a nice quirky escape there. Just gonna be the usual hubbub. Lee Sin tried there for the gank, didn't quite make it there in time. Gonna get his blue and then just clear out the jungle as per usual. Both sides just doing what they do best, waiting for the setup, waiting for like the timing to sort of start. maybe Corki's gonna lose a few more minions before getting back into the lane, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna be all that difficult.
Kind of a slow start.
Yeah.
Again, this is just a control from Fennel. I think overall, they don't make themselves easy susceptible to these ganks, which is why we saw Sam9 struggle against that. Games with Fennel actually has the lowest total kill counts overall.
Yeah, surprising.
Yeah, and again, right, it's kind of a big difference if you compare it to the other teams from the same region. And that's something about Fennel. But that has also kind of been a bit of the downfall when they fought NGX. SGP themselves say that Nigma Galaxy is better than Fennel, has a better chance of beating Fennel, and they actually beat Fennel 2-1. So right now SGP is up against the team that they voted against, theoretically. Of course, no ganks for SSK.
Yeah, so gonna see if SGP can keep their mouth where their money where their mouth is. If they've seen through the whole situation with Nigma Galaxy and Fennel. So let's see if they manage to get any lessons take away from that and like their observations. See if it sort of comes across as anything. Looks like Kama is being a bit more vigilant of the Lee Sin gangs. Lee Sin could be around at any time, but doesn't look like he popped in that direction. So the Sky Blue's not really gonna catch anything, not even any wards.
How is this looking for SGP? I want to hear your thoughts. How is SGP going to set up for that objective? Because 5 minutes is coming up. And of course, we have a very slow game, and everyone's getting a first core item, the first ultimate's online. What are we looking out for? I
don't know. Well, like, look, whenever you see a Lee Sin game and you don't see like a gank at like level 2 or level 3, you always kind of get this nagging sensation like, is this going to work out? Because like that's kind of the Lee Sin thing, right? You're getting a cheeky like. Cheeky Sonic Wave out to try and get like someone running away at low health, try to maybe bait out a flash, try to like apply some pressure on lanes in that early game, but like it doesn't look like Lee Sin's been able to get anything out of that because of the Squire's Bloom, because they've been wary of his pathing and where he's gonna go. And that's the thing about Lee Sin, he has to start red buff, so like it's pretty easy to tell where he's gonna be.
Package retrieve for Rise.
Yep.
Looking at the first objective in 10 minutes. Well, in 10 seconds. Domain actually secured both the Scuttle Crab, so he was able to get that first core item a bit quicker than SSK, who has the Yomus. But SGP gathering around the pit where the Rift Herald resides. I do wonder how is Fennel gonna do this though. Jinkai, this is the counter strike follow up with SSK onto Calm. He still has the barrier, pops that one. First blood goes over to Domain, who jumps right in for the kill. They don't even get Calm because Arisen is there, and Domain gets a double.
Oh, the isolation damage coming in super clutch there. Even they didn't really see it coming. Lee Sin was really weak already from... No, sorry. Jinkai already took a lot of damage there from Calm. Calm just doing his best to sort of keep him out of the fight. And that's already like 2 kills down for SGP. They didn't mean to give that away. They were going to fight for that Rift Herald, but it didn't really come out on top for them either way.
And Jinkai didn't even use his ultimate. So he didn't get benefit from the extra resistance. So could be a bit of a miscommunication from SGP, but now attempt number 2, no kick available. Calm again being the front line. Arisen gets a knock up on the 2. Domain secures that Mountain Drake, and SGP walks away with absolutely nothing. They're still itching for a fight though, but Fennel are already out.
Fennel really had their eyes on the prize there. Know that they couldn't go in too deep because they've already used a lot of their initiation on the person who they thought they could catch out there in the corner, but like didn't really amount to anything. All the jumps were used, all the dashes were used, all the Sonic Wave was used. So they knew that they could just get the dragon with impunity. Everything would be used. They would reinitiate if they decided to go in too deep on the dragon. So it doesn't look like they'd be able to get anything out of this.
Yeah. Anyway, actually a frozen replay, but we'll get that sorted out. That was a Rift Herald skirmish for SGP. Kind of got up to a start that they thought was the dream start, but again, Calm and Domain just so good when it comes to kind of utilizing the agency of their champions. And because of that, now Calm has a massive lead. Jinkai finally pops that ultimate and takes a Wind Slash. But of course, no kills onto Calm. And Fennel is kind of extending the lead a bit. Arisen! Just shows out of the shadows and gets a free kill.
Oh man, that's a Rakan magic. That's like, I didn't really expect there to be enough damage, but like that was out of left field, and it really goes to show why Rakan is a really highly contested pick right there with the Rod of Ages out of everything coming in first. doesn't SGP is kind of on the back foot here. They've lost both objectives. They have a lot of lanes pushing up. They're losing a lot of minions to the tower, and now like they're gonna have to try. They can't even like keep themselves like pushed up too far because the auto initiative is on Fennel right now, and if they push out too far, they're just gonna get caught out from other direction.
The Rod of Ages, I think it. Oh, that one was on WJ. I think Arisen is going for. Was that the Death Plate? Oh, well, not Death Plate. Dead Man's Plate.
Yeah, the
Death Plate. That actually sounds pretty nice.
That sounds really metal. Yeah, that sounds super cool.
That sounds hardcore metal. I like that Death Plate. It could be a new item, like the improved Dead Man's Plate.
Yeah, if they ever buff it, you know. Oh, okay, here we go with initiation. There's going to be the karma, going to be getting him there with the ultimate, and not much response there from the SGB side. They didn't really expect anything out of that. 3 people waiting in the bush patiently for sort of pick off. Now they can get the tower for free, the tier 1 tower. That's going to be opening up the rest of mid lane and now Baron and Dragon Lane is going to be the one suffering in the end with that, you know, roaming potential opened up by mid lane. And it looks like they're not done quite yet.
Yep, SSK forced to flash. JK doesn't have the counter strike to work with the wind slash. It's clipping SSK for a kill. Because Fennel making quick rotations, making quick work of SGP.
It looks like they were just kind of sort of stacking their business. They decided to go for the mid lane. They pushed up towards that tier 1 tower, and then decided to make that move towards the top lane because they knew that they already killed one off. There was only 2 people watching at the top lane, potentially a jungle, because they saw that there's potentially Lee Sin going to be clearing out his camps. So they decided to go for it, and now they're going to get 2 tier towers instead tier 1 towers instead of just one tier 1 tower.
So far, we haven't seen this full-blown team fight, right? But no. Danny slowly ramping up that damage on this Karma. Leandris and Ludens, incredibly hard for SGP to go through. And my biggest concern right now is SGP just not having a tank. Because Vendetta did go for that ROA. So we're looking at just 5 damage dealers.
Not going to be many people to sort of like, you know, initiate for them, potentially take a lot of hits. In fact, they're kind of, yeah, like you said, like you're kind of seeing the effects of the fact that they don't have a tank. They're pretty much getting melted with like the concerted efforts of like Fennel. Right now, they can't even contest the referral. They're just gonna have to give up objectives slowly. And with the way that they're sort of giving up objectives, they can't even get a good team fight in. They're getting picked off slowly. They're getting individual members taken out like one by one.
Yeah, Fennel just doing an incredibly good job at controlling SGP, and you know. The spillage of that early game mishap is now very evident. Fennel with almost a 6,000 goal lead over SGP, and they have complete map control. This is where we will slowly see the advantage of Fennel setting up those deep visions. And unfortunately for SGP, I feel like that time is, the clock is slowly ticking. They only cracked the top tier 1, but Fennel has already gotten all those tier 1s. Looking for a rise to SSK. He's waiting in the wings, but I'm not really sure if this is going to work out. Though. They will go in for the safeguard kick, a flash, a Valkyrie. They try to follow up. Arisen again saves his teammate. And this Rakan is an absolute beast on the Rift. Fennel turned this around. Jinkai caught out. Arisen buying time in the wings. SGP sent packing.
Oh man, SGP really decided to put all their cards there on the table to try and get that 5-man and get the tier 2 tower down on the Baron side, but like it didn't quite work out for them. They didn't manage to get the kill, they didn't manage to get the knockups, they didn't even manage to get the tower, and now it's just going to be Fennel's turn to be able to get that like lane push and the minions pushing up towards like both the Dragon side and the mid lane. This is not what SGP wants to be. This is not where they want it to be at all. Now the Ocean Dragon is going to go down to Fennel as well. They're just bleeding resources right now.
I mean, Arisen has been the star of the show. Just now, I wanna see if his I think he's using the basic Rakan cosmetic, basic Rakan skin. It'll be a bit more flamboyant if he's on the Redeemed Star Garden. But you know, who am I to complain? It's the plays that matter.
I can't believe we've gotten to the point where we're like judging someone's skin choices.
Yeah, if he's not using the right skin, that's minus points. You know, SGP still trying to find some avenues around the map, and they were able to crack that bot tier 1, but. What happens from here on out?
It just looks like a slow burn. It just looks like Fennel has prior on everything. They've got the faster push. They've got like a lot of minions pushing up on most lanes. They've got control, and they've been slowly creeping into their jungle as well. You saw they cleared their blue buff. Lee Sin hasn't been able to get like a good camp in ages, and they haven't been able to do any. They can't do any slow pushes. They don't have any like fed like Baron laners who could potentially do like a push on one lane to keep while the other lanes are occupied. It's pretty much just been. It looks like a death by 1,000 cuts for SGP. SGP has to get like a good pick. They need to be able to get like some good team fights going or something, because like right now, like you said, it's a 6,000 gold lead. SGP is just gonna start bleeding, and Rift Herald's coming out as well.
This is more like starvation, like asphyxiation. I think death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah.
It does make sense, you know. Like I think if Fennel has like 20 more kills, then yes, I think that would be really painful. But now Shelly shows up in the top lane. Arisen looking for an engage, doesn't get it. A bit out of range, but for Fennel, all that matters is this tier 2. Baron coming up at 15. Fennel setting up for that.
Arisen knowing the name of the game isn't to necessarily catch anyone, even though that'd be a good bonus. It's just to keep them away from the tier 2 turret to get it for free with the Rift Herald there on the back end. And now they're bleeding. They've lost all the tier 2 all their turrets at the Baron lane. Baron could potentially be opened up with the way that things are pushing. Jax is going to be so out there on his lonesome if he decides to push up the lane, but he might not have a choice. You can see wards there being placed to make sure that no one gets any nasty surprises. But yeah, Fennel has control over almost all aspects of the lanes and almost all like particular points right about now.
I'm surprised that SGP hasn't switched anyone to the sweeper yet. 5 control wards. Trinkets still in their inventory. That's something that NGX did bring to the table, but they actually switch out. So not really sure what SGP was looking to achieve here, because obviously you want that AoE scan from the sweeper. But I want to kind of drag our attention onto the minimap and just look at the vision that Fennel has set up. They see everything that SGP is doing.
You're already seeing like 2 vision wards there in the brush by the red buff, which is not exactly what I call optimal when you're only running vision wards. So yeah, SGP is known for having adaptability, but I'm not really seeing any sort of adaptability at this point.
They're under a ward.
They're standing in the ward. Fennel already knows what they are, and they're clearing out these vision wards with impunity. That's the thing about vision wards. Like they're just gonna get cleared out like easily because you don't have prio, you don't have any control over your own jungle.
How they wish they have a sweeper. In fact, the control wards were placed everywhere except for that one brush.
Except for the one brush where Fennel managed to go in deep, and like they knew that they know that they have vision wards. They know that if there was vision to sort of catch it out, then they would have seen it. And like I don't know why SGP hasn't really considered that like particular flaw in the five-man vision plan.
Well, Fennel forced off the Baron. That's kind of a, I would say, just a minor breathing room for SGP. You know, it's not changing the outcome of the game for sure, but at least it does give them a bit of time. Arisen shows up again, and JK, despite the stone plate, is not going to survive for any time longer. Flashes away, but still goes down to the burn damage. And Fennel starts working on that bot tier 2. WJ gets a good light binding, but it's going to give his life for this because Kami's just going to jump in. Vendetta shows up with a flash body slam. Final Spark also out. Fennel storm onto Arisen to finally take him down. Raven tries to go for the flash blink collar, but a bit out of range. The angle also not there, and Fennel now pounces for the re-engage. The flash from Calm for a double key strike, and Fennel wants to finish this right here, right now. Vendetta with a body slam to buy some time. SSK wants Calm, but Calm is unkillable in game 1, and Fennel gets the ace.
Oh, SGP needed a reverse on that so much. They went in all deep to try and get those kills. They managed to get the kill on Arisen. Wasn't quite enough. Just waiting for the re-engage. There was so much time in between that team fight that allowed Fennel to sort of come back and clean up the rest of it. And now that's going to be free open inhibitor turrets for pretty much like the rest of it. And that's super minions from both mid lane and the dragon lane right now with a free dragon and potentially a baron after this.
A near flawless game from Fennel.
Yeah.
And a lot of teams would have pulled that surrender button, but obviously you gotta fight until the end. Fennel, they're looking for the 3rd dragon of the game. And JK, very wishful thinking to just walk into that, but you know, lucky to walk out with his life.
Well, it doesn't really look at SGP as many recourses right here. They rightfully decided to change one of their vision wards out for a regular ward, but it's a little too late. Barely any vision control. You're not seeing a lot of it, even in their own jungle, even in the enemy's jungle. They're gonna have to try and clear out Baron here to make sure like everything is tip-top shape, or at least not give up the Baron that easily. Because as soon as that Baron is gone, that's it. Game over for SGP. There's no recourse with that. But yeah, there's not much they can do, not much setup. They can't push out too far. They're just gonna get picked off. They don't have anyone with the strength to be able to sort of solo or even sacrifice themselves to get like a good lane push going.
Tough spot to be in.
Yeah.
if you're SGP, if you're any team, honestly.
Yeah.
As-
It's like look down the barrel of a gun.
Yeah. Oh, you're good with with those analogies. I like it.
It's like
Have you been watching like Peaky Blinders or something? Vendetta is gonna watch the gray screen in a bit. Just gonna jump on him and finish him off. Cross Transcendence embraced to buy a bit of time. SSK. Oh boy, he's hiding in the brush.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that. We were talking about how the fact like the only lane that they can reliably get a push going is like only the Baron lane, because that's the only lane where they have an inhibitor turret up. That's the only lane they could potentially push to get a push going. But like you see, there's no vision, barely any vision control. They're just gonna get caught out, gonna get picked up.
And this is where Arisen again with the engage on the SSK. They want to prevent any sort of steal. WJ with the final spot will not get anything done, and Fennel looks to close out game number 1. And SGP have ran out of time. There's nothing left on the map for them, not even a scrap for Raven, who will get pounced on by Domain with his wings. And Fennel finds a very, very dominant game 1, 17-2 over SGP.
I was hoping for a bit of like you know, something spicy thrown in the mix there. Like I was talking about the whole thing about Fennel being a more consistent player, as SGP needing to throw in a wrench into the works. And what I saw was SGP playing up to the complete rhythm of like Fennel. The one thing that never should have happened in the first place, having a wrench throwing a wrench in there in the first place. Nothing.
We saw this avalanche effect, right? It all started from the Rift Herald fight, and it felt like SGP could not slow down the tempo of Fennel. It was just a snowball that kept building and building, and eventually just crashes into SGP space. Yeah,
you could see the Riven had the bruiser items, had the Black Cleaver, had the Sunderers, and then like but went in and SSK just disappeared. Even he wasn't expecting his health to disappear that fast. He just got removed, and then the Rift Herald was pretty much gone by that point. You can't play by Fennel's rules. You can't let them dictate the pace. You can't let them play what they're good at, which is consistent and well-placed, like you know, fighting, which is not something allowed to happen.
Right, so here is where I would need to borrow your expertise of SGP. What is in for them in game 2? What are we looking at? I know we are circling around, throwing a wrench into Fennel's plan, but what is that wrench? What is that X factor that SGP has to bring out?
I think we talked about it a little bit during the game just now. You asked me about the Lee Sin.
Right.
And I think, like I said, like Lee Sin doesn't need to make successful ganks. He doesn't need to get kills. Look, I'm really uneducated about it. When you go in as a Lee Sin, you get a good sonic wave. It provides pressure because if you get a sonic wave off on someone and they're below like half health, you know that it does damage based on their missing health. So you can force a flash, you can pressure them to go off and then force a recall. And like we're going to be going to the highlights to get a closer look at it to see what exactly happened here. But like, yeah, you can see JK here going in to try and get caught out. But like, look at the damage from Domain. Domain just jumped in, basically erased him, and that was already 2 people gone before the Rift Herald fight could start. And that was pretty much game over by that point because they weren't expecting the damage. They wanted to get someone killed, but they didn't manage to kill him fast enough. They stayed too long, and then they basically just got deleted.
And the rest was kind of an Arisen show.
Yeah.
Well, for the most part, right? This guy on the Rakan is beautiful.
Yeah, he plays really well. Like you could tell that he's the setup guy. He knows he's the setup guy, and he knows like he needs to keep people away, like during that tier 2 turret siege. So he does what he has to do. He doesn't necessarily go in too deep. Like you see, he goes in. He doesn't necessarily stays in the fight. He stays away until he feels like he needs to. He does get killed there, but like he pretty much has set out to do all the objectives he planned to do, which is to get the knockups, to get setups, and to keep people scared, to keep them away from engaging too closely. Because if you get in too close, Arisen's gonna knock you up, and that's it. You're pretty much under Fennel's like control right about now.
And this whole game is just a Fennel game in essence, right? It felt like it could have ended even before the Baron, but this kind of says it all about what to expect from this series. Of course, I'm not counting SGP out completely. There's still there's still one game for us to find out whether SGP even has a chance. But again, the stakes are playoffs, right? We're looking at the team that wins the series. getting to go to top 4 to join NGX and RRQ. Fennel, they're just one step away. In fact, they're just one game away.
They need to if they keep up the dominances so far, we've seen like more biteable plays. We're definitely going to be seeing a Fennel 2-0. Which I hope doesn't happen because I've already put my money onto SGP. But SGP, I feel like they still have time to come back. Like I think we talked about how they're more liquid, they're more responsive. So I think they do have a history of losing like early games, but I feel like they come back a lot stronger. So I'm gonna bet on it. I'm gonna hope that SGP takes a lot of lessons out of this, and they come back strong for the next game, which you and I are hoping for something more interesting.
Yeah.
And
well,
like,
we only have 2 best of 3s today. I hope for all 6 games.
we hope for more interesting games for all 6 games. Yeah.
Well, tomorrow we're gonna have a long day. We're gonna have best of 5s coming up, so that is gonna be interesting. But of course, to get there, it's all about SGP staying alive. Being the last survivor from outside the PS region. But all of this would not happen made possible without our friends at Snapdragon Elite Gaming for being with us on this journey. And winning does matter to them a lot. And when winning matters, it's where we look at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. WildRift is just a part of their portfolio. They've been with us for multiple titles, and it's great to have them on board. But alongside Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we also have Monster Energy that allow everyone, the players, the broadcast team, you and me, to unleash the beast within us. So do check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys haven't joined our Discord just yet, just join it with the link down below. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Join in the conversation. We would love to have you here and hear your thoughts on how SGP can win game number 2.
Well, SGP's got a lot to stand for. What do you think SGP should do? Like,
what I think SGP should, I don't know, win game 2 so we get a game 3.
Well, that's the rest of the owl, right? It's just saying, okay, what does SGP do? They win the game. Well,
they just have to try and beat Fennel, but come back for game 2 between Fennel and SGP.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for
roaming
them.
potential open up by mid lane, and looks like they're not done quite yet.
Yep, SSK forced to flash. JK doesn't have the counter strike to work with the wind slash. It's clipping SSK for come of the game for sure. But at least it does give them a bit of time. Risen shows up again. And JK, despite the stone plate, is not going to survive for any time longer. Flashes away, but still goes down to burn damage. And Fennel starts working on that bot tier too. WJ gets a good light binding, but it's going to give his life for it because Kami's just going to jump in. Vendetta shows up with a flash body slam. Final spark also out. Fennel storm with the Arisen to finally take him down. Raven tries to go for the flash blade collar, but a bit out of range. The angle also not there, and Fennel now pounces for the re-engage. The flash from Calm for a double key strike, and Fennel wants to finish this right here, right now. Vendetta with a body slam to buy some time. SSK wants Calm, but Calm is unkillable in game 1, and Fennel gets the ace. I do wonder how is Fennel gonna do this though. Jinkai, this is the counter strike follow up with SSK onto Calm. He still has the barrier, pops that one. First blood goes over to Domain, who jumps right in for the kill. They don't even get Calm because Arisen is there, and Domain gets a double.
Oh, the isolation damage coming in. If they ever buff it, Oh, okay, here we go with initiation. There's gonna be the karma, gonna be getting him there with the ultimate, and roaming potential open up by mid lane, and looks like they're not done quite yet.
Yep, SSK forced to flash. JK doesn't have the counter strike to work with the wind slash. It's clipping SSK for come of the game for sure. But at least it does give them a bit of time. Risen shows up again. And JK, despite the stone plate, is not going to survive for any time longer. Flashes away, but still goes down to burn damage. And Fennel starts working on that bot tier too. WJ gets a good light binding, but it's going to give his life for it because Kami's just going to jump in. Vendetta shows up with a flash body slam. Final spark also out. Fennel storm with the Arisen to finally take him down. Raven tries to go for the flash blade collar, but a bit out of range. The angle also not there, and Fennel now pounces for the re-engage. The flash from Calm for a double key strike, and Fennel wants to finish this right here, right now. Vendetta with a body slam to buy some time. SSK wants Calm, but Calm is unkillable in game game 1. And Fennel gets the ace.
Oh,
I do wonder how is Fennel gonna do this though. Jinkai, this is the counter strike follow up with SSK onto Calm. He still has the barrier, pops that one. First blood goes over to Domain, who jumps right in for the kill. They don't even get Calm because Arisen is there, and Domain gets a double.
Oh, the isolation damage coming in.
One
If they ever
attempt.
buff it, you know. Oh, okay, here we
Yeah.
go with initiation. There's going to be the karma, going to be getting him there with the ultimate, and you know, roaming potential open up by mid lane, and looks like they're not done quite yet.
Yep. SSK forced a flash. JK doesn't have the counter strike to work with the wind slash. It's clipping SSK for come of the game for sure. But at least it does give them a bit of time. But Risen shows up again. And JK, despite the stone plate, is not going to survive for any time longer. Flashes away, but still goes down to burn damage. And Fennel starts working on that bot tier too. WJ gets a good light binding, but it's going to give his life one. An absolute of a spanking delivered by Fennel to SGP in game 1. I think spanking is an understatement. It was an absolute beatdown, but SGP still have a chance to stay in this best of 3. Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals Playoffs for the region of MSPB. My name is Husky, alongside Pondo, or as you guys know as Aaron. I work with, you're the second Aaron, right? Like Contra is also Aaron.
There's a lot of Aarons. We have
Yeah.
an Aaron, like one of the players. We have Aaron Contra, now Aaron me.
Yeah, wait, yeah. So Aaron's from all walks of life. Well, from you know, great people. Definitely not complaining. But I don't have any complaints in case you're wondering. But you know, on to more pressing matters. SGP in game 2.
Oh man, okay. Like, it's a doozy. Like you and I saw, it was kind of a slow, it was sort of a slow concession of pretty much every key objective. We're seeing like a slow push towards towers. We're seeing like a loss of Rift, which eventually translated into a loss of Dragon. They didn't have a foothold on the Dragon there. They tried to get the pick off on like one or two champions so they could get a better a better directive onto Dragon, but like they couldn't really do it. And like now we're here, looking at the KDA here on Fennel. Calm doing his absolutely insane 70% kill participation, 1,000 gold per minute, and like he was doing some crazy work there on Riven at the Baron lane.
And of course, you know, this is the key player for game number 1, but I would also put Arisen on the same list, right? Because I think this Rakan really did a lot of setup. Nonetheless, well deserved by Calm. This Riven is an absolute beast. Perfect game for him, in fact. 0 deaths on the Riven, and not necessarily winning the lane, but of course with a bit of help from his team, he proceeded to become an unstoppable beast, and that is game number 1. But for game 2, now we know for a fact the Lee Sin is not really a big factor for both teams.
The Lee Sin, when the Lee Sin has to be effectual, and like the early game is the most important part of the game for Lee Sin. So Lee Sin getting in there is going to be key to like winning a lot of fights. I didn't see enough of an impact from Lee Sin. He wasn't necessarily getting onto key members of the team there on the backline and getting pickoffs where he should. In fact, the Kha'Zix on Domain was a lot more efficient at that. We're seeing Riven there with her more bruiser like items, more tanky items to get the lockdowns to keep away from Domain. Domain just needed to wait for his like the isolation procs, waited to jump in to get like a good Q, to get a good taste of fear, and then pretty much at that point it was good pickoffs for the rest of the team. Like Fennel was just sitting pretty, and Arisen could come in at any time to catch like the rest of the backline who were like caught off guard.
Kind of like a good night, goodbye, sweet prince moment. Game 2, SGP on blue side. Now they get their priority in terms of pick. But Fennel has the last pick in game number 2. We started with the Karma ban. That has been a hidden factor for Fennel's game 1, right? This Karma that went full AP, you know, Danny just providing all that utility and those long-range pokes. On SGP, who did not have any tank, the Karma hurts extremely much. But for Fennel's side, I do not expect any changes in terms of ban.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna go with the usual because they've been so effectual on the stuff that they do have remaining. SGP is gonna be a bit more targeted. Maybe we might see like something that's gonna be more on the specialized sides for Fennel. I feel like if I was in SGP suits, I would definitely be banning out like the Rakan, more and more specialized bans to try and pick out the more, you know, scarier parts of their kit, such as on Arisen. And like, if I see a Riven ban, I wouldn't be surprised either. But I feel like if you might be banning something that is bad, but potentially giving up, you know, giving up the chance for a Kassadin, which might be even worse. You know?
Yeah, and now this is where SGP makes a decision, right? do I ban the Kassadin? I feel like if they don't ban it, Fennel would consider it as consider banning the Kassadin anyways. But SGP, again, they have the record of losing with the Kassadin, and that was kind of exposed by Enigma Galaxy in that upper bracket, so I won't be surprised if Fennel has a solution to that. But overall, I think for SGP is really kind of shutting down what Fennel's options are, and SGP decides to open that ban, and now Fennel gets to make a choice. Whether we ban a Kassadin, whether we ban a Camille, whether we ban the J. So there are options for SGP.
Well, yeah, I feel... Well, it depends.
Right, you open both. You open both of them.
we put out the possibilities here, and immediately now we're kind of thrown for the rut on what is going to actually going to be banned. SGP is going to have a lot... Their ban is going to be a lot more like... Well, we're going to be seeing Kassadin in there on them anyway. So.
And Fennel consciously did this, right? They could ban a Kassadin, but they were like, you know what? Let Kassadin through. We have an answer for it. Camille is still online. We have that Lee Sin for doming if we ever wish to go for that. But of course, you know, there's also the Riven, there's the Kazakhs. We've seen a couple of other choices for Fennel. I don't think they're too worried about this. They have that next 2 picks.
Fennel, like I think you said, like SSK has a lot more choices in terms of their jungle picks. They have a lot more flexibility when it comes to like Shinsekai's like jungle. But like I think overall Fennel seems to have a stronger lineup when it comes to their picks and like the champions that they choose, because like it always seems to mesh cohesively a lot better than what we've seen from SGP. So SGP, sometimes they kind of get strong armed by like a really bad pick, or they kind of get disabled by like a counter pick that they don't really have a good answer for on their team.
Yeah. Well, now we get to see doming on his Lee Sin, but I'm also interested to see Calm on that Camille, one of his best pick, even back in the days. And finally it's let through. Again, Camille doesn't have necessarily the best win rate, but I have faith in Calm. And I have the same faith that I have in SSK's Vi. It's a pick that I think only SSK has played so far. And you know, he is very, very active on this champion, right? We see this early bruiser transition into this lockdown bot with the cease and desist in the late game, but SGP also picks the Senna for themselves.
That's going to be a good pick. I feel like the Senna's going to be a good setup. He's going to have like a lot more like utility to help out the rest of the team. And Vi is always a solid pick. Even when she's not necessarily the best pick in meta, she's always been a solid pick like throughout the entire history of the game. Good dash, a good ulti, and like she's got a lot of like good points about her kit that I always feel like this is a very solid like champion at pretty much like most points of the game, no matter how like the meta shifts or how things go.
We'll see if that's going to be the case. Though they did pick Vi against Semnai, I believe that was game 1 last week. That one looked pretty darn good, in fact. Fennel picking up the Xayah, kind of throwing a bit of shade at SGP. You know, like, you guys played this, didn't work out well, let us show you how it's done.
Yeah,
Nasus ban comes out, very, very expected.
Yeah, but they want to keep the Nasus off. I think you mentioned something about Senna being like an absolute must pick with the Nasus. Like it's a really strong pick.
It is.
Yeah. Because it's the front lining, right? It's the fact that if you run the Nasus with the Senna, then you have the slow, and then you have the Senna there to back you up with a slow together with like together with the stun. It's pretty much almost a guaranteed hit almost every time, right?
Yeah, and we're looking at just solid laning phase. You know, not really threatened. And you have this Nasus that's just kind of front line as the game progresses. But that means that, you know, with this Nasus taken out, we are going to go down the list, right? We're looking at Galio, we're looking at Gragas, but SGP had to ban the Galio as well. Galio Camille, it's a very classic combo. So there's actually not much left. Maybe the Set, maybe the Gragas. These are the 2 options that I can think of to pair with the Senna in that bottom lane. But that is pretty much it for Fennel. They go back to the Shen ban this time. Does make a bit more sense since we haven't seen JK's hero champion. And Fennel steals the Gragas away, and now SGP are in a pickle. It's always not really encouraged to third pick the Senna, because then you just go into the ban phase and the enemy starts targeting your champions.
Yeah. It's targeted. It's like there's a lot of ways that Senna can be useful, but like there's a lot of champions that she's really good with, and if you don't have those champions, Senna becomes like a lot less effective of pick. So like you said, third pick for Senna makes things very difficult, especially if they steal away a lot of the champs that she's gonna work with. Singe is gonna be Okay, I think Singe is going to be a pretty decent pick. I don't think it's optimal, but I do think it's a good pick overall for like a lot of like what SGP wanted to like solve from their first game, which is going to be a lot more lane priority, a lot more like solo laning.
Yeah, it's going to be a cinched bottom with the Senna. I think this is the first time we see it. But overall, you have that mega adhesive, so you do limit the mobility of the members on Fennel who like to go around. Body slam, sonic wave, a hook shot, and of course a finalization with the RV for Arise. One of the more popular picks in recent meta. Of course, we're looking at a new and reworked RV, so that Spirit Rush is just so much better, especially when you get those takedowns. So we get this RV into Kassadin, and then we actually had this conversation, right? Kassadin early game, absolutely atrocious, gets bullied by everyone. Ari is one of those champions that can push Kassadin out of lane.
Yeah, it's like he's supposed to be the anti-mage, but like a good Ari can potentially keep him on his feet. And like, even though he has a really bad like early game in comparison to pretty much a lot of other champs, it's not as bad as Kill. And his base stats are extremely strong for what they are, which is part of why he's so dominant in the meta right now, because like it's supposed to be worse.
Yeah.
Kassadin by right is not supposed to be surviving that early on in most like games. Like he's supposed to have worse stats. He's supposed to be be in a lot more danger when he's in the laning phase. But I think the Kassadin WildRift is like he's very strong because like he can still survive a lot of ganks. The ultimate comes out a lot faster at level 5 instead of level 6 for the PC.
Yeah.
So like his like dominant phase comes out a lot faster.
Well,
you get a lot
like
of ages as well.
A fast track version of the Kassadin.
Yeah, a fast track version.
Yeah. We have seen again SGP. They have a record of losing with Kassadin. This is the third Kassadin pick, if I'm not mistaken, for SGP. All 3 games on Vendetta. He has won 1, he has lost 1, and in the survival game, this is probably their last half an hour in the tournament.
Yeah.
It all boils down to that Kassadin pick once more.
Well, they're gonna have to survive, improvise, adapt, overcome, because like this, it has to be third time's the charm. The Kassadin is too strong to give up. If you give her the Kassadin, you potentially let the enemy take it. Like you said, the win rate potentially is not very good in Kassadin, but they're gonna have to learn how to use it effectively if they want to win this game, because Fennel has a number right now. Like you said, it could be potentially the last 30 minutes that SGP plays in the qualifiers, and that's gonna be bye-bye for one half of the region. It's gonna be a Philippine game from then on.
That kind of has been what a lot of us expected, right? Just the PH regions dominating everyone, and for them to do so in such a dominant fashion, I think that's what makes it impressive. One of the most competitive regions we have in Southeast Asia. But game number 2 between Fennel and SGP kicks off right now, and SGP needs to win this to keep that lifeline alive.
To keep their hopes alive, to keep more regions into the qualifiers here.
Honestly, there's just 2 regions at this point.
That's just 2 regions, but variety is the spice of life. So I hope that things sort of come up on top. I think the Singe might be suffering a bit on the Gragas lane. He's gonna be taking a lot of hits. Not gonna be very useful in the early game, however. And JK is just gonna use a lot of his Counter-Strike whenever the Camille comes in, and just fend off a lot of her early aggression.
Now, interesting enough, WJ went for the fleet footwork instead of the aftershock, so we're sacrificing a bit of that resistance, but with that small detail aside, Danny and Arisen, just like you expected, kind of holding on to the lane pretty well themselves. Let's take a quick pick back into calm stats from game 1. Just marvel at the numbers. Deathless game, 12th in terms of KDA. But now you give him his best champion. I mean, you're gonna fear that bottom lane. WJ ignited, not down just yet, but came pretty close to that.
Yeah, kind of talking about how the Singe is gonna have a bad time in lane. He's just that's kind of what he has to do. He has to stay alive. The aim is not to win the lane. I don't think there's gonna be a lot of ways to win this lane unless they overextend and again get a good adhesive onto the Gragas to keep his dash from going off. But you can already see Domeng. He's doing what the Lee Sin should be doing, keeping the pressure alive, and gonna be keeping them out of lane to keep a lot of their minions away. Gonna get a lot of that early tower goat, and that could potentially mean that he could swing towards mid lane to sort of keep Kassadin out of the lane as well, and potentially make things interesting here for the rest of the game.
The Jinkai actually flashed away. SSK looking for an angle for the Volt Breaker, but that was not going to happen.
Too little, too late. Yeah.
Com's just sticking around. The bottom lane, Raven getting gone on. No flash, no exhaust. First blood's gonna be secured by Domain. He locks it down.
Oh, they're seeing the crack in that armor there. They know that a Singe Raven comp is just rife for the picking. It's going to be so easy for them to pick up that early.
Do it again.
And I'll do it again. That's what he's saying right now. Right, Risen's so close to death there. Right there, it's just not quite enough.
And Domain gets a fadeaway Sonic Wave. They were able to pick off Calm in the top lane, but it's kind of a consolation prize for SGP, Fennel. We're like, what, 2.5 minutes in, and that tier 1 is almost down. And all this while, it's again exploiting the fact that this Kassadin, even with the Rift Walk early on, there's no agency, right? You're not looking for the Kassadin to get anything done.
Yeah, like he's not going to get a lot of good push going. It's going to be very difficult for him to get a lot of stuff out there. Here comes to SSK here.
Again, gets stunned, cease and desist, counter strike, SSK drawing aggro. Gets the kill onto Calm again.
That was textbook. That was really good. Very, very instantaneous reaction. Now they're going to be able to get some pressure down on the Baron lane, pull it away, because Kassan is not really going to be very good at pushing. So Ari just needs to come in, throw an orb of deception, and then like it's enough to get things going.
So Calm getting shut down a bit, no, interestingly, all the teams that play SGP actually put a lot of attention to shutting down JK. So SGP finally, responding in kind, but Fennel having a bit of presence down bot again, and Domain ready to show up. Shroud is going to expire in a bit, and Domain is ready. See Arisen just putting his body in front, but forced to flash away. SSK doesn't get the Vault Breaker connection. Oh,
SSK already saw that there was going to be another attempt at getting that chink in the armor, which is like the early game Singe and the Ravens. So coming here for the counter gank, but they want that tower. That tower is going to be a lot of gold if they get it out before the plates fall. Is JK going to be... Oh.
Yeah, does get it, but does give his life away.
Well, yeah, that's good though. That's a lot more gold coming out to Jax with a lot of the plates gone. So they're just kind of trading the pressure out from Barrel lane to the Dragon lane. Potentially opens up a lot more recourse here. With Kassadin hitting his level 5, going to be able to do a lot more to Ari.
Explosive cast. And follow up on the Lee Sin. Feather Storm used by Danny as well. A double for Danny. He's looking for more. The flash doesn't really connect, but it's a triple nonetheless for Danny, and Fennel breaks that bot tier 1.
Oh man, I think SSK did stay around to try and like counter gank, because know that Domain's gonna be sticking around there forever, pretty much make it his home right there. But like, didn't really consider the fact that there's gonna be another person joining in the fray, and then that's gonna be 3 kills over. Like that's not really counter jungling at that point. That's just giving an extra kill towards the bot lane instead of the 2 kills you could have been giving away for free.
This is where we see, Fennel just generally having a pretty good time. Just like game 1. Now, I would say that SSK definitely did get a bit more aggressive, a bit more active. At mid, they pushed Danny and punished him. A fling onto the Risen is going to secure his fate. SSK gets a double as the Rift Arrow spawns.
That was a good pick. The timing there was absolutely great. Gives them a lot more opportunity to open up towards the Rift. I think Fennel already know that the Rift is going to be the priority here to try and get a bit more off the plates here, because that plate gold is just so essential. It's like gives you so much within that early game if you can secure it. So they're going to be trying to get the Dragon while they know that the Rift is going to be the priority here for at least the first Rift.
And SGP now trying to stop Fennel from taking this Dragon, but might cost the life of WJ. He's flash away. Domain gets a smite secure, but SGP turning attention to that mid tier 1. Drop Shelly now. This charge is going to take down the turret though. Fennel have more than enough manpower to defend this. I don't think he even gets charge off.
Whoa, big misplay there not to put down the Rift while the Dragon is being taken. Decided to put all their focus and they're fighting for the Dragon. But that would have been a good opportunity to get the Rift down and like apply pressure to the mid lane while the Dragon is being taken. So like surprised that they decided to go straight there instead of putting the Rift down there before going into the Dragon fight.
And Fennel gone on Calm with the flash counter strike ignite. JK picks up a solo.
That's an easy pick there, Camille. Kind of sticking down around for one more wave to try and like make sure that it's not pushing on either side. But like, yeah, surprised they decided to stick around with such low health.
Fennel thinking of a response. We see Arisen going to be there, but SSK once more in the right place at the right time with the help of Jinkai. He's trying to work on that turret first. Raven also shows up. Fennel outnumbered in this Baron lane, but they do not have minions on the side of SGP. Flash body slam, and Risen again starts the fight with the stone plate to stay alive, and it's actually Domain that picks up the kill, and now he wants more. Safeguards forward, gets the slow of the rebuff, and Danny now provides some help. Calm respawns, shows up, gets the ultimatum, ignite onto JK. Jinkai still alive. The flame from WJ actually cost Jinkai his life. Bit of a miscommunication from SGP, but they still pick off Calm. But they did end up losing the tier 1 top, and now WJ sent on the run. Danny rooted down, has to use the Phantom Storm. Disengaged from both teams.
Oh man, SGP is seeing SGP wanted to trading out the Baron turret. Their response for the fact that they lost the Dragon turret is going to be very difficult for them to get the push. So they decided to sort of trade it, maybe open up the Baron lane and potentially get like more control towards the mid lane where they can take the tier 1 turret as well. But then the turnaround from Fennel. Fennel looked like losing their overextended, going to be throwing out the Senna ultimate to keep them alive, and it looked like Fennel was on the back foot, but they used that opportunity to take down the turret, which was at full health. Not even talking like half health, we're talking like full health, and he managed to take it down while the rest of the shenanigans were going down there with Calm on his Camille there at the back lane.
Yeah. And yeah, JK suffered a very painful death. Kind of got betrayed by WJ, who actually flung Calm backwards. Oh, but they go on Calm again. They'll give him his 6th death of the game. Not so key play anymore, huh?
I'd say that SGP is supposed to be like winning these fights right here, but they're giving up a lot of the tower control. It's Fennel who have their eyes on the prize right now there, and SGP is not really getting a lot out of this. They need to be able to sort of fight back in terms of turrets taken, in terms of the pushes, in terms of objectives, because right now with the turrets down, it's a lot more open for Fennel to get whatever they want. Like you see it there, it's open mid lane, Baron lane, and Dragon lane. Objectives going to be coming out in like a couple of minutes, and like there's not going to be a lot that SGP is going to be able to do without suffering a lot more damage to their tier 2 turrets if they don't get things under control right now. And Vendetta also going to be caught out here.
And just good patience from Fennel. Collapse onto the Kassadin, finally shutting off Vendetta by a bit. And that delay is important for Fennel. You don't want the Kassadin to come online. That kind of is the insurance policy for SGP. Arisen shows up with Cass. WJ though Bob actually was able to escape with his own flash, but for Fennel it was all about the turret.
So this is kind of the differing like this is what we call like this losing the battle but winning the war. And what Fennel is just taking off these turrets right now. Like they don't care if they lose, they lose a couple of kills. Yeah. They know they managed to push you off. They know they managed to get a lot more out of it because you're taking a tier 2 turret down in mid lane. That opens stuff up for Rift. It's going to be a lot more difficult for SGP to get down there on the back foot. Everything is kind of open up, and the vision control as well is not quite as deep as it should be. They haven't been able to push that far into the jungle because of how like open the turrets have been. And you know, SGP has been winning the fights, but look, the goal difference is there, and Fennel also managed to like do a lot of like return kills.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Fennel is fine with happening, right? We look at the game state, the mid lane completely pushed in. Fennel actually just gonna bomb rush this Herald that SGP were not ready to contest at all. And this is just bad news for SGP. Now this Herald becomes a crucial point for Fennel to apply pressure in that mid lane.
This is probably going to be a complete opposite of what we see from SGP just now. When SGP didn't put down the Rift Herald on the time, it absolutely got decimated before it could do anything to that mid tower. It's still standing, as you can see, tier 1 tower, and Fennel is the one who's got the setup for the Dragon right now. It's going to be very difficult for them to get in on the backline, even with the Kassadin at the ready.
Use that Shroud just to sneak through the barrel, but Domain has already gotten it. SSK, he's in! He's just gonna go for the cease and desist. Dawning Shadow to give him, you know, some shield for now. WJ Righteous Glory goes for the fling onto Risen though. They will just power onto it, but he has the stone plate. And look at that shield. WJ loses his life. Vendetta is out of the fight. SSK is trapped, and Danny finishes off the kill. And the Risen comes back for round 2. The body slam to buy a bit of time, and Fennel pounces on SGP. Everyone falls. Jinkai sent on the run. Raven also out of the fight. They do finish off Risen, but it's only a support, and that guy has done his job. Meanwhile, Domain just no respect for Raven at all, takes him out in his own base, and that's where Rift Herald gets summoned. And I think we're watching the end of SGP.
That was really well done by Fennel there. You could see that they could have like immediately gone for the Vi, went in there with the cease and desist because she went too far deep in there. They could have immediately turned around, but they decided to respect it. They know that the Castle is waiting on the way. It could be a solo kill onto the Jax. The one thing that Jax could have been, you know, saving up for that particular point in time. But like you said, it's more impeccable. They've been chaining things together a lot more. Like SGP's been going for after the objectives. Like they went for that dragon lane here. Here's the replay. So you see, went in too deep. Tried to get the dragon before it got removed because there's no vision. Only had to estimate it. Really good timing, but off slightly. Respecting the fact that Castellan was about to go in on their backline. Respectfully backing off before deciding to go back on them. In on them when Castellan went in too deep and didn't manage to get in on anyone, and that's already the rest of them going to be removed systematically from the rest of it. Arisen going to walk away before Jax has his jump back up, and he gets away scot-free. But no, wait, he does get the slain. Sorry, he does get the kill off there with the rest of his buffs.
SSK again. Oh, Khan doesn't get to play the game at all, but I say that he has died 7th time and he's actually out. Vendetta follows up for a kill. Actually a decent setup for Baron.
Yeah, that could be potentially a spin around that they move towards the top lane. They managed to get Calm. Calm hasn't been a big factor though.
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah, I'd say like there's a bigger threat here from Domeng and Arisen. The combination.
This is important. If they can get Danny, they can get him to expend his spells. But the Risen has his barrel. Fennel gonna get out of this though. Vendetta goes in, and this is a Cassidy power. It's gonna dive the members of Fennel on that top lane. SSK jumps in, Domeng drop low, pops the stone plate. Danny forced to use the Fennel Storm, but grounded by the Mega Adhesive, and they just plow through him. And the Risen finally meets his end. A double for WJ. They get the charm with Raven. Domeng goes for the kick, but the stone plate! Oh, it saved Raven! With a literal Valve SGP picks out 3 kills.
Oh, they went in. They probably went into a bit too close to the turret there. They've taken way too many hits. Baron is not on the table right now. Way too low. Gonna have to back off and repeat. But that was a great play there from Fennel, knowing that they could sort of like stop the advance onto the tower and save the tower. Also get a lot more damage off to make sure that the Baron doesn't manage to get taken, and the rest of the lane is gonna get pushed in. So they're gonna have to recall, get those items, get those heals, and then start again getting those lane pushes out. So and get the maintenance out before they start any sort of objectives or Baron.
And this is kind of how it happens, right? SGP just committing to this fight, and it actually went that way.
I think the entire gameplay of SGP has been what we call way too deep. Like, you know, you could do a little bit of a left tap. You don't necessarily need to go in all in if you manage to get like the initial kill. See, they're already skirmishing here on the front line. There's no need to go that far. The lane was there. Your minions weren't pushed. You didn't really have a lot of like. Even if you did manage to get those kills, there wouldn't be much to go on except for the Baron. But if you did manage to get those kills, you'd be too low to go for Baron anyway. So I'm not sure what the heavy push was there for in the first place.
I mean, early on you did say that in the stone plate, it's cheap, it's great. We saw how good the stone plate was. Raven survived because of the stone plate, right? You gotta do something about that thing. Like make it expensive, make it like 800 gold, right? If Locket is 800, how is stone plate not 800?
How is something that gives you so much HP only 500 and like keeping you alive? SGP playing like there's no stone plate right here. They've been trying to get picks off, but the stone plate's been keeping like Fennel alive long enough to be able to respond really well, and cause SGP to lose a lot in a lot of the team fights, even though they're not out of the woods just yet.
Is it time for Vendetta to reach that critical mass? I feel like it is. Or at least start getting there.
He's getting there in gold. We're seeing him in gold, but I haven't seen like an effectual like jump yet. Because like from all the jumps we've seen, he doesn't seem to be jumping on top of them, which is what you want to see out of the Cassidy. He's been going in to try and get like the void splash, and then like he's been trying to do damage from a distance. But you want to be getting deep into the backline if you see your opportunity. You don't want to be doing like harass damage out here.
Arisen misses the flash body slam, but they found Raven nonetheless. Getting rid of the members of SGP, but Vendetta, watch out! He's already in the fight. Zhonya's keeping her rise alive, and there might be a chance of Fennel, but Vendetta, oh, he's strong. He has a double already. Arisen, third one to get jumped on. Vendetta gets a triple, and they're gonna go for the cleanup on the Fennel. Quad for Vendetta. I don't think there is a penta as JK steals that, but SGP breaks the game wide open.
Oh man, just talking about how Vendetta was supposed to be going in deep, and right as I say that, it just happens right about then. There's a stone plate to try and get more, like, take more hits off of the minions so they can go in deep on the rest of the turret. And it's going to be an inhibitor turret, which opens things up
It's
for
game
Baron
3?
later. It could be a game 3, but look, the myth, they're going straight for it.
And they're
That's
gonna
be
get it. SGP, not done just yet. And on the back of a Kassadin pick, we find ourselves staring down a full best of 3.
Wow, okay. Wasn't expecting that turnaround. I was expecting Fennel to sort of be able to respond in kind, but then they just knocked, and then it came, whoop, your time is up, and they managed to get all those 5 kills. That was the cincher. If only one of them was alive, there could potentially still have been a comeback, but SGP decided to go, nope, you're gone.
And that was the SGP that you have been dying to see, right? Just this SGP that keeps running at you, just relentless. I mean, I don't know how I'm gonna feel if I was calm that entire game, because I just feel like I'm getting targeted again and again.
Yeah.
I think all of his death was because SSK decided to just put a bullseye on him.
Yeah, the opposite of being calm, actually. Yeah, calm was the calm at all. But we're going into the replay, going to be looking at some of the highlights here. Here we see like Fennel trying to be gaining on the Raven. This was the early part. This is where I was talking about the Lee Sin utilizing like that early game dominance to try and keep Singe and WJ and Raven out of the game. And it looks like it worked for the most part, but that's the thing. It doesn't matter because you have a Singe. Singe just needs the effectual go to keep things in the running. They managed to get so much early gold off of that, but didn't really translate into things down towards the lane. SGP, like there was a lot of times where they went in too deep. There was a lot of times where I was gonna say SGP, you went in too deep, but they managed to translate that into like effectual kills. They managed to get enough gold to sort of keep themselves relevant. And here we have JK surviving, barely using one of like Senna's like heals.
and the fling from WJ. You know,
and the fling from WJ to keep him off like the backline. And that's a whole turret gone. I really thought that Fennel was not gonna be losing this one because like they had a lot. They were winning if ever so slightly, just in terms of objectives, in terms of like team fights, and like like this is a return fight.
And these are the moments where we look at Fennel and we were like, yeah, they have full control of this game. But that is kind of with Vendetta out of the conversation, right? We're not looking at too much at the Kassadin. Vendetta did suffer a death or 2 in this game, but when the time comes, it's the result's the same. When Kassadin time arrives, it's
when
like
when it's Kassadin time.
Yeah, it's like it's like 12 a.m. in Cinderella, right? She loses her gown. While when it's 15 minutes in WildRift, you lose the game because there's a Kassadin in it. This is kind of the fight, right? The defining moment of just Kassadin things.
This is where it all happened. This is when they did the fog of war was there. They came in too late, didn't really see a lot of them. They managed to get in the jump on pretty much all of the backline, and that was it. That was the cincher. And if you don't respect the backline, or like it's not that they didn't respect the backline, it's that the fog of war kept them out of like vision there for like the longest time until it's too late when they already were spotted. I think they went in deep to try and get in some vision to try and make sure that there wasn't any nasty surprises. But the timing, it's just a little bit of timing, and sometimes the timing is all you need. And the Red is already opened up from the Baron turret. They just need to push it down, and that was the game.
Yeah, and then well, so far Lee Sin. Again, right? I promise this is the last time I talk about the Lee Sin. I lost on both sides, but we are seeing, Fennel. In fact, when we looked at the last ban, they have a choice to ban out the Kassadin, but they went for the Jace instead. And so far, what we saw from Nigma Galaxy when they beat SGP, even though SGP had Kassadin, was they target the side lanes, right? They make sure that Kassadin doesn't really have space on the map to farm up. Fennel tried to go for the same thing, but unfortunately didn't go exactly to plan because SGP just bought enough time.
Yeah, the first game we saw Fennel, they sort of took all the little victories they could.
Oh yes.
They managed to get all those objectives. They managed to get the push, but SGP fought back hard this time. Even though it still seemed like it was the same trajectory. So we saw the gold. You were looking at the gold graph just now. It was in like Fennel's side before it decided to swing completely during that last half, because Fennel wasn't necessarily losing. They were taking the little victories. It's just that SGP was keeping them the gold differential like here, just in case there was a turnaround, because there was going to be a turnaround. It's a Kassadin. Like, eventually there's going to be a lot of void walking, there's going to be a lot of like silence balls, and that's it, you're done.
Yeah, and while Fennel was done for Game 2, and that means we get a Game 3. All of this made possible by our partners at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. Again, WildRift is just a very small part of their endeavors with us. They've been with us for multiple titles, and it's great to have worked with these guys. So, just awesome people. This would not have happened without them. But they also would not have happened without Monster Energy, allowing everyone to unleash the beast. So do check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys want to join our Discord, if you guys haven't joined our Discord, join us at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. We would love to hear your thoughts on the series and just the tournament in general, and to find out more info about the games itself. Coming up, SGP against Fennel, game number 3, the decider game to find out who qualifies into the playoffs. We're gonna, take a look at that after this break, so do not go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas.
Yeah, does get it.
Potentially opens up a lot more recourse here. Rakasa hitting is level 5, going to be able to do a lot more to Ari.
Explosive cast. And follow up on the Lee Sin. Feather Storm used by Danny as well. A double for Danny. He's looking for more. The flash doesn't really connect. Definitely did get a bit more aggressive, a bit more active. In mid, they pushed Danny and punished him. A fling onto the Risen is going to secure his fate. SSK gets a double as the Rift Arrow spawns. First, Raven also shows up. Fennel outnumbered in this Baron lane, but they do not have minions on the side of SGP. Flash body slam, and Risen again starts the fight with the stone plate to stay alive, and it's actually Domain that picks up the kill, and now he wants more. Safeguards forward, gets the slow of the rebuff, and Danny now provides some help. Calm respawns, shows up, gets the ultimatum ignite onto JK. Jinkai still alive. The fling from WJ actually cost Jinkai his life. Bit of a miscommunication from SGP, but they still pick off Calm. But they did end up losing that.
Their tier 2 turrets if they don't get things under control right now. And Vendetta also going to be caught out here.
And just good patience from Fennel. Use that Shroud just to sneak through the barrel, but Domain has already gotten it. SSK, he's in. He's just gonna go for the cease and desist, Dawning Shadow to give him, some shield for now. WJ Righteous Glory goes for the fling onto Risen though. They will just power onto him, but he has a stone plate, and look at that shield. WJ loses his life. Vendetta is out of the fight. SSK is trapped, and Danny finishes off the kill, and the Risen comes back for round 2. The body slam to buy a bit of time, and Fennel pounces on SGP. Everyone falls. Jinkai sent on the run. Raven also out of the fight. They do finish off a Risen, but it's only a support, and that guy has done his job. Meanwhile, Domain just no respect as his barrel. Fennel gonna get out of this though. Vendetta just goes in, and this is a casted in power. It's gonna dive the members of Fennel on that top lane. SSK jumps in, Domain drop low, pops the stone plate. Danny forced to use the Feather Storm, but grounded by the Mega Adhesive, and they just plow through him. And the Risen finally meets his end. A double for WJ to get the charm onto Raven. Domain goes for the kick, but the stone plate! Oh, it saved Raven! With a literal valve, SGP picks up 3 kills.
The backline if you see your opportunity. You don't want to be doing like harass damage out here.
Arisen misses the flash body slam, but they found Raven nonetheless. Getting rid of the members of SGP, but Vendetta, watch out! He's already in the fight. Zanya's keeping the Rise alive, and there might be a chance for Fennel, but Vendetta, oh, he's strong. He has a double already. Arisen, third one to get jumped on. Vendetta gets a triple, and they're gonna go for the cleanup onto Fennel. Quad for Vendetta. Calm's just sticking around. The bottom lane, Raven getting gone on. No flash, no exhaust. First blood's gonna be secured by Domain. He locks it down.
Oh, seeing the crack in that arm. Not gonna get a lot of good push going. It's gonna be very difficult for him to get a lot of stuff on there. Here comes SSK here.
Again, gets stunned, cease and desist, counter strike. SSK drawing aggro.
To get it out before the plates fall. Is JK gonna be? Oh.
Yeah, does get it.
Potentially opens up a lot more recourse here. Rakasa hitting is level 5. Gonna be able to do a lot more to Ari.
Explosive cast and a follow up with the Lee Sin. We're going the distance, baby, in this best of 3. SGP against Fennel. One more game to decide who does not continue their journey and who makes it to top 4 tomorrow. My name is Husky alongside Pondo, and you guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open final group stage, and for the region of MSPB. Very interesting game too. I mean, again, Castle win.
Yeah, I'm very happy about that. My prediction is not out of the woods
Still
yet.
alive.
Yeah, it's still alive. If SGP managed to pull through this, I will be a very happy camper. I will be able to gloat throughout the entire office. The only one who put SGP down in the roster next to the other person, I'll be like, hey, it's me, all down.
Sure. Sure. This is where we find out, right? Half an hour, just a bit more patient. Half an hour and we find out which team comes out on top. But of course, we got to talk about Vendetta in that game number 2. Obviously, the main focus is on the Kassadin, no doubt. But of course, piloted by Vendetta. And to be very fair, he has been uncontested for a big majority of the game.
Yeah.
He only really started, having a bit of impact and ganked on as the game progressed, as SGP lost a lot more control of the map and Vendetta had to play more dangerously. But overall, he was able to come online and he was there for the game-winning fight.
Yeah, I feel like the play was Fennel wanted to do a lot more plays on the outer lanes while Kassadin was so ineffectual, because there's not much Kassadin can do in that early game rounds. So you saw Vendetta, he was doing his best to push, but you don't really get a really good push out of Vendetta, and the rest of the lanes were sort of suffering while Vendetta was doing his best to sort of get his goal, get the push, get more pressure down, maybe get a bit more plates out of it. But there's only so much you can do as an early game Kassadin.
Yeah.
But it sort of backfired in the end because SGP put up a fight. They managed to keep things interesting and make sure that Fennel didn't get away with everything that they planned to do. And eventually the Kassadin got to the point where it's well, Kassadin's online, baby. It's time for me to make a comeback. It's time for you to go running home.
And this is we haven't gone into the draft yet, but I think Kassadin's gonna get banned.
Yeah, I'm gonna concur. He was a top ban before, and now Kassadin potentially, well, actually, on the table.
There's always this scenario where a team dominates it one game, and then they're yeah, well, I think we can win game 2. Let's give them Kassadin. And then they lose to Kassadin, and they're oh, wow, we should have banned it, right?
Yeah, that was on us. Let's not do that again.
Yeah, we have one game to spare, and now we're here.
Yeah,
game
now
3.
we're here. But Fennel is first pick this time, right?
Yes.
So we might not see the ban. Because I feel like there's been sort of a theme going on. You saw the Lee Sin pick on SGP, then you saw the Lee Sin pick on Fennel. It feels like they have a thing going on where hey, you play this champion, that's not how you play the champion. I'm going to show you to play the champion. And then it sort of backfires because they lose the exact same game where they decide to do that.
Yeah. You can say the same for Camille. Unfortunately, Camille lost another game. At this point, it's kind of it's like a bait pick.
Yeah, it's
sort of, right? Fennel is banning out the Camille again. But I think if we're talking about the Kassadin ban, it's more on SGP to ban it.
It's definitely more on SGP side. But I feel it kind of feels like they're sort of in the state right now where they're thinking we can deal with it. We have strategies for it.
Right.
So maybe we'll let them take the Kassadin because it'd be the predictable pick. And then we have the laid out strategy. We have something that we thought about for that pick, and then we'll show you why you deciding to pick that had you fall into our trap card.
I mean, that was what happened to Fennel. Okay, guess what happened?
That was what happened to Fennel. Fennel was going to show us a good Lee Sin. They did show us.
They did show us a good Lee Sin.
But in the end, it didn't matter. The Kassadin which they thought that they accounted for just destroyed them.
Yeah. And we see the vibe ban, so a lot of respect for SGP, right? And I do love this. Now, Kassadin open, just like what you wanted.
Oh.
Fennel's gonna snatch it, right?
I don't know. Because I feel maybe Fennel knows that they might be playing straight into SGP's hands. But at the same time, I feel like being too overconfident about your Kassadin counter picks is always going to lead to disaster. That's Lucian.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. So the question is, Kassadin Lee Sin?
Well,
I mean, there's still the Senna. Well, actually, there's no more Senna. SGP banned that one.
Yeah, they banned it out.
Yeah. But so SGP has been picking Jax 2 games in a row, and of course, there's the Shen as well. But Hey, if it's not broken, why fix it?
Yeah,
Like,
but
Kassadin was what won them the game. Just pick it again for Vendetta.
Well, like I feel like Venetta's seen the light, because like his Kassadin, there's a touch of like, should I go in or should I not go in? There's a bit, you felt a bit of hesitancy,
Yeah.
but I feel after that last game, Venetta's like, whoa, Kassadin is the GOAT.
And they
I'm gonna
picked the
try it
Karma.
out.
This was a huge piece for Fennel as well.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna sidetrack a bit, right? You know there was an in-game event for Kassadin where you answer 6 trivia questions.
I think I know what you're gonna talk about.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so yeah, what am I? Oh, so I was gonna say that I didn't get all of them right.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I got one of it wrong, and
Question 5.
Yes, and I tell
Yes.
you. So did we Google for the answers?
No, I knew. I read the lore religiously, okay?
so-
and that's why it really irked me.
Yeah,
okay?
like
it really
I
got
could
to
have
me.
gotten something. The thing is, so for me, you know, if you can learn something from me, if anyone can learn a lesson from me, is to do not cheat in your test. Because I tried to go open book style. I Googled Kassadin trivia answers, and I got the wrong one. But it's all on me.
No, but it doesn't. Okay, look.
Do you
if
think it's a problem with the trivia answer, or is it a problem with the lore?
it's the answer? Okay,
think
no.
the answer-
Look at it this way. Okay, it makes sense if the answer was referring to the old lore, because the old lore, Kassadin did mention something about looking for his family.
Yeah.
But we're talking about the new lore.
The new lore,
The new, we
He wants
all
to-
know Kaisa is his daughter.
it wants to destroy the void.
Yeah, because he doesn't know Kaisa is alive. How can you want to save your family if you don't even know that your daughter is alive? And then like it's sort of in the latest lore they talked about it. Kassadin is slowly losing his mind. His only like motivation now is to destroy the void. When I saw the answer, I was like, "There's no way. This is."
Yeah, well, now that we've gotten our grievances out of the way, it's okay. It's just an icon. Don't worry. Kassadin is not going to change. It's just- yeah,
I wanted that icon.
So I wanted the
really
icon
bad.
as well. I wanted
Yeah.
it so bad I cheated on the test and I failed. So do not cheat in your studies, guys. We see the Nami now picked up. We talk a bit about the Nami Lucian, very strong Dragon Link combo. Jax goes over to Fennel. Shen now in the hands of Jinkai.
Yeah.
Game 3, I love this, right? SGP getting exactly what they want. And the best part is so much shields for Vendetta in the late game.
There's
Guy has a magic shield, he buys stone plate, he has the Karma shield, he has a Shen shield. I mean, good luck trying to kill him.
it's actually kind of disgusting. Okay, so you got the Stand United, like you said. You got the Karma Mantra shield, which is the
Yeah.
full-blown shield together with the movement speed, all you need to get into the backline. Well, we have a Nami, we have a Jax. That's gonna be like a lot of disengagement.
Yeah.
The thing about Nami is though that one bubble can decide the course of your life. So
Oh, yes.
yeah, if
Yeah.
that's a bubble missed, that's a free reign on Kassadin, and that's a dead ADC. And then that's you sitting in the corner going like, damn, I missed my bubble. So
Yeah,
the wave is a guaranteed thing, and like that's gonna give a lot of like thought process to Kassadin, because Kassadin is gonna have to think twice before it goes in on a Nami when he knows that the wave is up. But you have contingency plans.
Yeah,
You have Stand United with potentially a taunt coming out from a Shen if you stay in there too long, and then you have a Kha'Zix on Shinsekai.
I'm not gonna lie, if I can change my predictions, I'm wavering a bit, but of course it's just kind of the drafting phase, right? A drafting
Yeah.
looks super good, it's kind of how we execute it. Though when we look at the late game, SGP just have that insurance policy. It's the Kassadin. Again, you know, you take away the Kha'Zix from Domain, and that means that Fennel falls back to the Xin Zhao. Something that we also expected out of Fennel, but they fall back to the Corki mid, and SGP picks up the set. I love this.
And okay, there it is. Okay, I will say that like it's difficult to gauge from the pick and bans.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
we know the drafting, but like I will say that SGP right now on paper has something which is a really disgusting matchup to go against. You're gonna have the set who's gonna be causing so much havoc there at the front, and then you're gonna have to contend with the fact that the Kassadin is gonna be your backline. The shields from the Karma is gonna be keeping it there. The Stand United is gonna be on the table there. And you do have a Nami tidal way to sort of offset it. You have a Jax Counter-Strike to sort of stun and make sure like a lot of those auto attacks are not going to go in there. You have a Xin Zhao out to potentially knock him away. But is that going to be enough when a Kassadin Void Walk cooldown pretty much comes off like every few seconds?
Well, they can easily jump your backline, right? I think that's where we are also trying to get to for SGP. To just easily access the backline of Fennel. Now, I know this draft makes you happy. What are yours? What are we looking at? I mean, SGP, what are they achieving?
Look,
what are they trying to achieve?
Okay, we have a table made out of wood. I'm going to touch the heck out of it. This is going to be me touching a lot of wood. Because every single time we looked at a really, really good draft and we got really excited about it. Like, this is going to be the draft. This is going to be the draft that gets us to game number 2, number 3, and this is going to be the one that overturns the prediction on the head. Every single time we have been proven wrong, like, pretty consistently.
Pretty cautious on your.
We have to be cautious.
No, you have to be cautious because my predictions is. I'm not on the SGP train.
I'm not resentful. I'm not.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm not Husky.
No, it's fine. No, I'm just putting out there. But you know, truth be told, I think it does look very robust, right? There's a clear plan for SGP side, but for Fennel, this is a draft where it's all about going fast. I feel like if the game goes late enough, Fennel is going to struggle more than they did in game 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of things on the table. Corki is going to be a better matchup for the Kassadin. To be fair, it's going to be a matchup. It's going to be a better matchup for the Kassadin. But like they have a lot to prove. They have a lot less in terms of what we call like you know, opportunities. They have a smaller window of opportunity to get in there and to get those advantages, because if they don't have those advantages, then it's pretty much a slow burn to what I consider like a 80% chance of a loss.
Ooh, here it is. Game 3, SGP against Fennel. I mean, we might be looking at a possible upset, right? Possibly one of the biggest one in the tournament up to this point. And truth be told, when I was doing my own power ranking, I was struggling to fit SGP in. I was like, where is SGP gonna be? They feel like top 4 material, but at the same time, oh my goodness, all these PH teams are so good. And we've seen them in action. Like Nigma Galaxy just beat SGP down badly, you know, like it's a very so when we look at that and then it just makes you go like, oh my god, if Nigma Galaxy is doing this, what chances do SGP have? And here they are at the cusp of potentially just turning all of that prediction on its head.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, we know that Nigma Galaxy is the type who is more decisive. And we know that SGP has high highs. They've had some really good games. They have some really good decisions. It's just that like they don't have the same conviction that Nigma Galaxy does. And like when you're on the back foot of a team that's as confident as Nigma Galaxy, you tend to doubt yourself. You second guess yourself. And like I think SGP works the best when they have like more info to work with, and they're the type of liquid that fits better into a container if they've had more info. And like now they've gotten a lot more like, you know, information on how Fennel plays. They know Fennel's playbook. They know Fennel plays by the book, and that sort of gives them like, you know, more to work with. And but it looks like they wanted to go for a tower dive, but they didn't necessarily have enough setup for it. Maybe the double bubble might have been enough.
And this is what Fennel is extremely consistent with, right? Just you hit the timing, 140 shows up in Dragon Lane and try to get an early kill, but top lane, JK with a dash away with the ignite, and actually with the passive is beating Calm in his own game. Of course, doesn't follow with his own flash. Calm gets out of Vendetta. He was thinking about it, but no Rift Walk.
That was good positioning, knowing that if the jump comes, then he stops there slightly so that Jax would automatically move in front, calm there, and then he dashed through. That was pretty much enough. It didn't have a jump, didn't have a counter strike. It was all pretty much gone, and it was pretty much a nullifier. But now Calm's going to be wanting to get the push down. He's going to be able to get those turret plates. So in the end, he actually won. He lost the battle, but he won the war.
Yeah, just the first plate, and Calm now gets to go for his own reset.
You know, the Kassadin, okay, you're looking at the Kassadin matchup here. He's got 100 more gold than Corki. And despite the fact that he's supposed to be theoretically like taking a bit more hits from there, it doesn't seem like he's been struggling at all. He's doing so much damage onto a rise there.
Yeah. So fun fact, Kassadin with Grasp of the Undying is actually pretty darn good, because when you use the Nether Blade, you actually get the extended attack range, right?
Yeah.
But it counts as a melee attack. So you get the full benefit of the Grasp of the Undying. That's what Vendetta did against Nigma Galaxy. Again, the game didn't work out, but you know, overall the idea is there, right? You get tanky as the game progresses. You're not only tanky, but you do more damage, you get a bit of life regeneration, and just a bit of everything.
Yeah, one more stone plate to get rid of Rod of Ages.
Of
That
course.
you just get the stack and like.
Yeah, well, just throw a Stand United, you know, like why not?
And here's Calm gonna get. Oh.
Flash taunt. Thankfully, Doming is there to save the day.
Yeah, Doming there just seeing things pressure as they go. It's supposed to be the pick out, and now SGP is going to be one that's taking a lot of hits, going to be forced to move away, and that's potentially going to be a more push for more tower plates. They're going to have to back away. I don't think they have. No, they do have the summoner spell, so they could potentially stay, but like the pressure is going to be on, and there's going to be, if they get caught by one bubble, that's it. That's game. That's good night.
But we have the Stand United online as well.
That's true.
But
That is true.
there's always this conundrum where, like, oh, okay, if I Stand United, the enemy, you know, Baron laner, the Jax in this case, he's just gonna shove the wave, right? So there are these trade-offs. But for SGP, I think so far, doing pretty well. In fact, we say that Game 2 was the closest we've ever been, but Game 3, man, SGP are keeping up with Fennel.
Yeah, honestly, okay, you mentioned something. You said that the Stand United is sort of like trying to think between like two choices. If you go Stand United, you don't get any kills. So let's say Stand United towards the bot lane, towards Raven, or towards WJ. They get caught out. So it does Stand United, they go in, and then after that, Fennel sees it, they immediately back off. The Stand United's already been procced. Shen goes in, but then doesn't manage to get any kills. They already backed away too fast. And then the lane is pushing. Jax is there getting free farm.
Yeah.
And the last thing you want on Jax, free farm.
I mean, the last thing you want to cast it in is free farm.
That's true as well.
Both of these teams, they do have that. I would say, you know, comparing Jax and Kassadin, we know who to go for. But 5 minutes, this is it. A trade of objectives for both teams.
Gonna be the dragon. I feel like they didn't have the setup because like JK wasn't in lane in time, didn't have enough of a push going on. The minions already pushed, so I guess they decided that it's probably better to sort of give up the Rift, decide to go for the dragon for the longer term. And they are playing for the late game.
Yes.
Dragon is the late game pick over the Rift. And probably going to give that go towards... I think they're going to summon it in top lane. Actually, no. The tower's going to go down too fast for that. But, like, I feel like they wanted to put it where Jax would be to give him more gold.
And they caught Domain. Transcendence Embrace actually pulls him back, but the Crescent Sweep does protect him. Good attempt from SGP, forcing out the flash from the Xin Zhao.
SGP playing the better game here, but like they are behind in gold because of that that Baron push, and that's what Fennel's good at. They're really good at taking towers. I feel like I haven't seen any other team which has used so many opportunities to get towers for a lot of things. But SGP is not the type who would be taken down by a gold deficit like this. They're looking at the prize. Oh,
the flash showstopper misses the haymaker, well, the face breaker, but first blood from Vendetta. Just cast it in things.
Just cast it in things. Like the flash has been utilized. It's going to be a flash had insult to injury on Arise. Arise didn't have the best of games versus the Kassadin, which is what he's probably looking for. And that's what Kassadin is just going to press R. He's going to get in your face. You're going to be gone.
Yeah, and then when we kind of go back to the draft a bit, we see this Lucian Nami, right? It was kind of a destined duel for the Dragon lane, right? Normally we see the Lucian and we're like, yeah, we can put it against the Kassadin, and we try to bully him out of lane as much as possible. Didn't get to achieve the same result with the Corki, which I think is something that can be expected, but because of that, now the Kassadin getting the first blood. Oh boy, this is gonna get a bit rough.
This is Fennel's game to lose, because I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say something like, oh, Fennel, you're looking on, you're in a really dangerous position. You've got so much more to lose in comparison to like SGP, who just need to play their cards right. And their winning condition is getting to late game.
Oh yes.
SGP's winning condition is to get picks and to make sure that the people who are supposed to be getting fed aren't getting fed. They're not fulfilling these objectives right now.
For now.
I mean,
that's what we said about in Game 2, right? That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Game 2, it took them 15 minutes to reach that point, but, you know, all it takes is just one good fight. And the thing is, we haven't seen the full-blown team fight, right? We haven't seen all of these shields being thrown on the Kassadin. And for it to kind of carry the game, though, an attempt to steal on the Scuttle did come true, I believe, for Fennel.
Yeah.
And Doming's able to secure it without using the Smite. But what is the next move for Fennel, right? I feel like we're not looking at game 1 or 2 where Fennel are just running down turrets. Sure, they're still preying on the fact that they have stronger side lanes in general. But aside from that, we've seen how that doesn't necessarily mean that you win the entire game.
I'm going to be taking a bit of a pause here. Yeah, so let's talk a bit more about that. So like you said, Fennel's the type who's good with the side lanes. They're good with the push. They're absolutely impeccable when it comes to like minion management and the way that they take the small opportunities. Like what was supposed to be a tower dive would end up pushing SGP back. And then while you assume that the rest of the team was sort of like commit to that push or to that dive, but no, the rest of the Fennel team was already taking the tower. What is supposed to be a full health, 3,000 health tower gets taken down while what you assume was supposed to be a tower dive. And then SGPs also love scratching their heads. They're like, oh, that tower went down while we were fighting. I thought that we were supposed to be fighting, but no, apparently this was a tower dive tactic. And you see here with Fennel, they took the Baron, the Baron tower, and that's going to be opening that side lane. But here's the thing, they are not doing it as effectively as they did in like game 2. And game 2 is the game that they lost. Yeah, in that game, those towers went down really fast. Like really, really fast.
And one of the difference makers was also SSK being hyperactive on the Vi, right? We just constantly ganking one lane. That's the definition of getting camped, right? Like just calm, not having a game at all. But we're not seeing that in game 3. SSK is on the Kha'Zix, so we're not getting all these very proactive moves. Thanks to Fennel just putting a lot of respect on the Vi as well. But as we look at this seemingly slower game with only a first blood thus far, I kind of feel like it does favor SGP a bit more.
Yeah, like we talked about the winning conditions, and then we have the whole thing where like Fennel is good for what we call like their chaining and like the ways that they sort of like structure, the way they structure. So if they go to Baron lane, they take a tower, they immediately transition into the jungle, into the enemy's jungle if there's any camps left to clear, put in that vision, and then they might even like transition to the mid tower if it's open, if the rest of the side lanes are pushing, because they're always managing those minions. So like they always take objective after objective in a sort of like checklist pattern. So take this tower, take this tower, take these camps. We're going back. We got our vision. Everything's sort of set up. That's the Fennel like by the book play, and it's the kind of play that I like. But you're looking here, game 3. They've gotten the Baron tower, but you saw the checklist. They couldn't take it off. They couldn't do what they were planning to do. SGP, there was a lot of like pickoffs. They managed to get a lot of like times where they caught like Kama. They managed to get a lot of times where they caught out like the jungler. But like it didn't translate to kills, but it's enough.
Right.
It keeps them off. It keeps them away from their camps, so Fennel can't get the vision which they're used to, which is in the enemy jungle. And it keeps them from doing their checklists, and they have to stop somewhere. They're like, oh, we got a tower. Can we do this one? I don't think we can. We're going to have to back off.
And this is kind of the default Fennel. I think a bit of resemblance of what we saw when they played Sem 9. Incredibly slow game. In fact, I think like the average kills for both for the games that they play was less than 15 per game. In fact, we're just looking at 12. But with that being said, that was kind of Sem 9 playing into Fennel's hands, right? With Fennel, they get to do their chores. The kills did not matter. Against SGP, we see a bit of a switch up, right? Fennel are just actively getting kills. But game 3 kind of reminds me of the series against Sem 9, but it favors SGP a bit more, and that's what worries me if I'm looking at Fennel's comp right now.
Yeah, just looking at it, I think there's a good saying for it, like you said. Okay, I'm gonna try to lesson down on the sayings, but the saying is that when you're playing really well by the book, sometimes you're easy to read because you're a book. I mean, no, but like
you're not wrong.
SGP already knows that they're the type who like to do tower dives onto to Dragon Lane. They know that the type who like to get their side lanes going really fast. So we saw a lot of SSK being in a more advantageous position. You saw that he was in better spaces than he was in game 1. Like, you remember game 1, like he was pretty much out of position for a lot of the ganks, a lot of the tower dives, or even when he was at the tower dives, the mid lane would come and there's a 4-man like gank at bot for the tower dive, which ends up giving 3 kills instead of the original 2 that they could have given away. And that's sort of them adapting. And like, I think I talked about it earlier about how SGP is the liquid that fits in different containers. They can adapt, and this is their adaptation for game 3. And like, I feel like that's pretty much the key differential here, because the winning condition, late game.
Right. So
It's
we
like-
just make a mode for the late game.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. The game is ready. We're jumping back in. But on the topic of adaptation, I just want to quickly point out WJ as well. Great adaptation for that support of the enchanters on the tanks. Right, we saw the Singe in game 2. We see the set in game 3 right now. Fennel still trying to run their daily routine of just taking out tier 1s, and even though they're not able to kind of progress as what we saw in the past 2 games, but you are still getting those tier 1s, right? That kind of opens up the map slowly on SGP side. And that's what Fennel's draft are just incredibly good at. They're just good at teaming up together and deathball down a lane. But there's only so much time that they can work with. If we're looking at 15 minutes of critical mass, that's 6.5 minutes for Fennel to work with.
Well, they're gonna have to make something happen within these 6 minutes, like you said. Their countdown is coming down really fast. They're gonna have to be able to get those objectives and be able to get those little wins where they can. And like the thing, but just want to talk again about the timing of Fennel. Fennel's timing is always impeccable. We saw SGP; they were regrouping, a lot of lane recalls, a lot of like going back and getting those camps. I don't know how Fennel already knew that this was all coming down already, but they took that opportunity where SGP didn't have any like sort of opportunities to sort of like do something in return. Like they couldn't push anything on Baron, they couldn't push anything in mid. The three of Fennel is already down at Dragon Lane, already pushed the tier 1 turret before SGP could do anything in return.
And one thing that SGP lacks is definitely turret push. Right? You don't have someone like a Lucian or a Corki, but with enough members, you can still get it done. SGP finally breaks their first down bot, and Fennel claiming Shelly once more.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of tower like damage like within the first 10 minutes, I would say. Like Rift's not coming down just yet, but that's already option on the table. That's already a lot of pressure going to be given away on Dragon, because unlike SGP, Fennel does put down the Rift where they need it to be, and it doesn't get taken out that fast. So like, see, it's going to be summoned out on top. Now they're going to have to like divide attention here, because that's not necessarily going to be used to push the tier 2 turret here. They're just going to be using it to clear out the minions, get the more of a push going from the top lane. Or, you know, you have that hanging over your head. Now you have to decide, do I want to do a 4-man attack at Dragon and potentially divide my forces to deal with the Shelly who's going to be getting a slow push down onto the Baron lane, or do I commit into the Dragon, which is what Fennel is really good, taking this opportunity. They know that they're deciding, and they decided to sort of do the dive and respond to the Rift, and they're going to give up the Mountain Dragon.
Now SGP not even contesting this. They're able to keep calm alive this time. No dives from SGP will come true, but SGP will still work on that top tier 1 nonetheless. It's going to take them a while though. Fennel have already shoved in both the mid and the bottom lane.
It's clockwork. It's already now it's the bot lane and the mid lane pressure coming up. They've already got a push, but like it doesn't matter. Jax isn't going to be recalling anytime soon. He's just going to get some damage down onto SSK, and Calm is just going to continue farming, and that's a lot of gold for Jax. Like that's only 100 more than on the ship. But here we go.
They want WJ. It's a tanky boy to go through. Stoneplay pop as well. No Haymaker, and it's going to burn down to the Ignite. And Fennel finds a crack in the armor of SGP.
Oh man, did we speak too soon about like the winning condition and like what Fennel needs to do? And I've been touching wood all day, but it seems like Fennel might be trying to prove me wrong this time. They're getting those picks, they're getting those little advantages that I talked about, and they're trying to get their fingers into the gap before the door closes completely.
SSK, an attempt onto the Rise of Life. That one didn't work out. Tidal Whip as well. JK shows up top. There is going to be support from Raven, Stand United out as well. Vendetta really wants to go in for more, but the rest of his team isn't really following up. Vendetta now gets jumped on. There's a shield and the Stoneplay. Vendetta staying alive. The tether from Raven is there, forcing the rest of Fennel to back up, but Vendetta has no health to follow up.
Missing that key taunt there, that would have been just what SGP needed. JK trying to get the taunt, but missing by mere inches. And Vendetta potentially trying to get the clear up, knows that he has a Stoneplay, could survive that fight, and it would just the rest of his team to follow up, but there wasn't enough there. They're not going to be able to get those kills, and it's going to be Fennel actually going to be taking the advantages now with the way the lanes are pushing and the way that the objectives are coming out.
And SGP kind of scraping by a bit, I think. But we are seeing the power of Vendetta, right? That was not him in his final form yet. But he's causing a big problem for Fennel.
Fennel is respecting the heck out of Vendetta right now.
Oh yeah.
That was a good play by Calm. Calm just waiting in the wings there because knew that Vendetta would be definitely going to be chasing after them. So we just waited with his counter strike in the brush and decided to like disengage him and get him to dash away. JK was trying to follow up, but didn't quite manage to get the taunt which they needed to get more of those kills.
Yeah. And we see the itemization from Fennel and from Calm and Arise, right? The Maul is going to be on the Corki. Calm has to withstand, still going for one more item. I assume it's going to be the Maul at this point, just so you don't get one-shotted by Vendetta, just so you can stay in the fight for a bit longer. But getting onto the backline of SGP is another thing, right? Because you have WJ around, and as long as he's around, you are not going to get that free access. Say the same for Jinkai. But good news for Fennel is that tier 1 mid is still pretty healthy. So you still have majority of the map control.
They still are pretty much like they have their tier 1 mid, and mid is the most important like tower for a reason. You want to get it down, you want to get a lot more control, and there's a lot more roaming you can do. In fact, the fact that the tier 1 turret is still up for mid in terms of Fennel side, just what's the word? It dampens a lot of opportunities for SGP. SGP with a Kassadin, you want that mid down as fast as possible for a lot of like roaming potential, and being able to barrel down mid and then immediately jump into their jungle side or potentially get a pick off. But like you don't have that opportunity right now. Fennel's been doing really well in keeping that turret alive.
Wait, they used the Rift Herald. Did they use it top? I think Fennel used the second Herald, but I actually didn't catch it. I wonder where did that go?
Yeah, I think I missed it as well.
Yeah.
Was it not the one that was barreling from the top end just now, or was that the first rift?
Yeah, I think the top one was it, right? Just didn't get any turrets in return.
Yeah, it was more of the push and the one that they responded to, and then they got the dragon off of it, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Well, SGP trying to just hover around Baron. Ever so, just a temporary dance, but Fennel again just trying to play off of their vision. Ever closer into the jungle of SGP. But SGP, they have means to get out of a predicament, providing they don't get caught by a counter-strike or a bubble. There's plenty of agencies for them to utilize. But again, we're talking about critical mass. 15 minutes in, Vendetta going for the 4th item, the Crystalline Reflector. That's what we saw in Game 3 as well. Incredibly good against this abundance of physical damage from Fennel.
This is Fennel's modus operandi. This is them going into jungles, like I said, to put down the vision, get deep wards in, and like they go in as 5 members. There's no way you're going to be seeing them without 5 members. And since they got the vision down to set up for Dragon, it's going to be SGP. They put it in deep because they know that a lot of the mobility from like Vendetta means that he can stay in the backline, so they got the wards in deep so that he can't just stick around from behind to sort of skulk around to wait for an opportunity.
Important Dragon though, WJ gone on. Of course, no commitment from Fennel. They've expanded his stone plate, so that is a minor window that Fennel can look upon, but they just cannot really follow up with much.
I'm actually quite surprised that SGP isn't making any plays for anything. I think that would have been a good opportunity to try and pressure down the mid turret to potentially get them to shift their focus and go into the dragon and eventually bait it into a fight.
Vendetta is going to show up, gets the silence onto 2 members. SSK jumps in, gets the slow up, stand united, the full shebang from SGP here to try to finish the fight. WJ is low, but look at Jax. The comment in the back line. He gets tethered down. Vendetta can't really get the job done. SSK steals the dragon away. Vendetta once more, he goes back in, has the flash, gets the wave, the mantra shield on him, but the rest of SGP are falling down like dominoes, and Fennel walks away with 3, Vendetta included.
Oh man. Come on, this is not how it's supposed to go. This is not how it's supposed to end up being. That's going to be a dragon. Wait, dragon gets taken up by SGP actually, which is pretty good, but doesn't matter if the Baron's going to go down potentially. It could potentially be a strong push down towards like the tier 2 turret and an inhibitor turret potentially after this.
I think this Baron is gone. I mean, Calm as a force of nature, you're not fighting him. Get out of there, Raven. SSK. Is this going to be magic? Leaps in, evolve wings, SSK, the attempt doesn't come true, gets stunned up, and Fennel gets Baron.
Oh, this is what we talked about with what the SGP has been giving away little victories in like the way that they're not putting down the pressure into the mid turret, and these are small mistakes that you can't make. You have to be decisive about a lot of things. There's a lot of times in which they didn't really commit to like either getting a turret, getting a push, or towards a wave, and Fennel has been like very decisive throughout. When they get the 5-man push into the jungle, when they get into a position where they can dive, when they're fighting for the dragon and putting down vision, they are always decisive, and when they go in and when they take their objectives and making sure they get all these things.
Vendetta into the backline, big burst on the Danny, but the Stone Plate only keeping him alive temporarily. But Calm again shows up. Vendetta, he's in danger. Takes out Danny. Can Vendetta get out with the Rift Walk? Yes, he can. Calm now works on works on Jinkai, and JK doesn't have much longer to live. Chased down by Calm, but at least Vendetta got out.
Vendetta doing what Vendetta's supposed to do, but like I said, the Jax just needs money to activate. He's like the cash machine, and he got where he needs to be, and now he's a terror because like just being able to keep himself alive and being able to do so much damage, and gonna be the chase here. They've got the utility, they've got the summary spells out of it. Here comes the barrier.
Bubble dismiss, flash, face breaker, and a dead Calm. SSK once more. Vendetta goes in, Rift Walks, and that is the Kassadin. The Kassadin effect. Fennel gets something in the top lane though. Arise taking down that turret.
Here it is. Here's the Fennel special. Here's the you won the team fight. We just happen to have a random Corki lurking around and getting a tier 2 turret off with the Baron buff. And the only tier 2 turret standing is going to be like the Dragon Lane one. And that's just what Fennel does. You give them an inch, they take a mile.
Audience considered? Not too bad for SGP. Still staying in this game. We see Vendetta now. Voice staff completed. Fully decked out Kassadin.
Yeah, but can't really give them the consolation prize for doing what they were supposed to do in the first place. The more extended, drawn-out fights instead of like the more immediate, like five men on top of each other. Wanted to get those pigs, get the Kassadin to sort of chase them into oblivion because they know that they can't escape. It's sort of a consolation prize for them as opposed to like the full-blown like winning prize here, because like they've reached their winning stage, but now you're gonna have to contend with like what is potentially going to be a very problematic Jax onto your backline.
This is very important for SGP. The Elder Dragon online, and Fennel, trying to attempt for Death Rush. But this is what you talked about, the decisiveness of Fennel.
Yeah.
Jinkai is preoccupied with Calm. So Stand United is not going to be an option for now.
Yeah, Fennel. That's the thing. If you do want to play this out in any sort of solo game in your diamond games, or like if you're higher than that, vision is what you need. Vision, if you've got it, is where you take the opportunity to start the objective, because then if they're not really coming in full force and they're coming in scattered, you can potentially like respond to it. You can potentially like dive into the first person that comes in, and all you need to do that, vision. And like, even if they do come, you can just back away. It's very, very easy. And it gives you so much more opportunities to get things going, to get things started.
And this is so hard for SGP just because this turret is still alive. It's so annoying.
But it is going to go down.
They finally take it down after so long.
Well, SGP still does have the fact that their draft on the table is still ridiculously good. Their late game is just going to get even worse from here on. I do think Jax is going to be like the make or break. Calm is going to be the what keeps them in the game or potentially wins them the game. Yeah. But SGP is not going to be out of this just yet, just because of the draft.
Oh, thankfully the dragon reset it. That could have been something for Fennel. I mean, if SGP gets this dragon, that's it, right? The casting just one-shots you. The execution damage from the burn. But look at SGP, now they're pushing down the mid lane. They've gotten Fennel trapped in their own jungle.
It looks like Fennel wants to get something out of the dragon. They want to be able to sort of control it, and this is usually the game for it, but like the positioning is not right.
This is it. Roll the dice, Fennel. Roll the dice. SSK, you gotta make it there in time. He has no leap, he's already there. But there's the backline. WJ engages, SSK goes in. Who's gonna get the dragon? SSK go for the smite. Oh. And I think they've got the dragon at the back of SSK's performance. SGP steals it. And the end is near. The end is nigh. The bell tolls. And Vendetta closes out with a triple. And Pondo, SGP, they have done it.
Man, this is one of those rare mistakes from Fennel. You had Calm pushing the top lane as a response to JK. I don't even know what they were thinking. JK has the Stand United. That's just going to be the game. he's going to be able to get back. I don't know why you're going to respond to that when you're going to get caught out and you're the most important member that's supposed to be in the team fight.
And we saw them roll the dice, right? They were like, guys, let's do Dragon. 50-50. If they get it, it's good. But even if they don't get it, you're playing with a members deficit. SGP completed upset. Fennel looked to beat them. Everyone thinks that Fennel would make it, but SGP is keeping NYSG, well, the region of Singapore, honestly, just in the game. But congratulations, SGP have qualified for the Open Finals playoffs. They will still be playing. And unfortunately for Fennel, they're going to be out. And the dream of having all 4 teams from the Philippines has been dashed.
Has been dashed indeed. Well, Husky.
You're right, you're right. You're right, my lord.
Let's go.
You're right.
All right.
You're absolutely...
Vindication. Well, no, I didn't think it was going to be, you know, like.
Don't you have a bit of faith? Come on, you.
No, I had faith, but you saw some of those plays. You saw the cracks. You saw those fingers in between the gaps. Fennel was doing what they were supposed to do, and like it was ridiculously dangerous for SGP. But the writing was on the wall. That win con was achieved, and then that one mistake, that's all it's going to take once you get to the win con station, which was they were in that particular part. We're going to even see the highlights and see how we even got to that point in the first place. See, we're looking here. This is a good dive. This is them leveraging the fact that Vendetta is going to be free to take it all, and this is one of the missteps here. Okay, this is one of the more missteps like approach. Vendetta was trying to get in on the sideline, but the thing is, you're not supposed to go full on onto Fennel. Fennel has a stronger disengage. Okay, the Nami tidal wave, the Zinzao out crescent strike, and then like they're just going to be able to respond appropriately. Vendetta was not supposed to initiate, so they kind of lost that fight here. But everything else, every other team fight that sort of happens after is going to be in their favor. Like this one right here.
This one was crucial, right?
This was the crucial one. This is the one that sort of opened them up to a lot more fights, but they did technically lose this fight here.
Yeah, I think if Vendetta went down in this fight, Fennel would have broken an inhibitor turret, right? The fact that Vendetta went in, assassinated Danny, and he got out, that was kind of a game changer. But here it is, the dice roll for Fennel.
This is the one. Look at the Jax. He's got the teleport. He assumed that the teleport would be enough. Is it going to be faster than the San United, which also provides a utility? It's not going to be fast enough. I think he assumed that the teleport would be able to get him there fast enough to sort of respond to the Dragon, but it's Vendetta. It's a Kassadin. Your team is already dead before you can count down the seconds that come from the teleport to sort of support it, and every single badge goes to Vendetta here.
Yeah, I mean, I assume Raven tanked, well, JK tanked the most damage. I think Raven had the most assists. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I had this kind of game before on my Jungle Morgana. It feels pretty good.
On a Jungle Morgana?
Yeah, well.
Okay.
Yeah, I was forced into it.
Yeah, you should stand proud of that. The Jungle Morgana with all the badges.
You should be proud when you get all badges, right? You're just like, you wear it like a, it's like a collection. Yeah, you just wear it on your sleeves. Like, you feel like a general who came back from like a life-changing battle or something.
If I could get a shirt.
If you get a shirt.
With all those icons on the top,
right?
With the +5, not the +2, the +5, the +6, I would wear it. That would be my badge.
Then you have to be winning the game and also losing the game at the same time, right? Like leave some badges for the losing team. But you know, for SGP, they're obviously the victors. I think it's a result that a lot of people did not expect. Me included. I think just looking at paper, Fennel just look a bit more solid. But you know, we are also looking at Fennel being kind of the slower team, right? And that really did show in Game 3. Though, I mean, Fennel had the lead the entire game.
This was not even like a contest. I talked about how Fennel was by the book. I talked about how like they are not allowed to let this happen because of the fact that when the gold differential is in a late games teaming like swing, that's it. What are you gonna do? That's you're done. Like, I was sweating. I will admit.
We were sweating.
The Baron buff was up. If Vendetta didn't get the kill on that particular, like you said, he didn't get the kill, didn't manage to keep their fighting force low enough that they could, you know, retaliate and keep them from taking the inhibitor turret. That inhibitor turret, losing that inhibitor turret would have been nothing but pressure. Yeah. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Elder Dragon would have been gone. Another Baron would have been gone. It doesn't matter what it is. You would have had to contend with the fact that you had an inhibitor turret gone on a team like Fennel, who is ridiculously good with the minion management. Yeah. And then like you would have had so many other problems to deal with. So the fact that Vendetta managed to get that kill to make sure that they couldn't push was pretty much a nail in the coffin.
Absolutely. And I think right now, anyone watching watching this broadcast, they definitely will have second thoughts about SGP, and in a good way, right? SGP have proven themselves. They've gotten over one of the hurdles, which is the region of the Philippines. But we do have an interview, and of course, it's going to be with SSK, the star jungler of SGP. We're going to bring on to the broadcast right now. And you know, have a lot of questions. Congratulations, SSK. You guys have made it top 4 in the tournament. First of all, how does this feel?
I think, yeah, I feel really happy, but at the same time, I feel quite upset because I couldn't really play well because I was lagging the whole game and my settings all got resetted. That's why there's the constant pauses. So I had to rely on my team to carry my ass that game.
Yeah, well, your team definitely did just that. I mean, Vendetta had a stellar game. First of all, before I forget, congratulations. Best Lee Sin in the region. You know, it's a great achievement. I know last week was kind of a bittersweet moment. You guys dropped to NGX and then you hit top 1 Lee Sin, you know, as a trophy on top. But did you guys, you know, what was the expectation coming into this best of 3 against Fennel?
Honestly, I really expected us to lose. That's why I'm wearing a mask now because I didn't shave for the past few days. But since we happened to win, so yeah, I guess I had to put on a mask and do this interview, and it's really a surprise to appreciate to everyone out there and to even myself and my team.
Yeah, well, I have a fan right here. This is the only guy. This guy right here is the only guy that voted for SGP. So yeah, Pano, anything?
So okay, when you went into the match, were you sweating? Like, did you already have plans beforehand before you decided to fight Fennel? Because you guys got better as you played out more matches. It's like you guys were learning. Did you guys already have like counter strategies for that?
Not really. Everything that our team is a definition of a for fun team. Like, we hardly have any scrims. We hardly talk about the game at all. We just go into the game and see whatever happens, right? So for today, game 1 was a learning game for us, right? So after game 1, we learned, there are some things we can do better. Like, we took game 1 as a scrim. So for game 2 and game 3, I guess we happened to play seriously and we managed to win.
I emphasis on the serious. We happen to play seriously. I love the spirit. I think it has been like that, for since you guys have started playing. But here we have the MVP screen. You know, the always part of the tradition, right? I would need you to guess, who do you think deserves the MVP title?
I would say Vendetta. He really stepped out his game today. Except for the Gragas game, of course, that was quite terrible. But his casting was really, really, very good. So, and he during the game, I somewhat have a mental breakdown because all my settings reset. I'm playing with like 900 ping. But he's the one that always encouraging that we can win, what's our win condition, stuff like that. He took over the shot calling role. So I would definitely give him the MVP.
All right, so let's see it. I do agree. I think Vendetta deserves the MVP. And of course, he is. 2 games on Kassadin, 1 game on Gragas, and the Kassadin were both Kassa wins in the series. It's phenomenal performance. Though I do, kind of want to touch on the Kassadin a bit, but I want to hear your thoughts first on this part, though.
Okay, I think I misheard you earlier because you were talking about Grass of the Undying on Kassadin. And I think I heard like a mixture of Grass and Kassadin to Grassadin. I love that. So Grassadin here has absolutely destroyed it, and like Vendetta has shown how it's supposed to be done. It was a bit shaky earlier on because we're seeing a lot of like engages where it was a bit like sweating. But like he managed to pull it off, he managed to come back, and there was a lot of times where like I think like Husky was talking about it. There was the Baron buff. They're pushing down the mid lane, what potentially could have destroyed you guys if it hit the inhibitor turret, and then there would have been a lot of pressure towards the mid lane. It would have been really difficult to come back from that. But he managed to get like some key kills there. He managed to like turn things around and managed to get make sure that like they didn't manage to get the push down because then there wasn't enough people to push.
Yeah. And just before we kind of wrap things up, so I just from a drafter's point of view, right? You 2 games in a row, you guys were gifted the Kassadin. Do you think that kind of was that win condition that you guys were looking for from the side? That Fennel just gave it away.
I wouldn't particularly say that we play around our Kassadin really well. I just think that Fennel did not is not able to punish the Cassidy as much as they want to. Like if we watch our Cassidy game compared to Enigma Galaxy, they did actually punish the Cassidy pick really well, and that makes us really hard to play the game. But for Fennel, they just scale with us and they just let the Cassidy scale. That's why I think we are managed to win that game and that series.
All right, awesome. So one final thing, you guys have qualified for top 4. That one happens tomorrow. You know, we get more games, best of 5s coming up. Out of the 2 teams that are already there, you know, NGX, RRQ, and the other 2 teams that are waiting to qualify, Grind Sky and Team Underground, which team that you think would pose the biggest threat in that playoffs?
Biggest threat, I guess it would be Enigma Galaxy. We haven't been able to manage to win them a single game our whole life. So if I can, I'm not sure how the bracket is gonna be like because I assume that we're gonna lose today. But but I hope that we will never ever get to meet them again. Yeah.
At least not so soon, right? But you guys have some time, so enjoy your victory. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the top 4. And again, congratulations on your win, SSK. We'll hope to talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, quite the series, like
You know it's an upset. You know it's definitely an upset when the winners themselves were like, oh wait, we won? Like I came into this, I wasn't prepared to win. I wasn't prepared to even take on an interview, let alone, you know, look good. But here we are. Here they are. You know, they've won it, and it's nothing but props to them, right? And I like the fact that the adaptation, you hit the nail on the head with that. The adaptation from SGP absolutely worked out. Of course, all made possible by our partners and friends at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And today, the stronger team is SGP and Fennel waves bye-bye to the Snapdragon Pro Series for WildRift. And you know, aside from Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we also have our partners over at Monster Energy helping them unleash the beast and unleash the Caster win, the Grabster win at this point. We're just gonna alter every single alphabet in name. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And finally, if you guys have not joined our Discord just yet, join us at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. You know, talk about the game, inquire about the Snapdragon Pro Series in general. There are a lot more other game titles aside from WildRift. If you're interested, we hope to see you there.
Hope to see you there indeed. If you want to talk strategy, you want to up your game, you know, I'm sure you can find a lot of like-minded individuals in the Discord.
Yep.
And like, yeah, we will be upcoming match with Grind Sky Esports versus Team Underground, which is going to be a match for the ages, don't you think?
Yeah, and every team that I've managed to interview on broadcast say that Team Underground will proceed, which means that if we're looking for an upset, we're looking at Grind Sky Esports to deliver it. Will that happen though? We'll find out after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Time. Risen shows up again. And JK, despite the stone plate, is not going to survive for any time longer. Flashes away, but still goes down to burn damage. And Fennel starts working on that bot tier too. WJ gets a good light binding, but it's going to give his life for this because Kami's just going to jump in. Vendetta shows up with a flash body slam. Final Spark also out. Fennel storm with the Arisen to finally take him down. Raven tries to go for the flash blade collar, but a bit out of range. The angle also not there, and Fennel now pounces for the re-engage. The flash from Calm for a double key strike, and Fennel wants to finish this right here, right now. Vendetta with a body slam to buy some time. SSK wants Calm, but Calm is unkillable in game 1, and Fennel gets the ace.
Oh,
Use that shroud just to sneak through the barrel, but Domain has already gotten it. SSK is in. He's just gonna go for the cease and desist. Dawning Shadow to give him, you know, some shield for now. WJ Righteous Glory goes for the fling on the onto Risen though. They will just power onto it, but he has a stone plate, and look at that shield. WJ loses his life. Vendetta is out of the fight. SSK is trapped, and Danny finishes off the kill, and the Risen comes back for round 2. The body slam to buy a bit of time, and Fennel pounces on SGP. Everyone falls. Jinkai sent on the run. Raven also out of the fight. They do finish off a Risen, but it's only a support, and that guy has done his job. Meanwhile, Domain just no respect.
Backline if you see your opportunity. You don't want to be doing like harass damage up here.
Arisen misses the flash body slam, but they found Raven nonetheless. Getting rid of the members of SGP, but Vendetta, watch out! He's already in the fight. Zanya's keeping her rise alive, and there might be a chance of Fennel, but Vendetta, oh, he's strong. He has a double already. Arisen, third one to get jumped on. Vendetta gets a triple, and they're gonna go for the cleanup onto Fennel. Quad for Vendetta.
When they take their objectives and making sure they get all these things.
Vendetta into the backline, big burst on the Danny, but the stone plate only keeping him alive temporarily. But Calm again shows up. Vendetta, he's in danger. Takes out Danny. Can Vendetta get out with the Rift Walk? Yes, he can. Calm now works on works on Jinkai, and JK doesn't have much longer to live. Chased down by Calm, but at least Vendetta got out. Roll the dice, Fennel. Roll the dice. SSK, you gotta make it there in time. He has no leap, he's already there. Vendetta in the backline. WJ engages, SSK goes in. Who's gonna get the dragon? SSK go for the smite. And I think they've got the dragon at the back of SSK's performance. SGP steals it. And the end is near. The end is nigh. The bell tolls. And it come off the game for sure. But at least it does give them a bit of time. Arisen shows up again. And JK, despite the stone plate, is not going to survive for any time longer. Flashes away, but still goes down to burn damage. And Fennel starts working on that bot tier too. WJ gets a good light binding, but it's going to give his life for this because Kami is just going to jump in. Vendetta shows up with a flash body slam. Final Spark also out. Fennel storm with the Arisen to finally take him down. Raven tries to go for the flash blade collar, but a bit out of range. The angle also not there, and Fennel now pounces for the re-engage. The flash from Calm for a double key strike, and Fennel wants to finish this right here, right now. Vendetta with a body slam to buy some time. SSK wants Calm, but Calm is unkillable in game 1, and Fennel gets the ace. Use that shroud just to sneak through the barrel, but Domain has already gotten it. SSK, he's in. He's just gonna go for the cease and desist. Dawning Shadow to give him, you know, some shield for now. WJ Righteous Glory goes for the fling on the onto Risen though. They will just power onto him, but he has the stone plate, and look at that shield. WJ loses his life. Vendetta is out of the fight. SSK is trapped, and Danny finishes off the kill, and the Risen comes back for round 2. The body slam to buy a bit of time, and Fennel pounces on SGP. Everyone falls. Jinkai sent on the run. Raven also out of the fight. They do finish off a Risen, but it's only a support, and that guy has done his job. Meanwhile, Domain just no respect.
Backline if you see your opportunity. You don't want to be doing like harass damage out here.
Arisen misses the flash body slam, but they found Raven nonetheless. Getting rid of the members of SGP, but Vendetta, watch out! He's already in the fight. Zanya's keeping the Rise alive, and there might be a chance of Fennel, but Vendetta, oh, he's strong. He has a double already. Arisen, third one to get jumped on. Vendetta gets a triple, and they're gonna go for the cleanup onto Fennel. Quad for Vendetta.
When they take their objectives and making sure they get all these things.
Vendetta into the backline, big burst on the Daddy, but the stone plate only keeping him alive temporarily. But Calm again shows up. Vendetta, he's in danger. Takes out Danny. Can Vendetta get out with the Rift Walk? Yes, he can. Calm now works on works on Jinkai, and JK doesn't have much longer to live. Chased down by Calm, but at least Vendetta got out. Roll the dice, Fennel. Roll the dice. SSK, you gotta make it there in time. He has no leap, he's already there. Vendetta in the backline. WJ engages, SSK goes in. Who's gonna get the dragon? SSK go for the smite. And I think they've got the dragon at the back of SSK's performance. One more best of 3 left for the day, and it's another important one. Grind Sky Esports takes on Team Underground. The Filipino brethren now lock their lock their horns, in fact. In another best of 3, my name is Husky alongside Aaron, also known as Pondo. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals Group Stage, and the last series of the group stage will let us know which team out of these two makes it to top 4.
So this is going to be a slightly contentious pick. So we're seeing a lot of people like vote for Grind Sky, but like I think you said that. Okay, we're going to be looking at the bracket soon, but I think you said that you believe Team Underground is going to be the team to root for this time.
Well, the other PH teams believe that Team Underground is going to be it. Don't take my word for it. Take the words of Team RRQ, take the words of NGX, and also Fennel. But you know, I can see why, right? When we go back to the history, we can clearly see that UDG does have a slightly better track record. They finished 3rd, WCS Philippines. Grind Sky Esports finished 4th. But if you want to go into the particulars, then we look at the players individually, and they both have incredible core players. We're going to go into that in a bit. This is the recap of the teams that have made it to the top 4. Nigma, Galaxy, and RRQ were the first 2 to make it. SGP just joined them after taking down Fennel, which means that Fennel joins the ranks of Phantom 6 and Sem9, being teams that didn't qualify for the playoffs.
SGP keeping the Singaporean dream alive, and what was potentially one of the bigger upsets, Fennel playing some really good WildRift. In fact, actually, a lot of people would tell you that Fennel was actually playing the better game.
Oh, yeah.
Like they had the better tower control. They had a better plan. They had the better like micro. So
Yeah.
we said a better micro. But
Macro.
in the end, the macro is the one that won out. Wasn't it? No, it's
well,
the
they,
macro, right?
Yeah, well, they try to coin flip
Yeah.
the elder, right? But you know, this is the roster for Grind Sky Esports with Tonti, with Chinese, with Bambi, with Tactical, and with Bo. And actually, they have 2 more members, Timo and Lucian, which are their pet kittens. Pretty
Oh.
adorable if you remember that from the interview, right? I think Chinese brought them up, and he says Tonti is also part of the kitten. I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes, but overall, this is a team to watch out for, especially Bo. I think this guy has been incredible on his thresh, and Chinese in the jungle is an absolute menace.
Oh man, a good thresh. Okay, I'm gonna tell you now. A good thresh is something that I absolutely loathe seeing in any like ranked game.
Because it's against you. When
Because
it's against you, right?
When it's against me, it's one of the more annoying picks to go up against. And like, yeah, this is the roster for Team Underground. I think, yeah, Sayonara, Xylef, Lara 1. Why do they all have ones at the end of their names?
Good question. I've never really asked that, right? But you know, we talked about Team Underground last week as well, right? Core members coming back from ex-Army Han. They have, you know, incredible individual prowess, especially when we look at you know, Carl, who is one of the prodigies that can play that lane swap from Baron to mid, but we gotta look at the jungle first. I think it would be a disservice to these 2 players if we don't compare them. Chinese from Grind Sky and Sayonara from Team Underground. Just look at their stats, almost similar, but the best part is that jungle pool, right? Because they love assassin junglers, Rengar, Kha'Zix, they played it all. Chinese, huge Lee Sin player, but Sayonara is the one player, one jungler in this tournament so far that has thoughts about playing the Shyvana. And that one Shyvana game they played, they beat RRQ.
Okay, I personally love the Shyvana pick, so I'm biased because like I play a lot of Shyvana. She used to be my jungle main before like they started banning her. I don't know why a lot of people ban her within our region, but like the thing about Shyvana is that she's insane when it comes to disruption. The LT from like a blind spot could potentially get into the backline, the burning, and like the fact that they changed her dragon buff, because her passive used to be that you had to kill dragons to get the upgrades, right? And like the upgrade depended on what type of dragon you got. So this dragon for like your flames, this dragon for like your twin fang. But now they changed it so that pretty much everything stacks it, which means she doesn't become as bad as she was before, even if you're behind on dragons.
Yeah.
So Shyvana gets to the point where she's really strong disruptor. Sorry, we missed the stats there, but like we're gonna go to predictions next. But she's really strong in the sense that if you can get her fed to a point, then it's going to be very difficult for you to get a cohesive team fight going without her diving in between.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you guys have your own predictions, you know, you're in Twitch chat, drop it down there. Let us know who's gonna win. I know, like Pondo said, a lot of our viewers do favor Grind Sky Esports a bit more, but you know, the pro teams, they say otherwise. They say that UDG is gonna take this. So let us know your thoughts in the Twitch chat. I personally do think that UDG has a slightly better chance, right, when we just look at the history. But Grind Sky Esports is one of the most improved teams from the PH regions after not winning a single game in their fall season last year. So the fact that they made it this far is incredibly impressive. They finished 4th, just behind Team Underground in WCS Philippines. But I'm happy to know that we're both on the same page this time. We both think that UDG is going to win.
I actually yeah, I put UDG.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
You put UDG right there.
I put UDG. Yeah. I do. Honestly, I think Grind Sky is only on the up and up. They say something about up trajectories, and it can only go like higher from here. So I think Grind Sky has a great chance to win this. In fact, it's kind of an interesting. We have interesting predictions in terms of like the language barrier here. So we have the BM side who all have set up for Grind Sky, and then we have us who like mostly. Yeah, this is the we're mostly on the ground here.
We're disowning Victor in a bit.
We're disowning Victor.
Disowning him.
I didn't think it was that serious in that case, but okay.
I'm trying to keep my stats alive, Pondo. And it might not matter to you, but it matters.
You already lost one.
Yeah, well, I lost one, but you know what? I'm still in the lead, and I intend to keep it that way. Please do not match my prediction. I do not like it when people are within arm's reach.
Okay, all right.
I
In which case, for the story.
For the story. Jokes aside, and I think that's the most interesting part, right? I'm glad you brought up our friends at the BM at the Basel broadcast, because they all think that Grind Sky just have a better chance against UDG. Which, no, I can't see the reason for them to think that way. I think that GrindSky have incredible players when we look at the support role, but I think the support role is also something that is kind of like the core of Team Underground, right? I know the jungler head-to-head is what we looked at a lot, but when we look at support, Bo and Otros, that is a matchup I want to see, especially Otros with his very unique champion pool, the Leona being one of the standouts.
Yeah, he loves that Leona, and he loves diving like really deep from what I've seen. Like, I always see his Leona, I always see it like in between tier 2 and tier 1 turret. I have rarely seen his Leona like on a more defensive position or like, you know, beyond the tier 1 tower, because he always seems to be diving really deep into it. But like, for some reason he does get away with it, so I cannot fault him for that Leona pick. And the Leona pick is just, it's great. I love like a non-standard support for like a lot of my teams.
Yeah, no, that's one thing. I mean, I had this game where I had a Lee Sin support. Guess how that went?
Really well.
Yeah, really well.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I reported that Lee Sin afterwards. You know,
Why?
because we lost the game.
Why would you report a guy when he's doing his best to do a shift in the meta? If you don't shift the meta, it's boring. Man has to try to keep things interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree on that if he didn't just actively grief the game, you know. So that throws your argument out the window. I would love to shift the meta by picking Xayah jungle, but I'm not going to win the game. You know? Depends on how you look at it. But I want to see what Team Underground and GrindSky Esports have for this game number 1 with UDG on that blue side.
So what do you think? The key bans? Seeing a Jax. Jax has been a terror. We almost saw Fennel win with the Jax, so I'm not surprised that they decided to ban it out. But like, what do you think? The more basic bans this time, or targeted bans?
I think there will be a bit of targeted ban. I think that the Jax in particular is a very good ban for Team Underground. A lot of respect for Taunty, but most importantly is how GrindSky Esports have shown Morgana Jax. Morgana jungle with a Jax hyper carry that completely shatters that Baron lane. So Team Underground are eliminating that carry factor, but you can see GrindSky, they bring out the Fiora. Carl loves the Grand Duelist. GrindSky are not going to give him that.
I guess, yeah. So seeing more targeted stuff, gonna be seeing more basic stuff with the Jace, 100%. I'm still not very convinced that, like, you know, Jace is that big of a problem, but then again, we haven't had that much chances to see it, so maybe the competitive scenes know something I don't, because I feel like Jace is good, yeah, but I haven't seen a case where he's gonna be like as dominant as a Cassidy, for example.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah.
But he's good. Now, well, individually, I mean, when we talk about side laning, and just, you know, those long-range pokes, that's where we see the agency of Jace. But we are falling back to a more classic, you know, bans. You know, we see the Yuumi getting banned, and the Wukong also kind of a targeted one. These two teams, especially GrindSky, they do prefer that Wukong in that Baron lane. You know, just a good laner in general, good survivability, and you have that spin bot knockout with the Cyclone. But of course, we finalized the ban with the Cassidy.
Gonna be seeing like, yeah, the Cassidy ban.
Of course.
The Wukong ban's pretty interesting, but like I think the Wukong playstyle is that he's one of those dies initiator like jungles that isn't the type who gets a lot of damage out on front.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of the times you always see the Wukong goes in, he does his clone thing, gets away, and then he always lurks behind and he always re-engages. You never not see a Wukong re-engage. He's always lives for the extended fights, he excels at them, and like, you know, having a double knockup is insane. I think that's like one of the big factors that Wukong is so good.
He's kind of dive in and out of the fight, right? He kind of assassin, bruiser, if I might put it that way. GrindSky, you know, Lucian and Camille, very expected picks. For UDG though, Renekton is out, Riven shows up as well, and we get the bow special. The Thresh.
Oh no. Oh well, but man.
He has lost one game with it, right? So it's not the be all end all.
He has lost one game with it. It doesn't change the fact that whenever I deal with the Thresh, I've never not had a good time with him, because every single time I play an Irelia, I play Fiora, I play anything which dives at all, I'm for some reason, my attacks don't land because I'm being flayed halfway, I'm being grabbed halfway on a tower dive. Nothing goes right for me with a Thresh on the enemy team. And like, it's competitive. I'm sure they have ways to deal with it.
Of course. Well, Grindsky, they are giving a lot of respect to Otros. That's what we kind of were looking for. The Leona ban and the Rakan to follow that up. And UDG ban out Shen and then Ari. So a bit of both solo lanes. Graga's getting picked up by Grindsky Esports. I think this still could be a Bambi Gragas, but again, it opens up some options into the jungle as well. There are 3 big flex picks, in fact, for Grindsky.
Gonna be seeing, like, I feel whenever there's an initiator, like a strong initiator on a team, I feel like Shen is always going to be banned away, or Shen is going to be picked because like it's too strong, especially on a really good initiator comp like with Camille. You have a Gragas who's not going to be as strong as a Camille when it comes to initiation, but like if you let the Shen be in that comp, it's going to be it's difficult. That's kind of what Stan United is for, and that's kind of what allows a lot of teams to get away with an overextension, potentially like a team fight gone wrong, or like even just back up for a team fight where like things are going your way even, like your advantages are there.
And we have a Galio and a Xayah. So Lara one with his Xayah, something that you'd love to see. In fact, Xayah has been a pretty popular pick in SPS so far. And there's 2 different ways, right? We're seeing League of Tempo, we're seeing the Conqueror. I think so far a bit more success has been found with the Conqueror rune. But for Grindsky Esports, they finalize it with the set. We're in for a game, Pondo.
Yeah, we're in for quite the game indeed. I'm seeing kind of a little bit of a repeat here from like the really initiator heavy comp that we saw Fennel versus SGP just now. I think the Xayah's been like a really popular pick as one of the few ADCs that does get picked up in this comp nowadays because the current meta is so initiator heavy. It's ridiculously initiator heavy. You're seeing a Camille, you're seeing a Gragas, you're seeing a Set. And like, I think someone on Reddit did mention this before, that Xayah is actually a very substandard ADC when it comes to being like an all-around ADC. But the one thing that she does excel at is that she's really, really good at dealing with people who are chasing her and not the other way around. Yeah. If she's trying to chase someone, she probably gets anything done. What's she gonna do? Pull the feathers like this way? I mean, she can, but like it's not gonna be as effective as throwing out feathers, and then as soon as like the initiatives try to come down on you, you're using feathers fly, or you're just pulling the feathers back to stop and engage, or potentially keep them away from you. I think that's why she works so well in an initiator heavy meta.
And it's one of the few ADCs, I think it's the only ADC right now that we have that has an invulnerability window, right, with the Feather Storm. Right? I don't think there's any other ADC that has that built into them, so that's kind of what makes Xayah, gives Xayah a room to breathe, right? We can say the closest one is probably the Ezreal with the Arcane Shift, or maybe the Kai'Sa with the Killer Instinct, but Killer Instinct requires you to go in instead of out, right? Or maybe the Supercharged Invisibility. So I think that's what the Xayah brings to the table. But this is kind of a good setup, right? Because we talked about the Lucian pick a lot. I think yesterday when we had this conversation with our friends the Barca side, we were talking about the Lucian and the Xayah, and we said that how tactical and Lara1, they both adore the Lucian. In fact, Lucian is one of the most contested AD carries in WildRift right now, or at least in this competition. But we'll see how this is gonna pan out. Grindsky Esports against Team Underground in this brawl of a best of 3. Winner goes to top 4.
Top 4 qualifiers to compete with the very best, consisting of our Philippines region, Malaysian region, Singapore region. Now the left with Singapore and the Philippines. Philippines have a lot less to prove, but a lot stronger teams to root for.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're looking at a region that sent 2 teams to the global stage of WildRift, the highest level, and they made it top 4 both times. Though both teams are different, right? We have Team Secret for the Horizon Cup, and then we have RRQ for Icon Global Championship. But it's a testament to how competitive and how refined that region is.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting to see team toss-ups because it means the game is consistently changing and metas are always shifting. So it always means that you have to keep on top of your game if you want to stay on top. Gonna be seeing the usual red clear. There is like a ward deep into that jungle, so they know exactly where Camille is right now, which is why you see Renekton playing more of a like what we call a minion mashup here to keep things flowing. And well, surprisingly, Lucian getting chunked down quite a bit here, and I don't really know what the play is here. It's kind of just your basic startup here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of those classic start, right? But the trade out of the Renekton, Taunji tries to respond in kind with the Haymaker, but I don't think it clipped him in the center, so no true damage.
That's how Renekton plays.
Ignite! Chinese doesn't get the Honey Fruit. First blood for Sayonara.
That was really fast and furious. I didn't really see coming at all. And wait, he was at the mid lane. But like I was saying here before,
The bottom lane, play callers, the retracted feathers, giving Lara one another kill. And Tactical back off right now. UDG off to a stellar start.
what is going on? Just a lot of picks up here from the UDG side. That was very decisive, catching people off guard where they're not supposed to be. And Lucian having a lot of faith in his dash to get away right here, and that's a really clean up, and a lot of minions going to be under tower, but I don't think it's going to be a problem since Tactical is still alive. He's a competitive player. He's going to be able to get all his minions. It's not going to be a problem. But you know, like I was saying here with the Renekton. Oh, here's the replay. There's unfortunately, I don't think there's enough info there for me to sort of pick out how that pickoff came out really fast. But I assume that they were set up in the brush over there waiting for their chance to strike. And he managed to get a good pickoff with that Ignite and the taunt. Everything sort of chained together. And that's a nice juicy pickup for them. Like, it gives them a lot of go towards the mid laner who's going to need it the most.
Yeah, and it's all of that ward that you pointed out, right, at the Raptors. I think UDG used it pretty well. But you were saying about, back on the topic of Renekton, we kind of discussed like how Renekton actually got buffed, right? Like his numbers went up. He's just a very oppressive lane bully. We're seeing a bit of that in action. I know Taunji is dealing with it pretty well. He's running the Grasp of the Undying, so you get a bit more of that sustain, and he has a built-in shield with that Haymaker. We'll see if Chinese can get anything done with this ultimate.
Yeah. I think that is kind of the thing with new Renekton is that like he can do
Oh boy, the Lantern delivered bow into the key strike. Sayonara was waiting for this moment his entire life. And Ultros gets a double down bot.
Gonna get caught out here. Kind of saw the writing on the wall. Camille has a set path. Knew that is coming. They had vision control in a lot of little spots here. That's enough to sort of give them what they needed to get the counter jungle up and running.
They could not have known that. They could not have seen that coming. If you're a Grindskye, you must be beating yourself up because how the heck did Underground read your moves 2 times in a row? This is the start. I mean, if you are the Camille right now, you're in a horrible spot. She's 2 levels down.
2 levels down, 1,000 gold down. Not to mention, to add insult to injury, she was waiting in the brush with that vision ward, just waiting for an opportunity. And like, that came to nothing. She missed out so many camps, she missed out like a lot of potential other ganks and a lot of potential other places to go because she was like waiting in the wings there with the vision ward.
Yeah, Grindskye kind of needs to make a bit of that minor adjustment, but what worries me is when the objective spawns because the core players of UDG, they're all coming online, you know. Sayonara's just 1-0, Lara 1 is 1-0. Ultra just got 2 free kills on support Karma, you know.
A bit rude here. Renekton seeing the Thresh in the brush, so decided to keep him around and pretend that he doesn't see him, so Thresh would waste time thinking that he had the opportunity. They're gonna try and dive him here.
They grab him, Hero's entrance arrives just a bit tad late, but they were able to trade 1 kill in return nonetheless.
Gonna be trying to get the respective like kills on both lanes here to try and get those objectives. Gonna be getting the Rift and trading out for the Dragon here. But like the setup was there. They already moved. Thresh was trying to get like potential.
Oh my god! The Ludens from Otros. Now he gets a binding. The guy just kills our Chinese again. And I think Grindskye just lost both objectives.
Grindskye managed to give both up. Oh man, that's unfortunate. They went in for the full dive, but the dive was what kept them weak. And like I know that they wanted that Rift at any cost. It would have been worse for them to give it up and without a fight. But I feel like it would have been better if they decided to recall and then, you know, allow Underground to sort of like go for it and then fight for it again. Like the retake instead of like fighting it for it first. Because you're low, you're just gonna get chunked on.
Yeah, I mean, I do not think that Grindskye expected that Ludens Come on, man. Ultra just destroyed the health bar of Chinese. 0-3 so far on this Camille. Things are looking pretty darn grim. 4,000 gold lead for Underground. 6 minutes in.
Underground playing things by the book here. Really, really well timed. They don't even rely a lot on vision. We're seeing a lot of things where they're kind of predicting where the Camille pathing is going to be. I think getting one good glance at it, and if you have a jungle who sort of understands, like if they play a lot of Camille themselves, they probably understand like, okay, it's going to take you about this amount of minutes if you're optimal to clear this space, and then you can move down here towards the blue buff, and she's probably going to come around straight after that because like there's no scuttle, there's nothing left for her to get, so our lane is pushed. She's definitely going to try and gank it.
Middle lane, they get the ultimatum locked down, but it's still left though. This Galio is incredibly tanky. They need to take him down, and they will. Both were able to fetch tactical with the lantern, but oh boy, Chinese.
They have abandoned Chinese to his fate. They expect like his...
They stunned him. Oh, flash from Chinese. Taunty is here to provide some support, but Ultros is around. Watch out, this Karma, he does hurt. Oh boy, the slow. It's Karma, Ultros getting a root down. And Taunty ends up sacrificing his life, doesn't even get the slam dunk.
Gonna be using that Stoneblade to try to stay alive, but I feel he should have saved it. I don't think there's any way he's gonna get out of that situation. And like you said, that early Ludens coming in, presses it once, and ow, yeah, that's a lot of damage.
And they just trample over the dead body of Taunty. Poor guy. All things considered, I mean, UDG just playing the game exactly what we expected them to do, right? This is a team, again, we talk about the history of some of these core players, previously from Amihan, and at that point in time, they were the best team in the Philippines. No one could come close to touching them. But right now, and then we see the returns of some of these players, and they're definitely showing off that they deserve to be here.
Well, yeah, I'm seeing a lot more interplay. Like I'm seeing a lot more macro, seeing a lot more micro. This is kind of a far cry from the game that we saw just now, which like there was like a lot of being pushed from the Fennel side, as SGP was missing a little bit of micro, but like they said it was lagging, so SSK couldn't go in as much as you want. But this is kind of the back and forth with the macro. There's no tier 1 turrets for Grand Sky, however. They gave up too many objectives, and then that little Rift Herald thing that they had just now, that sort of unfortunate like loss of both objectives, that sort of set them back quite a lot. They're trying to get the pick off in return, and
they actually did so well. Zilliam is just gonna frontline this. The two-man taunt, Bo getting low as well. Feathers fly from Lara. One, he really wants to kill. He has to shoot to keep himself alive. Bambi tries to engage, but unfortunately doesn't get anything in return, and Bambi is gonna potentially lose his life. Flash from Ultros to secure that kill.
The Karma coming in with flash fire, and yeah, Tacto's gonna try and keep things like going here, make sure that the turret doesn't get taken out for free. But what they wanted to be a pick, they waited in that brush for so long, giving up so much control and so much minion push in the Baron lane and Dragon lane to try and get a pick. But that pick didn't even manage to go off because Zillief is so tanky.
Yeah, I mean, and they were prepared to face check that, right? Ultros gave him a big fat shield and Zillief just runs in. Can you imagine being Grind Sky? You guys were like, all right, guys, let's wait for an ambush. And then this big guy, this Stone Colossus just runs in and taunts you. Just like, what the hell, guys? Like, this is not the guy we want.
This isn't the one. Yeah, they saw him. They decided to pick that fight. So in a way, it's like it's their choice, but it does so much follow up. Like it doesn't matter if you get the Galio. It doesn't matter if you get like doesn't matter if you get the Riven. If you don't get like the Karma, you don't get Lara or Orthros, it's gonna be very difficult for you to make anything out of that.
See how UDG will utilize this Herald. It's in the hands of Sayonara, but I don't think they are in a rush. In any way, right? Second Dragon coming up. UDG aims to secure it, and I find it very hard for Grind Sky to even do anything about this.
Grind Sky doesn't have the vision. They don't have the push. The minions are pushing towards their side.
Catch again.
Oh.
Chinese gets away. Sayonara, 3-man knock him. The caster knock him back into the body slam. Sayonara flashes. And the Grind Sky able to disengage from that.
Oh. Surprisingly, might be Underground's like time to get the dragon. Because like it looks like Grand Sky is a bit low from that last encounter, probably don't want to risk it because they're missing one member, which is Carl. Carl pretty key to getting onto the backline right there. But it looks like Grand Sky is going to give it up. They know that potentially the Dragon could be taken. They're going to try and get the Baron Tower Tier 1 in response. But it looks like Underground isn't going to go for the... They're going to let like 2 members of their team get the Dragon, while in return they try to get Carl, who, you know, who's like a solo behemoth to deal with like the 2 people pushing in the tower, and they don't even manage to get it in the end.
It's nothing that, you know, Grand Sky Esports can do. Sayonara.
Sayonara.
Spotted under the ward though, so Taunty is going to be safe, but you know, keep in mind that the Rift Herald is still in the possession of Sayonara. So you know, there's still this extra freight train that's gonna run down your structures. Again, UDG, I just don't think that they're in a rush.
Well, they need to get Tactical up and running. Tactical is going to be the key point to keeping Grand Sky in the game. Bu's doing his best to try and like keep like all the engages off of them, but it doesn't look. Bu's been staying next to Tactical. That's his job. He needs to keep people off of Tactical. But I don't think Underground cares about that because they've been taking whatever fight they can get. Bambi's been caught out like one or few times, and Chinese has been caught out like 3 times.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So like in the end, the whole game plan was to like keep Tactical alive, but it doesn't look like Underground even cares about the fact that Tactical is being kept alive because they have other plans. They have other people to go for. They have other like other targets that they want to go for instead.
We going to slow down the game pace a bit, right? A bit of a stalemate for both teams. I say stalemate, but that's if I don't look at the numbers. The numbers tell a different story. Baron coming up in 30 seconds, though. This game progressing faster than we thought it would.
It's minion push seems to be within Underground's favor. They've got the tier 1 turret down, which they can push, which is going to be a slow push already. Here comes the fight out on top, but it's going to be disengaged. There would be used like Lantern, and it's going to be kind of a reset, but it doesn't look like they want to let this go so easily.
And Renessing Blitz again, the flash is dead. Cast used as well. Ultros forced into the back line, finished off by Tactical as Hanti's going to buy a bit of time, trying to flash out of this. Gets taunted, it's finished off. 1-for-1 trade for both teams. Baron comes up, but I don't think UDG can get this, at least not for now.
It's interesting to see what Underground's mentality for this is, right? I thought that maybe they want to do a bit of a slower push. I guess this is what they're going to be using the Rift Herald for. I thought it was going to be a Dragon push, maybe like a slower push with the minions there since the minions are in their favor, but it looks like they wanted to return the favor of Grand Sky trying to get the tier 1 Baron Tower, which still hasn't gone down, by the way.
Look at this.
Oh, that Rift is going to get taken down for free. Which is a point in Grand Sky's favor, but the minions, macros, everything, Underground still has things on top.
And just look at this engage, I mean, for Ultra, just starting things off. And all things considered, you know, Grand Sky only getting the support, but they lost the set. I mean, UDG takes that win any day.
It looks like, yeah, like Tactical is getting where it needs to be, but like he's not going to be able to deal with the fact that three of like UDG's team members are coming online. And like Chinese has been absolutely gutted. He's been absolutely neutered. He's not going to be able to do much in these fights. Like you see, he was already using his like ultimatum to get away, to become untargetable during Karma's like flash ultis. He had to use it to get away. He's not even using it for engages, and that keeps like a valuable tool out of Grand Sky's arsenal. There's not much they can do here in that way.
Look at that Winds of War. That's a tornado.
That is a tornado.
That's a typhoon.
It can be a tornado, it could be a typhoon.
Could be a cyclone.
Could, yeah. I didn't take weather classes, so...
No, me neither. I just happened to come across a video of a meteorologist breaking down natural disaster scenes in movies. So that's where I kind of learned a bit. I learned that if a hurricane happens and you are in the middle of the hurricane, you're in the eye of the storm, you're actually safe.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't think that applies to Galio's Winds of War.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
But it is in a circle, so if you're standing here, where you know, there, I guess you wouldn't get hit.
Yeah, well, you take damage over time if you're in the middle. Well, technically, but you will be
like a little beyond that.
Yeah, but you have to be like, but to dodge it, you either have to be far away or you have to be like right in front of him,
really close,
which he can just one punch you.
But yeah, looks like they're gonna have to try and get more minion priority down onto Dragon Lane. because like they want that pressure out to be going when the dragon comes out and the Baron fight might eventually happen. But I don't. It's not in their favor right now because the way the minion waves are going, they're not gonna have prio before the dragon fight happens, and I don't think.
Oh, flash death sentence, but it's on sayonara. Not really sure what Bo was trying to achieve with that.
Absolutely nothing. Like there was barely any damage. Just was that stone plate? Yeah, that was stone plate. Immediately nullifying everything.
And look at that. They locked down Carl, but again, just odd moves from Grindsky.
I think they're playing the strategies which you expect to see from a team that has a lot less gold deficient. I think these are sort of things that would work if your gold differential was not this like far apart. Well, I think it's hard. Even for View. If View managed to get a good death sentence on a good target, that would have been a lot more like in Grindsky's favor. But like, I don't think I've ever seen a point where Sayonara and Ziliev are not, or Carl are not at the front tanking things and getting the damage out of the way. And their only good source of damage right now seems to be like on Lucian. Lucian has pretty much all their damage.
Chinese just waiting to set things up in case Carl shows himself. But again, the presence of mind from UDG, keeping themselves away from trouble. We're gonna get a 19-minute Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
Everything according to schedule. UDG clearing out the wards, divisions in that Baron pit. Of course, no attempt on the Baron just yet. It's just a minor dance. Carl now getting on by two members of Grindsky. Drop the redemption for safety measures, but Carl is still getting away. Now he turns around. Taunty gets knocked out with a hero's entrance. And Grindsky, despite the best efforts, barely scratched the surface. And they lost Taunty for 50 seconds. And look at what UDG is doing. They are already starting Baron. Chinese takes the Lantern out. Now we're looking for a coin flip at Baron. Still at 5,500 health. Plenty of time for UDG members to show up. Bo just get a death sentence, but Ultra is engaged on the Chinese. That's the jungler of Grindsky Esports that has been eliminated. Bo takes the blast gun, but he brings UDG with him, and Sayonara gets a flash on the tactical as Bo gets chased down as well. They get Carl in with the stun. Bo goes down, tactical erased from the map, and UDG now looks for an ace and just goes for the Baron. Carl now have Bambi in the sights, the last surviving member, and Lara was not gonna let that slide. Bambi uses that Jonius, doesn't go down, but UDG have gotten Baron.
Riding on the wall for Grindsky here, made some desperate plays against some desperate measures. Didn't even manage to get Carl, really didn't consider the fact that Ziliev had his ult up. And that's going to be a free Baron. That's potentially the end of the game here for Grindsky. They have too many people on cooldowns, and they do have like what is going to be really difficult buff to bear.
How do you stop this push? I mean,
you don't.
And we saw like Grindsky's best effort. You know, they brought two members to deal with Carl, and they lost both of them. I mean, just take a look at this.
Just this is when they were on the back foot. They already lost. On Taunty. Chinese gets taken out really early after being chased all the way from bot lane from the Ziliev and the Carl combo. And Carl doesn't even care that he's taking all these hits. Ziliev doesn't care that he's taking all these hits. It's just free all around for them. They don't have the damage. They don't have any champion who could potentially, you know, this is just the pure form of like having champions which are too far above, and you don't really have like a what we call a backup plan for this. You have no champions who have been able to get back from this. Lucian isn't exactly what I would call a tank killer.
Yeah. Are you looking for kind of like a gold next moment for Grindsky where we just talk about what to do in game 2? I mean, it's going to be a desperation attempt. All the big ultimates used. Bambi gets knocked out by the hero's entrance. All UDG cares about are those inhibitor turrets, and they've already gotten 2.
Yeah, this isn't one of those games where I'm going to say I see the light in the tunnel. This isn't one of those games where I say, okay, there's a win condition that's still on Grindsky's side. This isn't one of those games. This is one of those things where it's going to be a slow death, but it's going to happen.
Uh-oh, Carl doesn't get hooked. And that's it, right? I mean, if he gets hooked, maybe we see a chance. It's a slight chance.
Slight chance for Grindsky because Ziliev's out's down right now. Galio's still down, but you know the rest of the team's ridiculous. Frost Karma with the Mantra on the shield, speed up. They would have been there like in the time that it would have taken to kill Carl with a GA. So I don't think that would have like amounted to much anyway.
The Dragon has already been started by Sayonara. Grindsky know exactly what is happening, but they can't even get in. I mean, the Elder Dragon is gone.
That's
and
it.
let's just let it sink in. Just watch the execution damage proc, or Chinese get so... Yeah, never mind, he just burned. The Ignite actually killed him. And UDG
Oh, man.
looking to make a statement in game number 1. And
This-
there's a reason, right? There's a reason why the other teams think that UDG will make it. I mean, this game 1 says a lot of that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we talked about Grand Sky and their absolute meteoric rise, but this is kind of what we call the old guard. This is
Oh, yeah.
the very exemplification of an old fortress, an old tower that's really difficult to overcome. And here we go, the last fight. Grind Sky going to try their best to try and stay alive.
Yeah, well, Nexus does. Nexus can't fight back.
Can't fight back.
Yeah, but this end has been foreshadowed a couple of minutes before it even happened, right? Again, I like how you put it, the old guards. You know, again, when we talk about the individual players for Team Underground, they were regarded the best a year ago, and I still think that they are one of the in the VIP club of being the best in the region, and they are showing off. I mean, that felt like just a montage for Team Underground.
Yeah, it hasn't been so poetic, you know, like we talk a lot about an old fortress that you need to topple to bring down, and that was the very definition of it, because like it seemed Grind Sky was, they weren't playing to win, they weren't playing for a comeback. There's no way they could come back at any point in the game. The entire game was just one long ode to like Underground. See, the score 0, the 2 kills pretty much on Tactical, the only one doing damage, but by the time he got to the point where he could do anything, he was the only one who was doing like a decent amount of damage. They didn't have an answer for it. The rest of the team was sort of built around getting the carry down onto Chinese, who has the true damage, and towards Tactical. And Tactical, Bu was supposed to be there to keep Tactical alive, and Chinese needed to pop off in order to have enough damage and to have enough initiation on the rest of the team. But that's not what materialized. What we're just seeing is a slow death, a lot of team members which are almost impossible to kill with the 3-man combination of Sayonara, Ziliev, and Carl. And what does Orthros do? Orthros doesn't even need to be in the fight. All he needs to do, walk up, press the fire. That's it.
That's
They're
it.
gone.
Wonder how much health Bambi survived it, right? I assume it's like 10 or something.
But we're going to see a lot of damage taken in the stats.
Absolutely. I mean, this game is kind of just... I don't want to use the term jungle gap, but I want to say the Team Underground got the perfect read of Chinese's movements, right? Just an absolute shutdown. From minute 1 onwards, the moment that mid lane kill happened, we see how that trickle into the spill into the side lane, right? Chinese died mid, and it's like, you know what? All right, I died mid, unlucky, clear our blue side. I'm gonna go bot, gets caught by Sayonara again, and just doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah, like the writings on the wall. They didn't even need wards for it. Like we saw, there was not a lot of deep wards.
Yeah.
They just predicted it. They already knew the pathing, and that's kind of the magic of having.
Can I just say, I did not expect Sayonara to only do that much damage. Certainly not Ziliev with almost 25,000 worth of damage.
Yeah, but look at those numbers. Look at the blue bar. Look at the 14,000 damage, almost surpassing like the entire combined damage taken of like 4 members of Grind Sky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just unkillable.
And like the idea, when you think of Riven, you think of someone who's doing damage.
Yeah.
But this is not what we're seeing in the latest Rivens. We're seeing a Riven who is building boozer items. We're seeing a Riven who's unkillable together with the stone plate. And we're seeing a Riven who's getting onto the backline, not necessarily killing you, stunning you, knocking you up with the 3rd proc of her like, her Q.
And actually still killing you.
Still killing.
Yeah. So that is the crazy part, right? But I mean, Team Underground just off to a great start. I mean, this series might have ended before we know it, but that's what we said about Fennel against SGP. We saw Fennel kind of just mow the lawn with SGP in game 1, and SGP just swung back really hard. And hopefully Grind Sky can find a bit of lifeline in this game too, because I think UDG look absolutely stellar. Right?
Yeah.
We're not talking about this big discrepancy like Fennel against 7-9 or or Underground or Grind Sky against Phantom 6. These are 2 Filipino squads that have played against each other, and they were pretty close to each other in the local standings. And of course, all of this made possible by our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And I gotta say that UDG, they're on the right track to fulfill that prophecy. Just doing a great job of shutting down Grind Sky in game 1, especially that jungler. And we also, wouldn't have made it to this far without our friends at Monster Energy helping these guys unleash the beast. And also check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys are interested in our Discord channel, join us at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series.
Come discuss the strats with like your other friends here who enjoy these kind of series as well. Snapdragon Pro Series Discord is here for you. And yeah, that's the game. Okay, but here's the main difference.
All right. Give me that one liner. Let's go.
So we watched the Fennel versus SGP match.
Right.
The thing is, even though game 1, the macro was absolutely impeccable, the micro was absolutely impeccable on the Fennel side. They won that decisively. But as you were watching it, I'm pretty sure you thought like, there's a lot of moments SGP could have turned this around, could have turned this around, could have turned this around. You get that feeling.
Yeah.
But when you watch that game just now, there was absolutely none of that. You didn't get any thought of going like, okay, they can turn this around, they can turn this around. There was nothing. There was no way they're going to be able to come back from that at all. It was just an unpassable wall.
I sense that hopelessness, but fear not, my child. We still have game 2 coming up between Grind Sky Esports and Team Underground. We'll see if Grind Sky can flip the script in game number 2. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Ignite! Chinese doesn't get the honey fruit. First blood for Sayonara. Oh boy, the lantern delivered bow into the key strike. Sayonara was waiting for this moment his entire life. And Ultros gets an
opportunity. They're going to try and dive him here.
They grab him. Hero's entrance arrives just a bit tad late. But they were able to trade 1 kill in middle lane. They get the ultimatum locked down, but it's still left though. This Galio is incredibly tanky. They need to take him down, and they will.
Like loss of both objectives, that sort of set them back quite a lot. They're trying to get the pick off in return.
And they actually did so well. Zilliam is just going to frontline this. The 2-man taunt, Bo getting low as well. Feathers fly from Lara. One, he really wants to kill. He has to shoot to keep himself alive. Bambi tries to engage, but unfortunately he doesn't get anything in return. And Bambi is going to potentially lose his life. Flash from Ultros.
A reset, but it doesn't look like they want to let this go so easily.
And Renaissance Embrace again, the flash is dead. Cast used as well. Ultros forced into the back line. Finish off by Tactical as Hansi's to buy a bit of time. Trying to flash out of this. Gets taunted. Finished off. 1-for-1 trainer dance. Carl now getting on by 2 members of Grind Sky. Drop the redemption for safety measures, but Carl is still getting away. Now he turns around. Taunting gets knocked out with a hero's entrance. And Grind Sky, despite the best efforts, barely scratched the surface. And they lost Taunty for 50 seconds. And look at what UDG is doing. They are already 5,500 health. Plenty of time for UDG members to show up. Bonus get a death sentence, but Ultros engage on the Chinese. That's the jungler of Grind Sky Esports that has been eliminated. Bo takes the blast gun, but he brings UDG with him. And Sayonara gets a flash on the Tactical as Bo gets chased down as well. They get Carl in with the stun. Bo goes down. Tactical erased from the map. And UDG now looks for an ace and just goes for the Baron. Carl now have Bambi in the sights, the last surviving member. And Lara was not gonna let that slide. Bambi uses that Jonius doesn't.
Simplification of an old fortress and old tower that's really difficult to overcome. And here we go, the last fight. Grind Sky gonna try their best to try and stay alive. That's how Renekton plays.
Ignite! Chinese doesn't get the honey fruit. First blood for Sayonara. Oh boy, the lantern delivered bow into the key strike. Sayonara was waiting for this moment his entire life. And Ultros gets an
opportunity. They're going to try and dive him here.
They grab him. Hero's entrance arrives just a bit tad late. But they were able to trade 1 kill in middle lane. They get the ultimatum locked down, but it's still left though. This Galio is incredibly tanky. They need to take him down, and they will.
Like loss of both objectives, that sort of set them back quite a lot. They're trying to get the pick off in return.
And they actually did so well. Zilliam is just going to frontline this. The 2-man taunt, Bo getting low as well. Feathers fly from Lara. One, he really wants to kill. He has to shoot to keep himself alive. Bambi tries to engage, but unfortunately he doesn't get anything in return. And Bambi is going to potentially lose his life. Flash from Ultros.
A reset, but it doesn't look like they want to let this go so easily.
And Renaissance Embrace again, the flash is dead. Cast used as well. Ultros forced into the back line. Finish off by Tactical as Hansi's to buy a bit of time. Trying to flash out of this. Gets taunted. Finished off. 1-for-1 trainer dance. Carl now getting on by 2 members of Grind Sky. Drop the redemption for safety measures, but Carl is still getting away. Now he turns around. Taunting gets knocked out with a hero's entrance. And Grind Sky, despite the best efforts, barely scratched the surface. And they lost Taunty for 50 seconds. We're back at it again for the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals Group Stage for the region of MSPB. My name is Husky alongside Aaron, also known as Pondo, and we are now preparing for Game 2 in this last elimination series between GrindSky Esports and Team Underground. Team Underground brought GrindSky Underground in Game 1 and almost buried them alive, and GrindSky now have to claw their way up.
Kind of goes to show... Sorry. Kind of goes to show that the Underground has decided to beat Sky into submission this time, bringing them down to their turf.
I actually didn't think of that. That was pretty good. I'll give you that one.
Well, yeah, it's oops, sorry. Yeah, it's just we didn't expect this ground to be this solid. I think when GrindSky was trying to grind against ground against like the ground, then they didn't really expect the ground to be that, you know, tough to overcome. They were grinding, but look at that KDA, look at that KP. Ziliev just doing absolutely insane on Galio. Damage taken per minute is about close to 400, 380.75 there. And that is a testament to just how ridiculously huge of a wall GrindSky needed to overcome in order to get to that back line. Ziliev wasn't having any of that. You saw the LTs, you saw the timing, you saw the Winds of War, you saw the taunts. None of it was getting to the back line. It was almost like GrindSky was like shooting peas against like a giant impenetrable fortress.
Yeah, it's the what's this title again? The Colossus of Demacia or something, right?
The
like
Colossus. Yeah, actually. I think
something around that.
Yeah, something around that.
Does make me miss the old Galio a bit, just a bit.
Not many people remember the old Galio.
Yeah, when his idol Duran actually destroys you if you get taunted. Well, that is just a trip down memory lane. Though I do miss old Scion.
Old Scion, old
Galio, just everything, just old antique stuff. But going into Game 2, well, just now you kind of expressed that it feels like there's hopelessness. Like there's a void that GrindSky cannot fill. Do you still think that that's going to be the case in Game 2? Like, what are we looking at for GrindSky?
I think, you know, in the end, it's going to boil down to draft.
Right.
Because, like, that is the kind of team comp you look at, and then you're like, oh, no, game's over. Because, like, that's the sort of team comp that when they get super fed, it feels like there's no recourse. It feels like even if you got the Lucian super fed, it feels like if you even if you got Chinese turn on his head for the true damage, like what do you do when you have a Riven who's taking 13,000 damage for the duration of the game, gets onto your backline, stuns you, knocks you up, and then you think that you got a pick, you think that you got a good tower dive. It doesn't matter. Ziliev is there. He's like, hey, what's up?
Yeah,
he's got the taunt. He's got so many tools. There was just nothing they could do. It's just 3-man stack against a ridiculously difficult, hard backline to get to. There wasn't even that much backline. There's just 2 people in what we were supposed to call a backline. And that backline pretty much just needed to press like 1 button in order to get a lot of damage on with the Luden's Echo. And there's not much it can do beyond that.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for GrindSky Esports and of course for their fans to be in. But of course, it is not over just yet. For Game 2, GrindSky Esports will take on the blue side. UDG will be on red. We'll see if this is going to affect anything. But, you know, in terms of bans, are we expecting Karma to finally get the respect she deserves?
I feel like Karma was a problem, yes. But, like, I think what they either want to target something that makes a dent in the composition, which gave them so much grief. So I think the PTSD might make them choose something a bit more tanky. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It looks like Fira is going to be the one that gets banned out potentially for a targeted pick for a team comp that they plan on using. But let's just see if GrindSky has has a better option this time around instead of letting Underground get picks which are really difficult to overcome.
Yeah, in fact, Karma is my go-to ban every time I play. It's always
Really?
I ban. Karma is so annoying. I just don't like it, so I always ban Karma. I firmly believe that every single support in the game is dealable. You can be dealt with except for Karma. Maybe I just suck at dealing with Karma, so I just remove it. Yuumi removed by Team Underground, but in Game 1 we saw a lot of respect for the individual picks, especially for the Baron laners, right? We were seeing the Jax ban, the Fiora ban, GrindSky Esports now banning the Camille themselves, just to not give it to Team Underground. But for one thing we haven't really seen are the assassins, right? Because Team Underground especially has this I would say special trait where Ziliev and Carl can switch lanes if they need an assassin in the middle lane. And you know, that's always a plan that they can fall back to.
So it just kind of goes to show that even when they're not playing their like famous or infamous like assassin comp, like they're just strong. Like you saw that crazy bruiser matchup, and like that kind of shows that they have flexibility. Even though like we thought that Underground, if they veered away from their usual picks, their usual like comp, they might trip up, but it didn't seem like they were tripping up at all. It seems they were even stronger than their usual impression. So Grind Sky needs to be able to like deal with that aggression, have a plan of attack, and get the gold where it needs to go. You know?
Yeah, Karma left open, so you can assume that Grind Sky now put in a predicament, right? Because you also have the Jace, so who do you want to pick for yourself? The Lucian is also on the table. Multiple choice questions for Grind Sky, and of course, they go for the Jace. Lucian Karma now available for Team Underground if they want it.
Should be interesting to see the Jace, because like I said, I haven't really thought of a situation where Jace has an incredible amount of impact, so I'm excited to actually see it in action. Gonna be like the next pick out from Underground though, so like I want to see what they pick, because I think Underground is actually really good with the picks and bans. Like they know what comp would like be good to overpower the other one. I think they do a lot of wins in their pick and ban rates.
Yeah, so Lucian, kind of a no-brainer for Team Underground, but the Nami is also an option, right? We saw the Lucian Nami being a very good duo, but of course the Karma is a more desirable choice.
Well, yeah, the Karma is a more desirable choice. Like the Nami is good, but like I think there's a specific Karma around Nami that will get the best use out of it. And yeah, the Lucian Nami is a good pick, but I feel like the way the Underground plays, they would prefer the Karma in a lot of ways.
We're seeing the Senna +1, so obviously going to be Senna's pet Nasus. It's kind of an inseparable duo in the Dragon lane. So Grind Sky Esports kind of reverting back to that a bit. A safer Dragon lane, you can't really punish them unless you go for those early dives. You know, when you have to set up, right? But generally, it's just crazily hard to kick them out of lane. That means they can also supplement the rest of the team. So we're looking at Grind Sky Esports probably going for, you know, hard-hitting junglers and mid laners. For Team Underground, though, it's going to be the Gragas.
Gonna be the Gragas. So it's Karma and Lucian on the bot lane, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah. And then the Nasus to the Senna.
Though the Karma can still be a flex pick, right? The Karma Dragon lane, Karma support, Karma mid. Team Underground has a lot of that, a lot of the draft still on the table. I mean, you can throw the Lucian mid if you want to, and the Gragas jungle. Though that is a bit unlikely for the Gragas to be in the jungle. Not as popular as a lot of other junglers that we have seen. I mean, the Lee Sin is still up.
Yeah, the Underground does seem to like to keep their Karma on a more carry-specific role, so like more damage-oriented. So if they kept their support, they might kind of limit her damage output a little bit. But I feel like it would be a stronger matchup versus the Senna Nasus, because then you would be hit by like fire and like Lucian's like piercing light before you could even reach like your destination. So like it's a pretty strong like matchup against the early game of Senna and Nasus. But Team Underground does seem to like Karma and carry roles like a lot more than support roles.
Yeah, so we're seeing Orianna and Ahri ban. And Grind Sky looking for a top lane ban. Well, the Baron lane ban, in fact. So Renekton and Riven will be the choice. Let's see what Team Underground has up the sleeves, though, because they have the last pick to get to look at the full set of cards that Grind Sky Esports brings to the table. And you know, they kind of can still save the last pick for Carl, which is a pivotal member of the team. But if that is going to be the case, we are expecting a Sayonara champion, and no, actually the set gets picked up.
So yeah, we're going to a full initiator comp again. Thinking about what could be. So it's Gragas set, but Riven's off the table now. Renekton is also off the table. So should be one more initiator, if I'm not wrong, the way the Underground likes to play. So what do you think would be a good initiator for that 3 combo?
Xin Zhao, I guess.
Xin Zhao, maybe?
But if we're looking at the jungler, right, I think that is very possible. I think the Xin Zhao. I'm not really banking on the vibe. I mean, the Lee Sin is still up for Sayonara if he wants to.
Yeah.
This is the farthest the Lee Sin has ever made it into the draft without getting banned. We'll see. I mean,
I thought it would have been the Garen, but it looks like Grind Sky is gonna go for the
Garen.
Oh, gonna be a more.
I think
Okay.
This is another Morgana jungle, it seems, for Team Underground.
Okay, that's really interesting. So you don't have a direct initiator. You're gonna have a person who throws out a bunch of dark bindings to potentially get like a pick.
There's a lot of magic damage for Team Underground.
Yeah.
It's a copious amount of magic damage.
The Gragas, the Karma, the Morgana. I don't hate it though because you still have strong AD options. But yeah, interesting to see the Kazakhs potentially to try and keep like the Lucian in check. But it's gonna depend on how much gold they get. That's entirely a gold-dependent matchup.
And now with the draft set, I feel like when we look at Grind Sky Esports draft, it does feel a bit. It feels better compared to Game 1, right? In fact, coming into this, it feels like a more robust draft. It's very strong jungler, the solo laners are great. The Senna Nasus, a very stable bottom lane. But when we compare it to Team Underground, what are your thoughts on that?
So I feel like it's gonna be key in like the very early stages. So looking at it, Senna Nasus, they, like you said, they're really good. The Senna is gonna be provide a lot of healing, gonna get a lot of like long range initiation for the Nasus, and Nasus can potentially scale up really well with the backing of the Senna, because top lane Nasus doesn't have that like backup, and like in that sort of way he suffers. But having him in the Dragon lane gives him more opportunities to get where he needs to go, together with the support of a good support. But there's a fight that is up against a Lucian and going to be up against the Karma. That's going to be a lot of fire. There's going to be a lot of piercing light, and like you could potentially get chunked down and forced to recall a lot before if things don't go your way. Don't play a lot more conservatively, and that's going to be that key moment. And then that's going to be like the Morgana potentially walking out from the bush and throwing like a dart binding out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's going to be a scary thought if you're a Grind Sky Esports supporter right now. I mean, they are on their backs are against the wall. You know, they are at the edge of the plank. Team Underground just needs to give it one more push, and then Grind Sky Esports will be out. Game number 2 between UDG and GS kicking off right now. A very interesting approach from UDG this time. Sayonara with the Jungle Morgana. We've seen it from them. We've seen it from Nigma Galaxy. We've seen it from Grind Sky. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's a surprise, but you know, the fact that they're running this Karma mid that you called, and the Gragas support definitely fits what UDG is trying to go for.
It's going to be a lot more annoying for Grind Sky because they have a lot of front facers. So you have the Nasus, you have the Kazakhs, you have the Garen, and those three need to be up in your face. Morgana is going to be nullifying a lot of that initiation, a lot of that in your face sort of mentality with the Nasus and the Garen especially. And if you get a good dart binding on the Kazakhs as well, then Kazakhs is pretty much disabled because that thing lasts forever. I think we talked about it lasting forever. So that's a lot of this. That's potentially a lot of disabling, but like I feel like Kazakhs is still going to be a good pick against like the fact that they're squishier. Gets a few good early kills, gets really fed, can potentially jump on a Lucian who's already used his dash, jump on a Morgana, jump on a Karma. So it's going to be up to the set, going to be up to Carl, going to be up to Orthros to sort of keep things like flowing in their direction. So it's either way.
Well, good news for Grind Sky is that Bambi will not really suffer having his lane shoved in, right? Thanks to him being a Garen, but you know, for Zileaf, he's equally as undeterred. You know, you have that Morgana nearby as well, and one good thing about Morgana jungle is you just power clear the whole jungle. The Tormented Shadow just completely destroys the camps.
Never did I think that a Morgana jungle would be one of the fastest clears in WildRift, but I'm forced to become a believer now just looking at it right about here. That it's pretty interesting how fast that goes. Like that sword really burns through them like butter.
It surely does. I mean, it's gonna hit level 5.
You are a Morgana jungle believer, yeah.
I am. I believe in the power of that. Oh boy, flash. So shackles. Even with the flash, Taunty's not gonna make it out of range in time. And UDG looking for the first burn. Carl just guarantees it, but Sayonara burns him down with the red buff. Too
little, too late. Flash, no boots. There's no way you're going to be able to get out of that. And recalling there potentially where the Morgana is going to be. It's like this is the level of foresight for Underground is a lot different from Grind Sky. Underground already saw the pathing, and they knew where Chinese was as the Camille last game. But it looks like Overstayed is welcome here.
No way, Sayonara, no way.
Oh my
Lord. No, it's pretty close.
Okay, so 2 mistakes out here. Two people decided to overstay and recall in the bad position. So interesting to see how that works.
And the leap came back off in time. I mean, It's got the replay of what happened, but I mean, Sayonara just... He can't even knock her back, right? He has the black shoe on him.
Yeah, has a black shield, and like recalling in probably the worst possible position during the jungle pathing. But of course, Sayonara deciding to overstay and just giving a free kill to Chinese. So, you know, like I said, the win condition is getting affect Kazakhs because then there's a lot of available backlines to go through. So especially since 3 of them are going to be quite squishy as well. But yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's game just yet.
Yeah, I mean, UDG pretty uninterested in some early contention, but they are getting the read right again. And Grindska actually made a ping, so they did expect Sayonara to show up. I think he walked under that ward, placing the brush and the tri-brush in the bottom lane. So this time they're going to be able to avoid something unless Ultros has something to say about it. The cast forcing a flash out of bowl.
Good flash, good flash. Saw the writing on the wall. It wasn't quite as fast as they expected it to be. I expected it to be a dash immediately into an out. That would definitely have been able to get them if they were caught off guard, but like I don't think he was in the right position for the cast to necessarily get like them into the position that they wanted him to be.
I mean, for Grindska Esports, to take down the members of UDG, that will take... It's going to take a lot of effort, right? We saw how, you know, you emphasize on how Chinese needs to kind of come online. It needs to be the Kazakhs that start snowballing the game. But with that being said, it is not going to be an easy task. So Grindska's approach is probably just going to side lane with this Hullbreaker Garen.
Chinese is he's not been getting the opportunities he needs. Like you see, they both have the same amount of kills. Morgana even died once here. Sayonara died once. But the goal differential is still within Morgana's favor, which shouldn't be the case because Chinese hasn't necessarily been the most optimal with his pathing. He hasn't been optimal in like staying in the lane at the right spots to get like some of that, you know, auxiliary gold. He is potentially going to be able to get the Rift here for free because, you know, Bambi is around. And the rest of the team seems to be making, the rest of Underground seems to be making a move towards Dragon, which is going to be focused. So that is going to be a free Rift, which opens up to the fact that they may be able to fight it, but no, gets taken by Underground in the end.
Yeah, and Grindska Esports instantly drops Shelly mid. Won this tier 1. Should be able to get it though, like one siphoning strike, one king. Yeah,
see SGP, this is what you should be doing. You should be putting on the Rift as soon as the Dragon gets contested because that's where the pressure is going to be.
Fair enough.
Well, yeah, I don't know why I'm railing on SGP like this. Like,
I mean, well, they won. Come on, man. Cut them some slack.
Well, they made me sweat a lot, so I guess this is the least they can do. But that is
I bet you they sweat a lot as well. They even expect to win that one. But we are seeing, you know, Bo taking a slightly different role because we are so used to seeing him on Thresh, you know, engage type supports. But right now on this Nasus, it's a classic Fimble Winter start. While all things considered, at least UDG aren't catching Chinese off guard, you know, as they did in Game 1, like they did in Game 1.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Exhaust.
Exhaust going to be kind of Taunty's going to be taking quite a bit of damage. They're going to get away scot-free. Saw this flash. They expended quite a bit to get him. Like they just use exhaust. Nothing beyond that. But it's going to open up a bit more for them to get more pot shots on the tower. And there's 4 people here. Not sure what they're going to try to
Taunty is dead. I mean,
Taunty's already dead.
Yeah, and the chaos tethered into a cast. Yeah, tries to execute Sayonara, but you know, nice try.
Grindska probably should have given that up. There was 3 people in vision. The last person was still hiding. But like the fact is, like, giving up that tower probably a better idea and try recall, reheal, get some refocus on the outer lanes. Because like if there was a dive, which did happen, they end up losing the tower and going to be losing 3 kills. And that's UDG's, you know, UDG's pretty much going to be able to snowball off of this pretty easily.
Just very well coordinated. They did get the bottom tier 1 as well. Morgana definitely just works best when you know, are the one dictating the tempo. When you are the one dictating who goes down. I mean, Grindska, they have some deep vision. They do know that this death squad from UDG is walking around the top side of the jungle, but there's nothing that they can do to stop it.
Yeah. Grindska needed to keep like Morgana in their heads rent free at all times. because like knowing where she is, the difference between a Morgana jungle and a Morgana laner is Morgana laner, you have eyes on her. She is potentially going to be able to make you sweat, and she can push the lanes really fast. But the jungle Morgana the value is in the fact that unless you're keeping her in your head and you're making sure that you know where she is at all times, she can walk out for a free dark binding at any given time.
An attempt onto Ultros. He does have the stone play to get out, and the rest of his team is there. Let's look at the damage, but again, just the magical damage is incredible. Grind Sky Esports desperately trying to hold on to this top tier 1, and it's not going to be easy, especially when you have a Hullbreaker Garen around.
Oh yeah, the Hullbreaker Garen. That's gonna be a huge pain point for Grand Sky. Grand Sky is still leading in terms of gold. They have 3 towers versus the 1 tower on the underground side. But underground's gonna be building up to something fierce. They have the better win condition here. They're in a better state to get to that win condition. Because right now Chinese is not necessarily getting the kills that he needs, and he's not providing pressure onto like the squishies on the underground team.
Look at this, I mean.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Optimized.
It's optimized.
You can put
it's disgustingly optimized.
Yeah, 2 Tormented Soils if you get enough CDR, and if you trigger your passive enough, you can put 2 Tormented Shadows. In fact, to change it from soil to shadow.
Yeah, you just dark binding her right at the edge of like the zone.
Uh-oh, that squad. They popped the Shroud right into UDG's ambush. And UDG now looking for a couple of kills. Bambi gets rooted down. The Calling gets unleashed. Both staying alive. The binding connects. Only onto Bambi though. Carl sniper to pull him back with the face breaker. And Grind Sky Esports able to disengage.
Yeah, that's the value. That's the value of the thing going down now, because Underground couldn't necessarily get the picks that they needed to do. So they kind of have to respect the fact that Grind Sky is gonna have a lot. They're gonna have a lot more trouble with Grind Sky's comp, and like the Kazakhs on Chinese and Bambi gonna be getting in between all of them, especially with the backup coming up from Jason and the acceleration gate shots. So they had to respect that. They had to back off. They didn't necessarily lose enough members, but they knew that they would be on the back foot if they decided to fight for the Rift. So they decided to refocus their efforts on getting the macro down and moving to a Dragon.
I do like all of these pokes from UDG. Looking to contest this Dragon. He's on the binding, but it's Bo. Snasis with the Fimble Winter is very, very hard to crack through. So it's going to take a while before UDG finds an opening. A 3-man root. Bo now getting tethered up as well. We actually also connect the Chinese thanks to the empowered tether. Now Bo pops that ultimate straight to the backline. It's going to be Bambi who executes Zilliam. But we get a good showstopper. Zara 1 gets the cleanup onto Tanti. A 1-for-1 trade for both teams, and Grind Sky Esports still thinking about contesting this one, but UDG will start off the Dragon.
Taunty not being where he's supposed to be, way too close for comfort there. I'm getting caught out where he shouldn't be. Here we go.
Dash on to Bo. Bambi comes in, gets bopped by the belly, and the body slam, a cast to separate the battle line. Chinese flashes away. Ultra trying to go for a chase. Bambi already lost. Chinese going for some of a juke, but Lara 1 has already found a double. And UDG wins that long extended skirmish.
Ooh, I feel like Chinese could afford to like wait a little bit longer before going in there. I guess needed to engage there with the force push, that force engage coming from Underground. Underground just absolutely steamrolling them and catching Taunty off guard here. That's gonna be a fire drake for them. Not too behind in gold for Grand Sky. Still kind of a chance to get back in there, but it's just a matter of 2 turrets needing to be taken down on the Underground side, and it's going to be completely equalized. So win condition is not there, and Chinese is not getting the kills that he's trying to get into right here.
And this all started with, again, Lara 1 is the aggressiveness, right? You have the Black Shield to get rid of the Wither, and the rest is history. It's a good response from UDG.
Look at that explosive cast. That was really good. That sort of separated them into 2, and then pushed kept like one side free to be like taken out by the rest of the team, and then that was pretty much game over for Grand Sky. Grand Sky completely not taking the account the fact that the explosive cast was still in rotation there when picking that fight, and like Chinese getting caught out early. That's a death sentence. Chinese needs to be in the back line. Chinese, if he doesn't even get into the fight like for an entire minute or 30 seconds, that would have been really good already, because that's pretty much what Kazakhs does. Kazakhs just remains gone until like things ramp up. A lot of like backliners have been hurt, and there's a chance for him to sort of go in with an isolation proc and stuff like that.
All things considered, this is a pretty close game. I mean, the goal difference is inconsequential. UDG setting up a death brush though. Oh, this one is going to be important.
This is gonna be, quite a few pushes coming down here. So it looks like Taunty is gonna try and get the slow push going onto the Baron lane because he sees the writing on the wall. He sees the Baron's up. He doesn't want to give it to them for free. There's gonna be a lot of vision control. Gonna try and bait it out. Looks like they know that there's barely any vision in there. They didn't catch out one ward, so I guess they already know that Gransai knows that they were waiting for a bait. So they decided to change tactics, but they were just waiting in that brush to try and catch them off guard because they didn't think there was any vision in there. And
Yeah, for UDG, they gotta deal with the side lanes because we saw the Hull Breaker purchased by Bambi, and yeah, he's doing so much damage to those side lane structures right now. He has pulled the attention of Carl away. UDG still adamant in getting some things done. Oh boy, Chinese leaps in, almost gets hit by the body slam, and the root also misses from tactical.
yeah, that one ward, that was what cost them. Like, they thought they managed to clear most of the wards. They used the sweepers towards the small brush, that small little brush in the bush, and that little area by the Baron, but they missed one ward. Gransky knew this. They saw that it was a bait. They saw that they were waiting in the brushes. Immediately sent Bambi down to start pushing and potentially getting a turret off from the Dragon lane. Manages to get the tier 2 turret, and now like Underground walks away with nothing, despite waiting for so long and losing a lot of minions, a lot of gold. And now Bambi is probably gonna get a lot more important during these team fights compared to like the equivalent in Underground. And yeah, Underground's gonna have to make those plays a lot more decisively than they did before.
I wonder how does Underground deal with this though. I mean, as the game progresses, it's not gonna be simple. The cast doesn't really knock Bo back, but he had to flash for it.
Well, Underground does have those scary moments. Like, as soon as you asked that, they immediately did like what potentially could have been really bad for Sky. They threw an explosive cast. If you didn't think fast, they would have been caught out. That would have been a kill. That would have picked off in a free Baron. They didn't manage to get it, but that's just the Underground. That's just the Underground comp. You can't afford to get Dark Binded. You can't afford to get explosive casts because they're going to pick you off really easily. And the whole thing is that Sky was supposed to be the ones who were doing that on their side. They need to be the one getting the picks, but it looks like they're the ones who are getting picked off instead.
They want the turret. They're gonna pull Bambi back and throw everything at him. Stoneplay keeping him healthy, and the turret is still relatively healthy. UDG can't even make a dent in the structure.
Gonna be a lot of minion clearing. I like the priority Sky put here. They know that like they needed to clear those minions to stop the engage, stop the push. And also going to be a reset. Going to be pushing that lane. Going to be pushing back into Underground side. And now they can clear out the wards and set up for Baron to keep that vision pressure off from the Underground side.
This is going to be a rinse and repeat. I feel like we would just boil down to one big fight. The team gets the objective and the game just ends from there.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Carl. He's deathless. Look at 0-0 and 3.
Yeah, if anything, you think that Carl would be the one who needs to be dying the most because he's set, he should be engaging. But I guess like they don't really necessarily need to send their engagers in because they have long-range initiation. They don't need to put their neck out to get in deep with the set or anything.
Yeah. But UDG, they're getting all the dragons, and I think that's most important. Right? As the game progresses, you definitely need these dragons to work with, but there's a pincer attempt from Sky. Look at where Chinese is coming in from the side. The ultimate pop by the NASA. Chinese leaps in, gets belly popped by the body slam. You know, transcends his brace, goes wide. Chinese use the gargoyle. They did take down Othros, and now UDG finally finds a semblance of life, but the Torrential Sword burns them down to the skies. Oh, Taunty with a big hammer gets himself two. But Bambi now standing on the run, has the Stoneblade. The silence is there, but the dash is there for Lara 1. Oh, he's just a bit better. Godlike for the Lucian.
No. What was the biggest back and forth there? It's just like, oh, I've got you. No, I've got you. No, I've got you.
Right.
It kind of returned on the Stoneplate thinking like, oh, I baited you back, but doesn't manage to get the kill with the silence down on silence on the Garen, and then it's it's Lara comes out on top and a third dragon for Underground right there. So, like I said, like Chinese could afford to go in late. He decided to go in later this time and managed to get like them pretty low. I still think he went in a bit too early. I feel like he could have waited still a little bit longer. I think that is one of the contributions to them eventually losing that team fight in the end. But that was still an improvement over like the usual get-in, because like Bu going in first is like the absolute game changer. I think you should send a Bu first all the time.
Yeah, I mean, this is as close as it could have been, right? Chinese survived for the longest time, and we see the Spirit Fire and the Shock Blast
Yeah.
just decimating the ranks of UDG and Taunty. This could have been the play of the game if Lara 1 wasn't still alive. That slither of health, the dash over the wall, heals back up with the Blade of the Rune King, survives that proc, and now we go back to live feed because UDG are not done just yet. They've got an assassin their side. Sayonara says bye-bye. But watch out for the backline. Chinese in and out, and that is how you want to play if you want Grind Sky. Just dip in and out of the shadows. But you forgot about Lara 1, who is legendary on this Lucian, and now they want to look for more UDG on the chase. Grind Sky Esports forced to disengage, and UDG finally cracks this mid-tier 1.
Oh man, this theoretically, Grand Sky should be winning these fights. They managed to get into the backline, they managed to do so much damage, but like there's so much survivability off a Karma Shield, there's so much survivability off a Stone Plate and a GA. There's not much you can do even when you're getting into the backline. That's kind of nullifying the win condition that was set out there for Grind Sky, and now they're the ones who are on the back foot, they're the ones who have to suffer, and it's going to be ridiculously difficult for them to get onto the backline right now because of like the setup. If Lucian gets a GA, I pretty much think this game is over. I think it's done.
He's not going to have a GA. You can be sure of that. He does have a Stone Plate. I think he's going to Bloodthirster next, but I mean, take a look at this fight.
Bu in the backline. That was supposed to be good. Bambi getting off a good ulti there to try to sort of like keep them away from it. But like the fact that Orthro stayed along for so long and then manages to chunk them down because like Lara was with impunity just doing so much damage. They were full health at the start of that fight. They were no health towards the middle of that fight.
Also, he bought the Vamp Scepter to stay alive until he can afford a GA. Oh, Lara won.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Lucian did go for that GA.
Yeah, hell the Drake. Alright, this is it. We've seen a coin flip that led to Fennel losing. Sure as heck, don't hope that UG doesn't go for it, right?
I do not think that the same thing is going to happen here just because of the fact that the GA has been set. And unless, you know, Chinese goes in really, really late with a really chunked down team with Bu and the rest softening them up.
Chinese, he's in?
Nope.
He's already in. He couldn't stun him. Oh boy, Chinese. Not like this.
The exact opposite.
There's the calling. He's buying time with the stasis. They want to win this one. Now UDG forced to fight the Elder Drake at 6,000 health. They've already got rid of Taunty, and now the full force of Grind Sky Esports power into the pit. Chinese is still alive. He's going to leap back in. Does he get the dragon? No, he doesn't get it. Oh, Sayonara, so good. And Team Underground have effectively grounded Grind Sky Esports. They will not fly today. They will not soar. And Underground finds the touchdown in the series 2-0. And UDG, they're heading to the top 4.
Oh man, it doesn't matter how long you peck at the ground, you're never going to make a dent in it because that is Team Underground going to be winning that series with a completely convincing win, 2 wins. And there was like, you know, it completely wall, a huge wall. I didn't see any way of overcoming it for game 1. I saw a glimmer of hope in game 2, but they decisively stomped that out, you know?
Yeah. And a lot of people, you know, the biggest gravity, the biggest enemy for those who fly up in the sky is gravity, and Team Underground has demonstrated that. The prophecy, at least for this one, still stays true. Team Underground going through, we wave goodbye to Grind Sky Esports, and Team Underground just a huge display, right? And we are talking about the return of some of the best players in the PH region, and now they are here, and they made a decree that Team Underground is one of the teams to watch out for tomorrow.
Yeah, that was impeccable in terms of the draft, in terms of the way that they responded to a lot of the aggression. Chinese going in too early, and the fact is that once they did manage to get the GAs, that's it. Chinese is not going to be able to do anything. The backline is going to remain strong for all of eternity. And here's mistake number 1. Taunty recalling in a place that was very easy for Sayonara, despite the fact that, you know, the timing there, that's 2 minutes. That's 2 minutes. That's when the jungle is expected to gank after clearing out most of the camps. Why are you recalling in the river, and why was this allowed to happen? You see Bambi going in early, which is what he's supposed to do, but Chinese getting caught out, pushed out by the explosive cast, and that was already the end of it. He didn't die here, but the rest of his team has already been chunked off, kept away from the dragon. That's 3 dragons in total for like underground. Like at that point, you might as well just throw in the tower and just say no. There's nothing we can do. You've got so many buffs and from so many sources, and your backline's already really hard to kill. See, look, Karma shields, a lot of Bew coming out, and this is supposed to be their win. This is where they're supposed to come back and win this, but Lara's barely unscathed.
And look at this, right? Like, if only Lara went down, that would have been so much different. I think I know what healed him up. It wasn't the Vamp Scepter.
Triumph.
It was that. It was the Ocean Drake.
Oh,
The Ocean Drake proc
wait, no.
every 5 seconds.
Does
Based
it
off of missing health.
Based off missing health, does it apply when you're in combat?
I
though?
think it does. Nonetheless, right, I mean, the fact that he survived, that's the biggest thing, right? Credits to Chinese. He survived for the longest time possible.
Yeah.
But the moment he leapt out, there was just so much room given. But, you know, like, it was a good attempt, right? It was an attempt that the moment he leapt in, it's full commitment. There is no going back.
There is no going back. There was no going back. And like, Taunty did a pretty good job. Like, I saw a lot of chunks. He was doing what he's supposed to do. He was like chunking off the really weak ones, the backline. And he did manage to get that double kill, which was really nice. But, you know, the fact that Lara stayed alive kind of ruined his plans. And then, yeah, but like, there was not much you could do even in that situation. Chinese didn't scale up to where it needed to be. There was a lot of times he jumped in too early. Bambi did some great pushes there with the solo pushes, especially when their, you know, their attention was divided elsewhere.
I mean, look at this. Hold on. Oh, just hold.
Look at that.
I don't want to cut you off, but we can. Just look at this thing. Just look at this Lara 1 guy.
Oh my! Oh man! That's that. You know when a graph like has like two like values in it,
Right.
and like the graph, in order to make it like very like clear, they make the graph like at the max of the highest value and the minimum of the lowest.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so you see right here that they had to expand the damage like bars for every single one, just because Lara hit 41,000 damage.
Yeah.
And everyone in Grind Sky, they just look really bad in comparison because like their bars are so far lower, much lower, not even half. We're not even talking half for most of them. Bew did a lot of damage, but like Lara was absolutely stomping away. They didn't even manage to kill him. That was the win condition. Kill Lara, kill the backline.
Yeah. Well, we see, you know, Team Underground. This was a back and forth game, right? At one point, it was even in terms of net worth. Grind Sky Esports, you know, they had lesser kills overall, you know, but they were keeping up with Team Underground. But again, it's just that dragon fight. In fact, all of the deciding moments have happened at the Dragon Pit.
We've seen that SGP win off the back of a dragon. We've seen Fennel play a lot of dragon plays, getting a lot of those kills off a dragon. We've seen Underground absolutely dominate dragons, and that was that deciding factor in like pretty much most of these games here.
Yeah.
But to be fair, the way they play dragons is impeccable. They made sure that like even though they're starting the dragon, the people starting the dragons were the frontliners. They had Lara at the back, and then they had like, you know, they had like the Karma standing in between Lara during the key moments. The shield ready, everything was ready. No cooldowns.
Yeah. And now we have an interview coming up with the Dragon Laner and possibly the craziest solution play we've seen, Lara 1 from Team Underground. What's up, my man? You guys made it to top 4.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, first of all, on that achievement. We talked to a lot of different teams. Bring the crew in. We talked to, you know, a lot of different teams prior to this series, and we did ask them, you know, if Grind Sky is gonna make it, if UDG is gonna make it. And everyone believed that your team will make it. And I just want to hear it from you, the demon of Team Underground. How does it feel to be in top 4 right now?
I'm so excited because I want this win for my team.
This is kind of like a grudge match, right? Against Grind Sky Esports. like you guys have been looking forward to this for a long time, and you guys delivered a crushing 2-0. Just stellar Lucian performance. But coming into this, other than the fact that you guys really want to beat Grind Sky, what was the expectation? What was the mood of the team, before the series starts?
I think chill. Excited because I want revenge them.
And you did it.
Yeah,
So,
you did it.
Pano.
Were you guys sweating at all? You guys look like you're cool as a cucumber. You're just like, oh, it's just another day. It's just another day game. It's just another play. Were you guys sweating at all? Did you guys feel like you could have lost at any point?
Nothing. We don't eat and we have no water.
Is that the key to you guys winning? You guys didn't have any water. You guys didn't eat, so you guys were super focused to your game.
We
Is
are
that-
hungry, yes.
Yeah, I think the key is don't feed them, so they want to end the game as fast as they can, and they get food.
Yes.
Ah.
We have the MVP screen coming up. I feel like I do not need to ask you this, but I'll do it anyways. Who do you think played the best in that series? I already know the answer, but I want to hear it from you.
Me.
And that was the answer I was looking for. Let's put that up on the broadcast. Of course, it's going to be Lara 1. I would fight anyone who say otherwise. So thank you, production. Of course, Zaya in the first game, Lucian in the second. The Zaya game might not have shown most of his flair, but that Lucian game, definitely shown that Lara 1 is one of the best we have.
That Lucian game was like a
Thank you.
beast on cage, okay, Lara? You were absolutely disgusting in that game. You dashed over the wall, you baited the Garen into thinking that he was going to win, and then you killed him in retaliation, even though he used the stone plate to counter you. And then not to mention you did 1240 damage, which is 100 more than like the last MVP.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is insane. So you should be really proud of your achievement. You didn't even get Chinese the chance to like assassinate you or get onto you at all.
All right. So I want to kind of get to the bottom of this, right? And that's something that Pondo has brought up during the broadcast. All of your IGNs have a 1 behind. Is there a meaning to that?
Number one.
Number 1. So are we supposed to pronounce the 1, or we just call you Lara?
Lara, it's okay.
Lara is okay.
Lara.
All right. So now we know it. The reason is because Team Underground is secretly number 1. Number 1 in our hearts for sure. You guys have absolutely captured our hearts. Now going into top 4, right? You guys are joining the likes of Nigma Galaxy, RRQ, and SGP. Which team do you think is going to pose the biggest challenge in that playoffs?
Enigma.
Oh, NGX as well.
And RRQ.
And NRQ. Well,
Okay.
you're supposed to pick one, Lara. Come on.
Hi.
RQ.
RQ?
RRQ.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a reason for that?
So strong.
I love it short and simple. Now,
Yeah.
Yes.
I want your best one-liner. All right. Top 4 starting tomorrow. Any fighting words from you and the rest of the crew for the rest of the teams out there?
Be ready.
All right.
He sounds like a villain from Bond film. It's insane.
Yeah,
It's just
like-
be ready.
Joker will be proud of you, Lara. But in all seriousness, congratulations once more to you and the rest of Team Underground for qualifying. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Go enjoy your food. Eat well, sleep well. We'll see you guys for more games.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Lara's the definition of why use many word when few word do trick,
I think he's the persona of that.
Yeah, he's the
Why say so much, right? Just one-liners. Just short, simple.
Yeah, pretty much
Straight to the
just
point.
tells you everything you need to know. It's just be ready.
Be ready. Oh boy, we're getting off the broadcast.
Oh,
I feel threatened, and I'm not even living in the same country.
Oh, that was a good series though. Very, very dominant from Underground. Like I didn't see many. Like, in a lot of other matches we kind of see a lot of opportunities, but I feel like Underground pretty much made sure that Grand Sky was sort of screaming. There's nothing they could have done.
Yeah,
Like-
and I think now we kind of understand why the other Filipino teams, of course, except for Grind Sky, say that Underground would win. And this says it all, right? The 4 teams that have qualified into the top 4 tomorrow, everyone expected all 4 of them to be from the PH region, but evidently that was not the case. Nigma Galaxy and RRQ were the first 2 to make it, and today SGP overcame Fennel to qualify, and Team Underground destroyed Grind Sky Esports to secure the last slot.
Oh, well, it's quite the Cinderella story here for SGP. SGP is going to be the only Singaporean region to represent in this qualifiers, but I'm a bit worried for them, but I do think they have what it takes. They just need to look through those VODs, get those polish up, and then I can't wait to see them like make a dent in that qualifiers with the other teams, because there's going to be so much competition in that.
Yeah, they are the definition of a for-fun team. It has been like that for a long time, but they finally now start to treat some of those games like scrims and seriously. I know I said it as if they don't take it seriously at all, but trust me, they definitely do. And now, if we say the beast uncaged for Team Underground, I say it's the beast uncaged for SGP. Tomorrow, they face up against RRQ for their first series, and for Team Underground, it's time to fight Nigma Galaxy.
Time to find Nigma Galaxy, time to show them who's the boss, time to show them that they've got the potential, because they're from the old crew who have been dominant before and are going to dominate again. And SGP, you know, they have something to prove. I think it's a good thing that they said they weren't playing seriously, because that means they just have untapped potential.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that means if they tried, they could potentially be the best. So SGP, watching you here.
Sounds like the most like Asian parenting thing. Like, if you just try.
Look, B grade is not allowed. If you get B, you're out of the house. If you're not a doctor, you're out of the house. But like, I'm not gonna give the Asian viewers PTSD right now, because we all know what that's like.
Yeah,
And,
like if you like A is not enough. Like, it has to be A+. It
has to be A+.
like the sky's the limit, right? Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Again, we start off with Nigma Galaxy against Team Underground, and I like the fact that when we asked UDG who they fear the most, and they're like Nigma Galaxy. Wait, no, RRQ. Well, time to take down Nigma Galaxy to prove a point.
Time to take down Nigma Galaxy to prove a point. And then it's gonna be RRQ on the list if they manage to make it past that, you know, hump of Nigma Galaxy. But they look confident. I feel like they'd be able to put up a good fight even if they don't win. But I do not know who's going to win, because it looks like it's going to be a close game either way.
Yeah, I mean, Nigma Galaxy is a team that just got signed by the organization 2 months ago, and now they are here in the top 4. And remember, top 2 makes it to challenge groups to join the teams from the other regions, so this is a huge opportunity for them, because SGP against RRQ will be, will be kind of another proving ground for SGP, right? They've made it this far, where they didn't even expect to be here, and now it's time to see how far that they can go. But for us, we wouldn't have come this far without our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, you know, being with us for this entire journey. And, you know, they understand that when winning matters, this is what is required out of everyone, not just the players, but also the team. And it's all thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. But aside from them, we also have to thank our friends over at Monster Energy for allowing everyone to get topped up and unleash the beast within them. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you guys have not joined our Discord channel, do so with the link discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. We would love to hear your thoughts. We would love to engage in a conversation with you guys, and we would love to see, you know, what you guys have in mind regarding WildRift and the teams. But before we close out the show, any last words, any expectations for tomorrow? Because we'll be here.
Well, expectations is cleaner SGP plays.
All right, okay.
Cleaner SGP plays. Underground, show us more of that wall. And, you know, Nigma Galaxy going to be one to look out for. RRQ is going to be a huge hump. It's going to be exciting either way, and I hope there's upsets, because I really, really like upsets. I want to see game 6s for everything. Oh, sorry, game 3s for everything.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, you got me scared. But that's a tale for tomorrow. We're going to sign off for the day. It's been a wonderful Saturday. My name is Husky. He's Aaron Pondo. On behalf of everyone, we'll bid you guys farewell. See you guys tomorrow. And just like Lara said, be ready. Shows up again. JK, despite the stone plate, is not going to survive for any time longer. Flashes away, but still goes down to burn damage. And Fennel starts working on that bot here too. WJ gets a good light binding, but it's going to give his life for it because Kami's just going to jump in. Vendetta shows up with a flash body slam. Final Spark also out. Fennel Storm with the Arisen to finally take him down. Raven tries to go for the flash blade collar, but a bit out of range. The angle also not there, and Fennel now pounces for the re-engage. The flash from Calm for a double key strike, and Fennel wants to finish this right here, right now. Vendetta with a body slam to buy some time. SSK wants Calm, but Calm is unkillable in game 1, and Fennel gets the ace.
Oh,
Use that shroud just to sneak through the barrel, but Domain has already gotten it. SSK is in. He's just gonna go for the cease and desist, Dawning Shadow to give him, you know, some shield for now. WJ Righteous Glory goes for the fling on the Risen though. They will just pile onto him, but he has a stone plate, and look at that shield. WJ loses his life. Vendetta is out of the fight. SSK is trapped, and Danny finishes off the kill, and the Risen comes back for round 2. The body slam to buy a bit of time, and Fennel pounces on SGP. Everyone falls. Jinkai sent on the run. Raven also out of the fight. They do finish off a Risen, but it's only a support, and that guy has done his job. Meanwhile, Domain just no respect. DG, they're getting all the dragons, and I think that's most important. So as the game progresses, we definitely need these dragons to work with, but there's a pincer attempt from Grind Sky. Look at where Chinese is coming in from the side. The ultimate pop by the NASA. Chinese leaps in, gets belly popped by the body slam. No, Transcendent Embrace goes wide. Chinese use the gargoyle. They did take down Ultros, and now UDG finally finds semblance of life, but the Tormented Sword brings them down to the sky. Oh, Taunty with a big hammer gets himself 2. But Bambi now standing on the run, has the Stone Blade, the silence is there, but the dash is there for Lara 1. Oh, he's just a bit better. Chinese, he's in.
Nope,
He's already in. He couldn't stun him. Oh boy, Chinese. Not like this.
The exact opposite.
There's the calling, he's buying time with the stasis. They want to win this one. Now UDG forced to fight the Elder Drake at 6,000 health. They've already got rid of Tanti, and now the full force of Grind Sky Esports power into the pit. Chinese is still alive. He's gonna leap back in. Does he get the dragon? No, he doesn't get it. Oh, Sayonara, so good. And
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't.